Okay, at 9:04, we're going to convene the Mendocino County Board of Supervisors into session, and I'd like to invite the clerk to call the roll.
Supervisor Brown?
Here.
Supervisor McCowan?
Here.
Supervisor Woodhouse?
Here.
Supervisor Hamburg?
Here.
Chair Jurdy?
Here. And I'd like to invite Sheriff Tom Wallen to lead us in the pledge. Okay, so the first thing on our agenda is public expression, and members of the public are invited to comment on items of interest, up to 3 minutes per speaker. And we do have a few speaker cards, I think, already filled out. So we'll go right ahead.
Yes, good morning. My name is Michael McDessie. I'm a new Deputy County Counsel for the County of Mendocino, and Ms. Elliott has asked me to introduce myself very quickly. I've been practicing law for about 7 to 8 years. Started out in Oakland doing civil litigation, contracts, also providing legal counsel to my business clients and landlords. For the last couple years, I've been up in Reading doing exclusively civil litigation. Moved down here last week. So far, I love it. I look forward to working with all of you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yep.
Speaker card, Sheriff Tom Wallen.
Good morning, Board. I want to update you regarding the Sheriff's Office involvement with Lake County fires. Our animal control team has been there for the last 2 days rescuing many livestock, livestock, but also recovering livestock which had died during the fire. And so I'm really proud of our 2 animal control officers who are over there and certainly working closely with Lake County. The Sheriff's Office has been asked by the Office of Emergency Services to provide routine patrol for Lake County for the next 96 hours. We'll be there day shift and night shift, reminding you that when OES asks us for that service, they will reimburse us for the overtime, the mileage, and any expenses. So this will not impact our budget in any way. I was there Sunday with the state senator, and I want to give a shout out. In my lifetime, I've never seen a state senator grab a shovel and put out fire and help rescue horses. Mike McGuire is a stand-up man who deserves our absolute respect for what he's been doing. As he certainly walks the walk. And as far as last topic goes, and I'll end it with this, I would just continue to encourage the board to open some type of negotiations with the deputy sheriffs for the morale purpose. Their DSA contract ends in June, and I would welcome an opportunity for DSA to sit down with somebody from the county, just a representative, so the DSA knows that this discussion is being planned. That's what I greatly ask. Thank you for your help. Is there any questions about the fire? Not that I'm an expert. Okay.
Thanks. We have from Fort Bragg, Janet Barnes.
I'm here probably.
Can you state your name again?
Excuse me. What?
Repeat your name, please.
Okay, Janet Barnes. I'm an advocate for the Fort Bragg Library, branch library. Most of the time when I've been over here speaking before the supervisors, has been asking you for money. This time, I'm asking for you to accept a gift. We hope to purchase the land behind the library. We are waiting for your yes vote to do so. We need to expand. We have more than 11,000 people going through the door, the front door, the other door, there's no counter, but we don't have enough room. 2 weeks ago, we had over 125 children come to a story time that was, the room set, fire marshal says the room can only hold 78. So we do have people problems. There's a lot of people coming in and out. There are three phases to our proposal. One of them is to buy the property, clear it off, give it to the county so that we can add on to the building. The you're not allowed to build over a lot line that belongs to two different entities. So we want the county to accept this gift. And then the next step, which is probably a little bit further down line, is to clear it off, to get it all clear and ready for building. Then it's an then we get an architect and decide what needs to be done. Then we have an MOU with the county, and then we build it, and then we move in. Any questions?
And I do appreciate you're driving all the way over from the coast. I appreciate you driving all the way from the coast, and I apologize for the fact that we didn't coordinate that this is in the afternoon session, and that's why you're speaking now, because I didn't want to make you stay here until 4 o'clock in the afternoon.
Does it get hot here? That's the reason. It was foggy and cool, nice when I left. I would like not to do it in the afternoon if possible.
Okay, well, thank you. But we do have the item scheduled for this afternoon, and I'm not, unless the librarian shows up, we'll deal with it in the afternoon. If she shows up this morning, we might be able to get to it this morning.
You mean Karen?
Yeah, if Karen is here.
Okay. Do we need to stay?
Well, you might stay for a little bit or call her, and if she shows up this morning, we might be able to get to it this morning.
Oh, okay, sure. Thank you.
Okay.
No questions?
Apparently not, no.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, do we have any other public comments? Okay, not seeing any. We'll go on. First, we have an off-agenda item. An emergency issue came up. So the first action item for us is discussion and possible adoption of an urgency resolution declaring an emergency pursuant to Mendocino County Code such and such regarding Kaya building that has had some flooding. So the executive office is the sponsor of this.
Yeah, good morning, Chair, Judy, members of the board. Alan Flora, Assistant CEO. So just briefly, we had a flooding incident at the Yokeo campus over on State Street, one of IHSS's primary facilities, on Saturday evening. This is due to a pipe rupturing and due to a couple of things. One, there being almost 3 weeks until the next board meeting.
So actually, Alan, I think the first item we need to take as action. Do we have a motion to establish that this is an urgency item?
So moved.
Second,
Okay. So.
and making the proper findings thereof.
Okay, there you go. Any discussion? We'll vote by the button.
Motion carries unanimously.
Okay, proceed.
So based on the length of time between meetings and the need to engage with a number of contractors to make sure critical services to the community aren't interrupted, we think it would be necessary for the board to take this action. And I guess I would turn it over to Heather Corral, risk analyst, to provide any additional detail on the incident or answer any questions that your board may have. And then, of course, Director Chandler is also here if you have any questions about, how we're handling service delivery.
Hi, Heather Corral, risk analyst with your executive office. So in the facility, it's our social services facility over on South State Street. It's the eligibility wing. There's about 9,000 square feet of flooded area. Luckily, there wasn't any damage to any critical computer systems, but it is a lot of offices. About 30 staff were displaced. And many of these staff actually are kind of the frontline eligibility staff, and they're the ones who provide emergency EBT, emergency assistance to members of the community. Many of the interview rooms were actually damaged, so that will mean there's going to be longer wait times for members of the public seeking assistance. So it's very important that we are able to get the facility back in working order really quickly, and that's why we're requesting that the board adopt an urgency resolution at this time. Are there any questions?
Okay. I'm not seeing any questions.
If I could just add one thing, so your board knows, it appears, well, there was a number of bathroom remodel projects going on at the facility now, and that project was the source of the leak, and so we expect that our insurance company will be having a number of conversations with the contractor that we have on that project, so.
Okay. Any public comments on this urgency ordinance?
Oh, yes. And finally, this has to be extended every 14 days. So this will require a special meeting. So that puts us, 14 days puts us on August 30th. If we have a special meeting on August 30th, that will allow us, the 14 days after that will be the next regularly scheduled board meeting on September 13th.
Okay. Not seeing any public comments.
Chair Jurdy,
Oh,
if
go
I
ahead.
could comment on that. So on August 30th, we could do just a
Single item.
single item. We could do it at 9 a.m. and just do this one item. So we can go ahead and schedule that. And if that works for this board, we could do 9 to 9:30 and be done for the day.
Okay. Supervisor Brown?
Thank you. And if there are other items that come up that this board needs to consider, could we add that to the agenda?
Chair Jurdy?
Sure.
Are you okay with that? All right.
Well,
Or just urgency items you're thinking? If there are other urgency items, yeah.
oh, if there are other urgency items, because Chair Jurdy, you're going to
Yeah, I'll be out of town.
be out of town. I'm going to be out of
Yeah,
town.
there'll be 3
leaves us with
supervisors
3
on that day,
supervisors.
so that's why we're
I
thinking.
hope. I have to look at my calendar.
Okay. Well, that's why we're thinking that it would just be this particular urgency
Yeah.
item. We would not have a full agenda because we don't have the full board.
Yeah, I would feel way more
That's a
comfortable with that.
Yeah.
Okay, all right, thanks.
Okay.
Any public comments on this? Okay, we'll vote on the resolution. Or, wait, do we have a motion?
No.
Scratch my,
Someone want to
Click.
make a motion? Is there a second?
I will second.
Okay, now we can vote.
yeah, worked.
Motion carries unanimously.
Okay, the next thing on our agenda is the consent calendar. Have we established proper notice?
Yes, proper notice has been established.
Does anyone wish to pull any of the consent calendar items for discussion? Supervisor Woodhouse?
Just one, and just for a brief question, that would be 4Q.
4Q?
Yes.
Okay. 4C?
No.
No, he said 4Q.
Oh, okay. I'll move approval of the balance of the consent calendar.
I will second.
Okay. Any comments on the consent calendar? Any public comments on the consent calendar? Not seeing you, vote by the button.
Motion carries unanimously.
Okay, item 4Q.
Yes, that's the one where we're getting training for foster care providers and staff and parents. And I was just curious that it's 1.2 million for that training, and I'm not questioning the value of it or anything. I'm just curious how many people are trained, and I'd like to get further follow-up information from staff. I'll certainly support this today. I just wonder if we consider moving any of these dollars more towards local, working with local education, to keep the money in the county little bits at a time. So it's just a question, and I didn't have time to research that. That's all I had to say.
Chair Jurdy, we have our department head and also Camille Schrader, who I think is involved in this as well, who could answer any questions for this board.
Maybe the two of them come up together.
I think it's the only entity that.
Good morning, Chair Jardy, members of the board, Tammy Moss-Chandler, Director of Health and Human Services. So I know this has been a long partnership with Title IV-E partners, and I had the privilege of meeting this partner recently, but I'm going to turn to Camille because she's been involved in this partnership longer to give you some specific answers of what that's about.
Good morning, Camille Schrader with Redwood Community Services. So Title IV-E is a federal allocation, all federal dollars. And it basically is the primary focus of the funding is to support the adoption and foster care services. So staff, foster parents, people who work directly towards permanency options for foster care and adoption services, and also those caring in residential care. So we received this, we actually got access to this probably, Mary Elliott was here, and she was the head of mental health at that time. And we had gone to Mendocino College and asked them to help us administrate it, because it has to be administrated through a college. That's why it's Chabot. Chabot is kind of an anchor agency, but basically is the administrative support. All of the services are here. The dollars are all spent here. They are all supporting the three local providers who receive the funding. Youth Project does signs of safety, and First Five is doing all of the new family engagement, evidence-based practice, Triple P, inside and throughout all of the communities, including family resource centers, child welfare, particularly, and Redwood is doing specifically targeted recruitment for foster parents and relative caregivers. There is no other way. This is being spent in the way that you're describing, Supervisor Woodhouse. It's simply that it starts at the college and then moves through us because it has to be connected to a college, an educational institution. And we did attempt to have Mendocino College, like I said. I met with them about 3 times to try to help them feel reassured that the fiscal model worked. At that time, they were unwilling to do that. We could try and revisit that at some point. But really, the 4 counties that do this all go through Chabot. So,
Thank you. I understand that. I'm familiar with Chabot and what they do. And I'm interested in more training for our staff. So that's the reason for the...
So there's 2 ways in which Title IV-E works. Actually, there's 3. But, and I'm just speaking from my limited knowledge because I am not a county employee. So if Ann were here or somebody in fiscal were here, they might be able to describe it differently, so I want to make that excuse. But, so Title IV-E does fund social workers and does fund staff training. It's automatic, goes into their calculation, their fiscal calculation. It's not connected to this contract. So there's a tremendous amount more that's available through UC Davis, through State of California. They actually are able to draw down dollars to send staff to college to get master's degrees and that sort of thing. That's a different, it's the same Title IV-E, but it's funded through a different branch. And then there's another one that I think is connected just federally. So there's training options. It's all an education and training program. And then there's this that's available to community partners.
It's very good. I'm very supportive of this and want to expand this kind of training for our employees as well.
Do you remember when we did that presentation, a couple months ago? Yeah. Julie was here, Ann Mulgard, and we all came up, and Willow Anderson did a presentation on foster care recruitment for the last year. That's what this is.
Very good. Great.
Anything else?
Nope. Thank you for your time.
Not seeing any other questions. Okay. Supervisor Brown?
Thank you, Chair Jurdy. I'd like to move approval of the agreement with Chabot Los Piatas Hostite. What is it? Community College District in the amount of $1,255,012 to provide evidence-based training for foster care providers, group home staff, and county staff serving Mendocino's county's Title IV-E federally eligible children. Authorize the IHSS director to sign future amendments to the agreement that do not increase the annual maximum amount, and authorize the chair to sign the same.
Great. I'll second that.
Okay. Any discussion on the motion? Any public comments? Not seeing any.
Chair Jurdy, I just want to make a correction on when you voted on the consent items, there was an announcement that the board is going to convene as the Mendocino County Water Agency for agenda item 4W.
Okay. W for water.
Yes.
Okay, thank you for that correction. Okay, go ahead. We do need to reset the buttons, I guess.
Motion carries unanimously.
Okay, thank you. So that is the consent calendar. So now we're on to item 5I, which is discussion of possible adoption of resolution extending the memorandum of understanding between home service, support service employees and the County of Mendocino. And Human Resource Director Heidi Dunham, I think, is going to present this.
Good morning, Chair Jurdy, members of the board. Heidi Dunham, Human Resources Director. This morning, we're asking you to approve the extension of the term of the agreement with the IHSS bargaining group. Their MOU expired June 30th, and they have requested that we extend it under the same terms and conditions through March 31st of 2017. They're currently working with the state on issues, and they're not ready to come back to the table yet.
And you're recommending approval?
Yes, I recommend approval.
Okay, Supervisor Brown?
Thank you, Chair Jurdy. I would like to move to adopt the resolution extending the MOU between the In-Home Supportive Services, IHSS, Public Authority Governing Board, and the Service Employees International Union Local 2015 for the term of November 1st, 2011 through March 31st, 2017, and authorize the chair to sign the same.
I'll second the motion.
Okay. Any public comments on this agenda item? Go ahead.
So we're still waiting for the state to work out the legislation. I think there's 4 counties that throughout the state who are the examples. I mean, it's due to the process that the state's going through right now.
Yes.
Is that correct?
Yes, this is due to some issues at the state level and is not because of anything we're holding up here in the county.
Right, okay. And I just wanted to hear that from you.
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, do we have any public comments on this agenda item? Not seeing any. We do have a motion. I guess we'll vote by the button then.
Motion carries unanimously.
Okay, all right. Now we're on to item 5D, which is discussion and possible direction of staff regarding the scheduling of joint meetings between the Board of Supervisors and the advisory boards, committees, and commissions.
Thank you, Chair Jurdy. This item is really at the request of the board as far as, I really believe for the last year and a half to 2 years, the board's been talking about setting up a schedule of joint meetings with our advisory board. So what you have here is you have your agenda summary, but attached to the agenda summary is a list of the advisory boards, commissions, and committees. And this is a full list. We're aware of that, and the board obviously did not ask to have a joint meeting with every commission on this list, or I don't think you'd have time to do anything else. But we wanted to include this so that the members of the public and also the board and staff, everyone could see the list that you actually have of commissions and committees. So the executive office took the liberty of doing a draft proposed joint meeting schedule. It's entirely up to the board which committees you choose to meet with and when you would like to meet with them. My concern was the meetings that we have. We have more meetings this year than you had scheduled last year. And our meetings seem to be completely full agendas, and certainly as of, like today, there's no break. This board will be in closed session at noon, and then you'll be back. So you'll have at least 12 hours of ongoing meetings. And so what we did is we looked at those boards and commissions that this board had discussed, and Fish and Game, Behavioral Health, the Board of Retirement, the Museum, Health Services Advisory Board, and Library Advisory Board were the only 6. And again, this is just an example of how we would schedule. And what we tried to do is look at having a joint meeting every other month. And again, you have 3 meetings a month this year, and they have been full agendas. So We also went back to see when the last time was that you met with the specific boards. We met with the Board of Retirement in January, so we said January of 17 would be an appropriate time. The Museum Advisory Board was in 2011, quite some time ago, so we put that for March, particularly if you wanted to meet at the museum. I'm not certain about the time frame there as far as all the work being done. And then you can see what we did. The Library Advisory Board you met with in December 15, so we moved them out last. So again, just an example, and clearly there's plenty of boards and commissions to meet with here. So at this point, we'll take direction from this board as to how you would like to proceed.
Okay, thank you for kind of bringing this together in a clear way. Supervisor Brown?
Thank you, Chair Jurdy. I am wondering, I didn't bring my calendar with me, and I don't keep it on my computer, but all these dates, and I didn't know what my colleagues would be looking at. I would like to obviously have potential dates so that perhaps we can come back on August 30th.
Good.
With this.
Chair Jurdy, we don't have a set schedule for next year. So what you have...
No, I'm talking about this year. We have October 2016.
These would be scheduled board meetings already.
Oh.
So we're not
Then I have
adding...
no problem.
Yeah. So October and December would be the scheduled board meetings, and I think we were talking, we just put the month down in case the board wanted to change those dates, but we were looking at the Monday meetings as being the joint meetings. And then, of course, for the rest of the 12-month period, that would be based on the calendar that this board will adopt in January.
Supervisor McCowan?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And therefore, they would all be regularly scheduled meetings.
Absolutely. Yeah.
I appreciate the work that the Executive Office put into this, and I believe that the 6 boards and commissions that are listed are the ones that have either requested or we have requested that there be joint meetings. So I think that it's not that there may not be others on here, but some already do report to us on a regular basis, like the Business Improvement District Advisory Board. But so I think we're getting the ones here that, you know, are most appropriate for us to meet with. And most of these, I would think we would want to be meeting with them on an ongoing basis, at least every year or 2 at the most. The one exception might be the Fish and Game Commission, which I think there's some things in play currently that they would like to address with us. But, you know, that may be something where one meeting might be sufficient for several years possibly. The one thing that I would suggest changing on the schedule is to move the Health and Human Services Advisory Board up. You know, I'd like to see that one in January of 2017. It may be possible that we have never met with them, and there are a tremendous number of issues in play with the agency. So unless there's some reason why it wouldn't be appropriate to meet sooner, I might suggest making that one change.
CO Angela?
Yeah, Chair Jurdy, Supervisor McCowan, I understand moving the Health Services Advisory Board up and would support whatever action the board wants to take. I am concerned, though, that the Board of Retirement may call to meet with us and have another joint meeting, and maybe Chair Jurdy could speak to that more so than I can. So that's why I put it down for January, but it's up to this board what you'd like to do. So I don't know, Chair Jurdy, if the Board of Retirement is planning on another joint meeting with us.
They haven't planned it. I think they would appreciate another joint meeting, but whether it's in January or May, I think may not matter that much.
Okay.
Well, I was just going to add that we have always met with the Board of Retirement on a yearly basis.
Mm-hmm.
And I believe it's always been in January.
Oh, okay.
But I'm not sure. It may have gone into February. But I would, if for Health Services Advisory Board, maybe switch it with Museum Advisory Board.
That works for me too. Supervisor Hamburg.
Yeah, just curious about the Fish and Game Commission. Has there been a request from the commission to meet with
Yes,
us? I wasn't
and
aware
it's
of
been
that.
an ongoing request for over 7 months.
Okay,
And they have several new members too.
okay, well, then that makes sense to me. And of course, the Museum Advisory Board, we've heard from them and from Allison several times, and they're, so I think I'm pretty good with it. The Health and Human Services Advisory Board, they have requested it, or the department has requested it? How did that come about? I wasn't aware of that.
Chair Jurdy, Supervisor Hamburg,
Yeah.
there had been requests from the Health Services Advisory Board in the past.
Uh-huh.
And so when I put this together, I just went on those past requests. I have nothing recent from them.
Okay.
And I don't know if there's anybody in here that would actually
I
like
think
to
Jackie
speak
Williams
to
is
this.
on it, yeah.
Yeah. And
She's
if
not
we
getting
were
up.
going to meet, the Board of Retirement obviously is a very large board. We've done joint meetings with them. It takes a lot of setup.
It'll be a good 4-hour meeting.
And similarly,
yeah.
the BHAB, the Behavioral Health Advisory Board, is, when it's in full strength, it's 15 members. So that's a lot of people to, for the board to meet with.
Yeah.
And
So-
have they requested, John? Has that been an
I'm sure
ongoing
they would
request?
value a meeting with the board. It's been discussed over the last year consistently.
Uh-huh.
And the thinking there, Supervisor Hamburg, was that because we've gone through such a major transition over the last few months,
Yeah.
that it might be a good time to get together with them and just have a recap on all the changes within the mental health system over the last few months and move forward.
All right, well, I appreciate you winnowing this down to a manageable number, and, I think I'll be fine with any of it as long as it's on board days.
Okay, thank you. Supervisor Brown?
Thank you. I just don't want to leave this item without, I have 3 different statements I want to make about the appointments. We had a listing of all our advisory boards, commissions, and committees, and I do have comment on 3.
Okay, do we have any public comment on this? And we do have a member of the Health and Human Services Advisory Board, Jackie Williams, in the audience. This might be an opportunity to speak.
Thank you, Jackie Williams, Executive Director of 4th Street, but the Health and Human Services Advisory Board Chair. There's some exciting work happening because we've completed the Community Health Needs Assessment. So several initiatives have been spawned where we're really going after what we believe are the key issues we need to pay attention to. So I think one of the impetus to share with you is what's been identified and what initiatives are going to be underway and what we're going to try and tackle. So, after the first of the year or whenever, it might be a really good time for us to get together and share the progress of that work.
So March would work for you?
Yes, right. Really, any time. We're going to keep endeavoring, and we'll catch you up when we meet.
Okay, any other public comments? Does someone want to make a motion?
A bit more discussion first. I mean, March would work for them, January might work better. There've been a series of meetings and developing the community health needs assessment, and that document is out now, and hopefully it won't just sit on the shelf. We'll actually do something with it, and so having that meeting sooner rather than later might be a better way to keep the momentum going or to build some momentum. That would be my thought. And the Board of Retirement, I think we do meet with them every year. I don't know that it's carved in stone that meeting occur in January. And I don't know what's really changed in the last year. At the joint meeting, we ask for information on prior to and at the meeting, what things may the board do independently, what may the retirement board do independently, what could we do together? And the consensus seems to be not much.
So maybe on that, County Council Kid Elliott and staff have been working on getting back to us on those items. And so my understanding is that the the target date for that would be in mid-September, that there would be an agenda item on our agenda, reporting back on those items.
Okay.
So there hopefully are a few things we can do, but whether the meeting's in January or some other time, that's really not this.
Well, maybe we could resolve this by a somewhat conditional motion that we would approve the schedule as submitted, except if there is no compelling reason to meet with the Retirement Board in January, we would meet with the Health and Human Services Agency Advisory Board at that time. Otherwise, we would meet with the Health and Human Services Agency Advisory Board in March. So they could review, the executive office would have direction to review with the retirement board the need or the, reason for meeting in January rather than May. And so we would leave it up to their judgment, working with the retirement board to make the final schedule. And the museum advisory board would drop down to May.
Chair Jurdy, that's fine with me.
Okay, thank you. Is there any second to the motion?
Sure, I'll second.
Any discussion? Okay, vote by the button, I guess, on the motion.
Motion carries unanimously.
Without Hamburg voting.
Reset.
Reset. Try again?
No, no. You voted too soon.
Okay, wipe us off.
There we go.
Oh, there we
Got 'em
go.
all.
Motion carries unanimously.
Okay. Supervisor Brown, you had some comments on some of these.
Yes, I did. Thank you, Chair Jurdy. Looking at the listing that we were given, if you'll go down to Animal Care and Control Appeals Advisory Board, I still think that is very important to be established. I'd like to recommend to this board that we send it to a standing committee or appoint an ad hoc committee to go out into the community and find members that will, community members that will apply to be on this advisory board. When a big issue comes up, there needs to be an established board. So that's my recommendation there. Moving down to Area Agency on Aging, the Advisory Council. I believe Becky Emery is here. She's chair of AAA for Lake and Mendocino County, but I believe that committee is active and meets every time that the AAA board meets. So that needs to be changed under status to active. And then if you move down to the Indian Gaming Local Community Benefit Committee, there's no longer state funding for that. So it really needs, there was a question mark on whether it's active, inactive. It's no longer funded, so it probably needs to be deleted from our appointment listing. I think that was it. It is.
Okay, thank you for those comments and observations. Okay, so now we're going to go to agenda item 5F, which is discussion and possible acceptance of the 2015 Mendocino County Crop Report. And for that, we have Agricultural Commissioner Chuck Morse.
I think online may show that as item FF at this point,
That's right.
for those following at home.
Good morning. Thank you, Chair, members of the board. Chuck Morse, Agricultural Commissioner, Sealer Weights and Measures for the county. My pleasure this morning to come before you and provide a quick summary of the agricultural production for Mendocino County for calendar year 2015 in the form of the 2015 crop report. I do have a short PowerPoint once again to touch some of the highlights and be willing to answer any questions you may have at the end there. The crop report is posted online at the department's website, and paper copies are available for folks if they would prefer that. We have a limited number. We try to keep the printing costs down, so we produce a relatively small number of paper copies at a time. So if we come by and if folks come by and we happen to be out, just give us your name. We'll get one mailed to you. So the first slide basically is the overall summary slide of the major categories inside the crop report. You can see that at the end of the day, the agricultural production minus timber is basically an unchanged value from 2014. The other values are reflected there. Really won't go through it. I again just do want to stress that all these figures represent gross returns and not the net returns that producers in the county saw.
I have a question on that. I mean, I was actually surprised to see the vegetable production was down in 2015. Was it drought related, do you think? It just seems like the farmers markets are booming. I mean, it just seems surprising.
We will get to that a little bit later, but there are some elements about purchasing at the farmers market. EBT was a big help, and there was some support for EBT that fell off a little bit. That impacted the markets, farmers markets, I should say. Overall returns, and we had a couple larger producers kind of back out of the situation too.
Okay.
So moving on to wine grapes, the overall tons per acre were down slightly. I do need to make a correction on this chart. I transposed two numbers, so the fourth row, 2015, price per ton, that should be 1,514. I transposed the 1 and the 5, so it's correct in the crop report. But when I was putting this PowerPoint together, I made that mistake.
Mr. Chairman, please.
Sure.
Yeah.
But is it correct that the price per ton is down $400?
No, that's the correction that I just mentioned. That was my mistake in putting this PowerPoint. If you look at the crop report, the actual crop report, the 2015 value for average price per ton is 1,514. So it's up. It's basically unchanged.
I see. You just transposed those two numbers.
Yeah.
Okay, got it. Thank you.
So the tons per acre, actually, the majority of that decrease was reflected in the whites. We'll get to that in the next slide. So looking more at the performance of white varietals versus red, the 4 tons per acre for whites was actually an 11% reduction compared to 2014. There was a slight reduction in bearing acreage, the first item there. So overall tons obviously down. Price was fairly stable for whites. Reds actually saw a slight increase across the board for all 4 figures in that column for reds. Moving on to pear crop. And these wine grapes, pears, and apples are all on page 3 on the crop report if people are following along with the paper version of that. This slide is just for the Bartlett pear production numbers. We do have obviously other varieties of pears, and those varieties actually represented a substantial increase in both production and valuation. Pears really were the big mover in 2015. If you look at the tons per acre, it was a very large crop in 2015. So obviously our acreage stayed the same, so the tons went up, and also the price received was elevated as well. So it was a very good year for pears. Overall, it was a 50% increase in valuation compared to 14. One of the elements that we saw in 2015 is there's a much higher demand at cannery now for pears, cannery and processing. And it's usually a positive thing for pears to go through a packing shed, get sorted into pack-out quality, market quality, if you will, and processing quality. The price at cannery was elevated to a point where many of the producers were actually shipping straight from the field. So their field bins were just going straight to the canneries. So that's a decision that the grower has to make on the quality that they have, the cost incurred for the packing shed to try and get that higher grade pack out fruit. This year, just for note, it appears that again cannery prices are up, so we might see that again for 2016 as well.
Supervisor Brown has a question.
Yes, I just read that the demand for pears is way up, and that may have been as a result, too, of the drought, because a lot of the pear trees were pulled out of the Sacramento Valley, and their pears usually come on strong before ours do, and really Mendocino and Lake County with the Bartlett pears, you know, best in the state, of course, or perhaps the nation, but yeah, I just read that they're really strong prices and a need for all the acreage and tonnage.
Prices are good. I wasn't able to present the 2014 crop report last year to this board, but we would have shown for pears that there was a substantial reduction in the tonnage. So this big differential between 14-15 shows up here, and that was due to chilling hours. We had a very warm winter 13-14 that affected the 14-year crop. So there appears to be a gap in supply, which is obviously helping prices. Yeah.
Thank goodness. I love the
pear growers occasionally get a good year, so it's a good thing. A couple of the elements for the pear industry in 2015, it was one of the worst fire blight years that the growers had seen, so many of the growers were fighting that all through the season. It's a big expense and it's a lot of work, and it's critical to literally the survival of the trees that they manage their fire blight. And last year just happened to be one of those. If you were driving on State Street and you saw the ornamental pears that the city has planted for landscaping, you saw that they were infected with fire blight too, and there's sort of nothing to do once they get infected unless you actively cut them out. So a lot of work. Also, the labor supply was kind of tough up here. The river, so the Delta fruit in Sacramento Valley area ripens first, then us, and then Lake County. And the Delta fruit in last year finished very early, and the labor supply was left without an option to come up here and just pick up right away in Mendocino and then Lake County. So the labor force started to disperse a little bit, so there were some issues about labor for people last year. So moving on to apples, there was a reduced crop overall. The total tons, the third row there. I would like to point out on the right-hand side there are those two separate bits of information. Right there and right there. So that roughly 2/3, 1/3 juice to fresh market for our apple crops is typical. I also put on the slide there the average price per ton for fresh versus juice, and the very notable number here is the $900 per ton for juice. That's a 135% increase over a more typical price for juicing apples, and I asked around for that, and the best explanation I could get was the hard cider industry is showing more and more of a demand for that fruit. There's more desire for it, so the price went up. But at the end of the day, the comparison between 14 and 15, basically the industry performed from a net value perspective almost the same. Moving on to livestock production, I replaced the arrows with pluses and minuses this year. So this slide basically is the percent difference, as it says at the top there, compared to 2014. So the numbers, I think, are fairly interesting. If you look at just cattle and calves, so the number of head, this would be the number of heads sold. So fewer head went to market. That could mean a couple of things. We were in our 4th year of the drought. People were thinning herds less or starting to hold on to more stock to try and either maintain or start building their herds a little bit after responding in 2011, 2012, 2013 to reducing their herds in response to the drought. Price was up. It was another good year for price for cattle. Total live weight down, so the animals that were going to auction were at a lighter weight than 2014. So again, another indication that people were bringing their steers up, but they were sending them to auction sooner at a lighter weight. So that's an explanation of sort of what those numbers mean in that chart. And you can see for all three. And there's another correction, my mistake, for swine. Total live weight should be down 5%. It should be a minus instead of a plus. Basically, the weight of the animals was the same. Swine is sort of interesting because I'm averaging everything from 4-H projects to feeders to full sows. So the weight, it varies from year to year, but it tends to average out fairly similarly year to year as well. Pasture and range conditions. So always like to do a recap of the weather because it's always very hard to remember what the weather was like in our 14-15 rain year. So that's what that basically first paragraph is there. Again, very dry. You know, we were in this fourth year of where our start of the year just is very dry, very warm conditions. So we had minimal growth of annuals and warm, dry spring with the warm, dry spring conditions. Fourth year of drought stressed the range forage that's generally out there. So the take home are really the two bottom lines on this slide. The production was unchanged given the weather conditions, but the returns were up because those folks that had good range or good pasture available for lease or available for their animals, it was that much more valuable, just again being driven by the drought. So if you look in the crop report proper, you can see the valuations per animal unit on the range and forage. Timber, it's basically the same format that's in the crop report. The harvest volume was an increase of 5%. The stumpage value, so the valuation also went up 2%. So overall, there was an 11% valuation increase in our timber production for the county. Do want to note that for 2015, the timber valuation, if you compare the two, actually there's a graph in the very last page of the crop report that is wine grapes and timber, and you can see that they're basically approaching each other at this point. So timber was almost the same valuation of our wine grape crop for 2015. Nursery production, again, percent changes relative to 2014. Nursery is more or less holding its own. That 12.5% reduction in field acres, it looks like a lot, I guess percentage-wise it is, but we started with 32 and we're down to 28, so it's a 4-acre loss in that regard. Total valuation up, actually, so I think this is partly due to the economy. And again, this is in comparison to 2014. So 2014 was not as good as a year economically compared to what the nursery industry saw in 2015. And it is heartening. We are seeing more and more nurseries registering and coming online in the county. So it's good to see that there's still the entrepreneurial spirit and the desire for people to get into the nursery industry. And I would like to note, before taking questions, we typically provide a fish catch page in the crop report, and the Department of Fish and Wildlife has not yet published the data for 2015. We have been looking, but they just don't have the data out yet for us. Our staff is monitoring that, and as soon as the data becomes available, we will produce that page, included in the electronic version, obviously, of the crop report, and then amend any further printed versions as well. I wanted to mention that because it's not in the crop report as it's presented today. So with that, I'll take any questions. Or
I do appreciate the fact that you have showing some diversity of the crops in our county, including the rhododendron nursery from Fort Bragg.
Yes, this is a beautiful rhododendron nursery in Fort Bragg, and they They unfortunately have ceased business. They were really a victim of the economic conditions. They hung in there through 10 and 11, but couldn't hang in there any further. And there are dynamics. Very often these are family operations, and sometimes the kids don't really want to be a nurseryman, so many dynamics. But yeah, beautiful.
Okay, Supervisor Brown?
Thank you, Chair Jurdy. The Potter Valley Irrigation District did conduct a survey. I haven't seen the final results, but it had to do with the drought and less water and what the production was, what types of impacts, like for grass hay, the different clovers, and what are they seeing as they move into the future, and what all occurred. But it should be very interesting, and when I get the results, I'm sure I'll see them soon, I'll share them with you.
Thank you. Yes.
Because it's interesting to see their production and what has occurred.
In certain drought years, the NRCS folks and the folks that were out in the field making these assessments were starting to see that understory of clovers and these other types of vegetation that support the range generally were being impacted or weren't being impacted. So I too would be interested to see that when it's done. Thank you.
This will be irrigated pasture, so to speak, but much less production, and what they see is the long-term impacts.
And the hay production generally for the range and pasture, I didn't really bring it up, but hay production was down. Again, it just tends to be that way in a drought year if you're relying on Mother Nature, obviously, to irrigate for you. That's going to happen.
Chuck, you said you were going to explain the reason that the vegetable crop had gone down. I didn't quite catch your explanation.
Thank you. So, generally speaking, there were some economic drivers that have helped at the farmers market side of things with sales overall. The EBT
match.
The match was really a positive for the markets, and in the last year or two, the EBT match has been harder to attain for the markets to be able to have that there. They've been doing McFarm basically has been trying to do some fundraising and gathering resources to support what EBT they can, because they recognize that it's a very strong mover. So there's that on the actual purchasing side of it. On the production side of it, we did have some producers also that were affected by the drought as well. So there were impacts in that regard.
Okay. Okay, Supervisor Woodhouse.
Follow up on that same EBT question. Can you say specifically, because I know we've promoted it quite a bit, and it's working in my district, what is the problem with it? The farmers don't get as much money, or what is the problem with the program?
I'm probably not the best one to speak to this. I would recommend Scott Craddy with McFarm, or it's my understanding that there needs to be a purchased amount, if you will, that will offset that EBT amount for the producers at the end of the day. And that's, again, I might be flubbing this horribly, but I think that's the driver behind there being less EBT available, is that that funding level to support the offset back is not there.
Meaning that people aren't demanding the service, or using the service enough?
Probably Scott would be your best
Okay.
go-to on that.
Okay. Supervisor McCown?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move we accept the 2015 Mendocino County Crop Report.
Okay, we've got a motion.
Mr. Chairman, just before you go to a vote, I had one other thing I just wanted to ask Chuck very quickly to comment on. On page 8, where you talk about biological control, the biocontrol agents, those seem to be the actual pests, right? I was curious why they were called biocontrol agents. But then, I don't know, I just wanted you to just, real briefly just talk about this little section on page 8. And I mean, are we Are we launched into a biological control program on these pests? And is this what this signifies, how broadly we're applying that program currently?
So they're called biocontrol agents because most of these actually are imported. So star thistle's from the Mediterranean region originally.
Okay.
So there's a natural biocontrol agent in the Mediterranean area. So in the past, when there was a very strong biocontrol program at California Department of Food and Ag, the scientists would actually go to those regions, identify the biocontrol agents that were already in natural biocontrol agents for that region, bring them back, run them through USDA, quarantine, et cetera. They didn't want to release a new bug, if you will, into the environment that would attack corn or soybeans or natives as well. So it would go through, these biocontrol agents would go through a fairly long quarantine process and vetting process, if you will, at USDA lab back east. And then if they pass all that, then they're permitted to be released against that target pest. So that's why they're called biocontrol agents. They are native, but they're typically not native to the USA.
Okay.
For the most part. And as far as, did you
Go
have
ahead.
more? And as far as maintaining a program, CDFA canceled their biocontrol program with budget cuts in 2010. So these agents that are here were introduced prior to that and have managed to establish themselves to varying degrees, as referenced on the right. But there are no new biocontrol agents being introduced by CDFA. The University of California is working on one for Virginia creeper leafhopper for the grape industry. But CDFA's biocontrol program has basically ceased for the most part. So these agents have been established in the past and we're finding them out there. They're reproducing and maintaining their presence in the county.
Which is a positive thing.
It's a positive.
Yeah,
thing, yes.
okay.
It's you know
This is a horrible list.
Well, and you know the yellow star thistle, all these different agents that are out there, they work. Will they ever get control? Maybe not.
Yeah.
But they do either consume seeds or kill the stalks that flower heads are on and things like that.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Yeah.
Okay, do we have any public comments on the crop report? Not seeing any. Okay, we have a motion.
Go ahead.
We have a motion for approval of the crop report. Vote by the button.
Motion carries unanimously.
Thank you, Board. And I would just, in leaving, I would like to mention that also the local food policy council would be someone to contact relative to EBT as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Now we're on to item 5H, which is the discussion and possible approval of a proposed policy statement on marijuana and youth for local implementation as submitted by the Mendocino County Policy Council on Children and Youth. And the sponsor of this is the Health and Human Services Agency.
Good morning, Chair Jardy, members of the board. Tammy Moss Chandler, Director of the Health and Human Services Agency. It's my privilege today to introduce this item to you as your agency director. When this work has been happening for many months, even before I got here to Mendocino County, there's been discussions through your local policy council on children and youth, and the Children's Health Committee, that is a committee that's part of PCCY, the Policy Council on Children and Youth. There have been many discussions about the policies around marijuana and the impacts on youth. And it's my privilege to introduce to you Megan Van Sant, who's currently not only a Health and Human Services employee, but she's the local facilitator for the Children's Health Committee on the Policy Council on Children and Youth. And we're asking you today to consider the background that she shares with you, and that the advocates in our community have also come together to adopt this policy statement that we hope you will consider including in your legislative platform for your local policy decisions and activities in partnership with the region and the state. around policy development. We'd also like you to consider today including language based on this policy in your item later today in 6D, which is the ballot statements language that you'll be considering around marijuana in Mendocino County. And we'd also like you to consider adding some of the language from this ordinance in the local, from this policy statement in your local ordinance that you've been developing that'll be returning to your board next month or in the near future. So with that, I'll turn it to Megan to give you some additional background on this policy statement before you today.
Thank you. Thank you, members of the board, and CEO Angelo. Okay. I think it is now. Okay. So before we delve into the details of the policy, I wanted to give you a little background on how we got to this point and why we're here before you today. As Director Moss-Chandler explained, I am the facilitator of the Children's Health Committee this year. And in the beginning of the year in January, the committee spent some time through a facilitated process choosing the topic they wanted to prioritize for 2016. And the impact of marijuana on youth was the topic that they wanted to spend time on in 2016. The committee at the time, which has broad representation from community-based organizations and Health and Human Services Agency, felt that in the growing interest in developing marijuana policies, the voices and the impact on youth were not being heard, perhaps as loudly as we would have liked. So they were concerned that in a potential transition from an illegal product to a legal product, messaging for youth can get muddled when we spend a lot of time talking about the legalization of marijuana or how marijuana is safe in order to promote perhaps a legalization process. That messaging for youth can get very unclear, and we felt that some clear messaging and policy proposals around youth were necessary. So our request today is going to be threefold. If I can do this next. Oops. Yeah. We're going to ask you to consider this policy proposal and adopt it as part of your legislative platform. We're going to ask that you advocate with other North Bay counties to include the policy in the North Bay County's policy statement on marijuana. And then also ask that you include children and youth in the proposed taxation proposal that's going to be on the November ballot and that you're going to be discussing later today in item 6D. So before I get into the details of the policy statement, I'd like to highlight a few data points about marijuana and youth. The American Association of Pediatrics they're opposed to the legalization of marijuana, but understand that if it is legalized, they strongly recommend strict enforcement of rules and regulations that limit access, marketing, and advertising to youth. The American Association of Pediatrics also states that for adolescents, marijuana can impair memory and concentration, interfere with learning, and is linked to lower odds of completing high school or obtaining a college degree. It can alter motor control, coordination, and judgment, which may contribute to unintentional deaths and injuries. Regular use is also linked to psychological problems and a higher likelihood of drug dependence in adulthood. We're also learning some of the impacts of marijuana legislation in communities that have already adopted legalization or medical marijuana, further, clear regulations around medical marijuana. In Colorado, since legalization, there's been a 5 to 10-fold increase in the number of patients arriving at the hospital after consuming a marijuana edible, including an especially sharp increase for children and adolescents. Also in Colorado, drug-related school suspensions and expulsions have increased 32% since legalization of medical and now recreational marijuana use. So some of these other communities are beginning to see the impact of their legislation on youth, and we think it would make sense for Mendocino County to be especially prudent and prepare for those potential impacts early on in the process. In order to develop the policy statement, we've started by reviewing the North Coast County's policy statement on marijuana, but we found few specific references to children and youth. We then looked to examples from other states, but couldn't find any that really captured what we felt was necessary. We looked to policies that regulate alcohol and tobacco as examples, and we spoke with the Public Health Department in Colorado to learn more about their policies and processes. The policy before you is a result of that research, as well as input from numerous stakeholders, members of the Children's Health Committee, and the policy was endorsed by the Policy Council on Children and Youth, as well as the Mendocino County Health and Human Services Agency Advisory Board. The board of the Mendocino County Office of Education will be reviewing the policy next month as well. So I'd like to note that the children's advocates that were working on this policy were specifically and only looking at impacts on youth. We did not spend a lot of time looking at what was already in play around marijuana policies, but we're just looking at it with a youth focus, and we did that on purpose. We're not, the intention is really all about children. I'm just going to make some quick notes on the bullet points in the suggested language for youth prevention. The marketing section was modeled largely on regulations related to tobacco advertising. The labeling section was also based largely on existing tobacco regulations. The 1,000-foot limit, our suggested 1,000-foot limit on indoor and outdoor marijuana gardens and marijuana retailers, I did notice is consistent with the, I think it's consistent with the existing medical marijuana ordinance that the county has put forth, the 1,000-foot limit. And the tax revenue set aside, which is the final bullet point request on this policy statement, I just want to note that that is a request for a set aside of the existing, whatever taxes are put in play. It's not a request for an additional 20% tax on marijuana, but that there is a set aside of 20% of tax revenue generated that would be set aside for, with a focus on youth. I did want to note that the state of Colorado has set aside significant funds for youth prevention activities and of their what they call their marijuana cash tax fund, I believe. And with that, they have funded bullying prevention, youth substance abuse treatment, and even significant funding for youth-oriented activities like 4-H and FFA. So they have a well-funded and really, really great public awareness campaign for youth. I just want to flip through a couple slides just to give you a flavor of the focus that the state of Colorado has done. They have a campaign called Good to Know. It's focused on what's good to know about marijuana laws, particularly for youth. So it's very, it's formulated in a style that's appealing to youth, but not, it's not a don't do drugs type of messaging. It's very much giving information to youth so that they can understand the impacts of marijuana use. They really have a lot of focuses on the legal consequences for youth in using marijuana, what their impacts might be later in life, and tools for parents and coaches and teachers and what they call authoritative influencers in working with youth on how to think and prepare and hopefully limit their marijuana use. They have another really kind of cutting edge program called Protect What's Next that's focused direct to youth. It's almost too cutting edge for me, so I don't have any of those here, but it's really, it's a really neat campaign that's developed by professional for-profit marketers, actually. So again, I'm going to just review the request today before you today is to incorporate this policy statement into your legislative platform, to advocate with other North Bay counties, and to include children and youth in the proposed taxation. The Children's Advocate suggestion is that in item 60, which I know you're going to be visiting later today, the measure AI, should the county use the majority of the revenue for enforcement of marijuana regulations, enhanced mental health services, repair of county roads, and increased fire and emergency medical services, the Children's Advocates are requesting that you include a public marijuana education and youth substance abuse prevention topic in that list of items that could be funded with tax revenue. So that concludes my presentation, and I'm happy to answer any questions about how we got to this point.
So we should probably get some clarification on this, but my understanding is we've already submitted that question to the county clerk's office, so it can't be changed at this point. But I don't know if county council, do you have any information that's different than that?
No, what you've said is correct.
So we've already voted at two previous meetings on the language for the ballot measure. And so at this point, what's on the agenda is to draft an argument in favor of the ballot measure that's already on the ballot. As you'll note, it talks about should a majority of the funds, of course there is still the other part of the funds that are not part of that majority that would be spent on other items. So the ballot measure, the advisory measure is already written, and what's on the agenda is a suggestion that we, as a board, have some say in the argument in favor of that ballot measure. It's still, though, relevant. I think your last bullet point, that 20% of tax revenue is generated, is still relevant in the fact that the state funds, which the state tax is actually proposed at measure at a level much higher than the county's proposing, we could certainly advocate that this, as a percentage of the state funds, go towards these children activities. Just my initial take on what you're presenting here. Supervisor McCown, or Woodhouse?
Thank you. I just want to assure you that that is certainly my intention, I think all of ours, to support youth tremendously. And when you talk about enforcing marijuana regulations, that means enforcing the exposure to youth, the consequences to youth, the age use of when they're starting. So there's a lot of ways that we'll work with that, and as well as the item on mental health enhancement, that I think is our biggest concern about the effect on youth and then pushing them into mental health needs. And so there are plenty of opportunities for us to apply it within that general language, and that's certainly my intention of supporting youth. So thank you.
Okay, Supervisor McCown?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Well, it's true, we've adopted an advisory measure. It will be on the ballot. It does specify a majority of the funds raised by the marijuana tax, a majority of those funds, according to the advisory measure, where we're asking the public to tell the board, do you agree with this, would be used for marijuana enforcement, mental health services, road repair, and fire and emergency medical services. Obviously, a majority means not all. Without this, I'd be happy to have spent all of the funds raised by the tax on the items specified in the advisory measure. With this proposal in front of us, I don't have any issue with the board saying that by policy, 20% of those funds would be devoted to youth prevention. This is something I think we've all discussed and talked about. It's been brought up a couple of times. You know, there's no real reason it couldn't have been included in the advisory measure, except you don't want it to get too unwieldy. So anyway, I would certainly favor the board adopting by policy, independent of the advisory measure, that 20% of the funds raised would go to youth prevention. And I have no issue adopting the statement with one minor exception, the statement that this is in line with our current ordinance, and it's also in line with our currently proposed draft ordinance, with one small exception, and that's with the inclusion of the words "or homes" in the fourth bullet point. Currently, we don't have a 1,000-foot prohibition from homes. We have 100 feet from an occupied dwelling on another parcel. And
Can I
you know,
just
to
make-
me, this would not be the right place to rewrite our marijuana ordinance, so.
I think maybe she would give her.
Yeah, that's a bit of a misstatement in the statement. It was meant to say licensed child care center or licensed child care homes. So it was specific to licensed child care homes.
Or
I think
child care homes.
well, that was our mistake. But I do think Supervisor McCowan, you're right to point that out, because as this process went through with various stakeholder groups, we felt like we wanted to make it as broad as possible around youth-oriented facilities. Licensed child care center homes do crop up here and there. They come and go. It would be, I think, difficult to regulate, but I'd leave that to the judgment of the board to decide whether or not that made sense to keep in or not.
And also, child care centers are included within the definition of schools in the current county ordinance.
Great.
So that, again, that protection exists both in the current law and the proposed draft. So anyway, just clarifying that point, I have no issue adopting this statement.
Supervisor Brown?
Thank you, Chair Jurdy. I don't have a problem either. But I do want to point out a minimum of 20% of tax revenues. I don't think we should commit to that, given you never know what's going to be going on with the needs for mental health. We still have costs to consider for the actual ordinance itself, the staffing up. We have a lot on our plate. Not that I would be against it. However, I think taking a percentage and putting it out there, a minimum of, We did not discuss that for all the others. We just said a majority of the funds. You know, to me, striking those words should happen, but I'm certainly committed. Our family resource centers are wonderful places for every community, and they struggle with financing all the time. I would rather strike the minimum of 20%, but that the tax revenue generated be used for these types of programs. And I have no problem with adding this on our legislative platform. And in fact, I'll be going to the Rural Counties Association for tonight after the board meeting. And I do want to present this once we discuss it and pass it. I do want to present it to all the other rural counties that participate in that association, because I think it's very important. So I thank you.
Okay, we do have quite a few speaker cards here, so I want to go into that. The first one on the list here is from the Arbor Youth Resource Center, and then followed by Menica Olson.
Good morning. I'm Christine Hawley, and I'm the Arbor Program Supervisor, and I'm also the Director of the Drug-Free Communities Coalition that's ran out of the Arbor. And I'm here today with two of my youth board members that are going to speak on their perspective of this policy.
Hello, my name is Jasmine Kermrain, and I want to talk mostly on three topics: regulations, accessibility, and temptations. First, regulations, like with tobacco. It's like seeing if advertisements are 3 feet and below, it's for children. So obviously we should have that put onto marijuana also. And also like with the 1,000-foot in front of schools or childcare and stuff like that. Accessibility, obviously the age is at 21, which I think is perfect. But also, people may buy it and then sell it themselves. But I feel like if there is a limit on the amount that you can buy at one time, that would be not really a problem. And yeah, and do you want to say your part?
Hi, my name's Andrea. The three topics I'm going to, well, like 2 topics I'm going to be discussing are the limit. Is the advertising towards youth and children and all that. So like, if this thing does go through, it will help limit the amount of advertising, which will help youth resist the temptation of wanting to do marijuana. It will also limit the availability of them to be able to target youth. So yeah.
If you could please restate your name first and last name so the clerk can get it for the record.
Andrea.
And your last name?
Garcia.
Okay, thank you.
And I just forgot to mention that I forgot to bring up temptation. Like she brought up, when advertisements are obviously only going to be for adults, and it's going to be restricted to any youth, adolescents, or of that. I feel like that temptation is also going to be taken away, to where it won't be as accessible. They don't have the knowledge that it's there. They might hear it from somebody else, but they won't really be able to confirm it until they actually try to do something.
Okay, thank you. Menica Olson, followed by Jackie Williams.
Good morning. My name is Menica Olson. I'm the Communications Manager at First 5 Mendocino.
And my name is Townley Say. I'm the Raise and Shine Program Manager, also from First 5 Mendocino. First 5 Mendocino is an organization that, as many of you know, advocates for and supports children under the age of 5 and their families in our county.
First 5 Mendocino staff has participated in the drafting of the policy statement on marijuana and youth that Megan Van Sant has presented. In addition, the First 5 Mendocino Commission supports its adoption by the Mendocino County Board of Supervisors. We stand united with all our partners to be the voice of children and youth in our community.
As presented by Megan Van Sant, there are clear warnings from medical professionals about the harmful effects of marijuana on children and youth. but we specifically want to draw your attention to the effects on a developing child. Menika is going to shift now for just a minute and give a few examples as if she were a child born to a mother who consistently used marijuana while pregnant.
I was born just an hour ago. I don't know why, but I cry a lot. When people try to soothe me, it doesn't help. I can't sleep. I can't stop shaking. It is possible that I was born too early. My mother has tried to breastfeed me, but since I'm unable to stop crying, I'm having a really hard time. My mom is getting frustrated. She isn't holding me. I'm getting older now. I hear my mom say that I don't sleep much. I think my mom is tired a lot. My mom and dad yell. Sometimes I yell too. At preschool, I get in trouble. I hear the teachers say that I don't listen, but I kind of just forget the rules. My family seems to have a hard time understanding me when I speak. Sometimes I can't calm down. I have my own aid once I'm in first grade. I fidget in class, and I'm easily distracted. Teachers sometimes don't know what to do with me. I have a hard time solving problems and doing my own work. As I get older, I continue to have trouble learning, even with the help of aides. I go to the doctor often. My mom has to leave work to take me, and her boss doesn't like that very much. I hope she doesn't lose her job again. I'm an adult now. I work, but I don't know how long this one will last. It's hard to remember all of the things I'm supposed to do.
It can be difficult for researchers to study the short and long-term effects that marijuana has had on an unborn child. However, the research that has been conducted shows that children born to women who have used marijuana while pregnant are more likely to develop some kind of learning problem or other disability. The medical community agrees that it is best for pregnant women to avoid using marijuana.
As you can see, through every stage of a child's life, there have been stressors placed on the family, education system, as well as a dependency on the medical system that may or may not have been necessary had this child not been exposed prenatally to marijuana. Because of the long-term societal impacts of marijuana's use on children, First 5 Mendocino supports a tax on revenue generated from marijuana-related product sales to be utilized for educating youth and pregnant women on the risks and impacts involved with using marijuana. Thank you for considering this policy statement.
Thank you. Jackie Williams, followed by Mike Sweeney.
I'm Jackie Williams, and I'm here representing the Health and Human Services Advisory Board. We reviewed the work that Megan reviewed with you at our last meeting, and there's just ardent and kind of anxiety at the advisory board level to ask for your support. I think the probably simplest way that we think of this from a HHSA advisory board perspective is this is our chance to do prevention. Many of us are struggling now in caring for people that did not get appropriate prevention activities. We have a drug culture kind of run amok in our county, and there can be situations where children raised in families where the parents are using are already impacted and don't have the same shot other kids have. So with this new business endeavor coming our way, we want to not make that problem worse. If you were to walk into any of the transitional housing apartments at 4th Street right now, and there are 12, there's not a house there that doesn't have a parent there that is struggling to parent with some of these problems that the women from First 5 just talked to you about. So, our request is please let's prevent this from becoming worse and see if we can't even improve in the future.
Thank you. Mike Sweeney, followed by Laura Welter.
Mike Sweeney. This is an excellent discussion today, but there is something missing from the discussion. If the council is concerned about what the Board of Supervisors ordinance might include, they should be extremely concerned with Measure AF, which is on the ballot in this November election. It calls itself the Mendocino Heritage Act. Now, the council asked specifically that the 1,000-foot setback from schools and parks be retained in whatever ordinance comes forward. But the Mendocino Heritage Act would reduce that setback to 600 feet for schools and parks and it would eliminate any setback for other youth-oriented facilities, churches, and residential treatment centers. Measure AF would allow marijuana grows in any residential district, in any zoning district in this county, and grows could reach within 30 feet of a neighboring parcel and within 100 feet of a neighboring house on a different parcel, except in a mobile home park on a single parcel, there will be no setback requirements whatsoever. Measure AF would allow unlimited dispensaries in any commercial district. It would eliminate the role of the sheriff in enforcement of rules, and it would substitute a civil procedure that is so weak and so slow as to be non-existent. In reality, there would be a marijuana free-for-all in Mendocino County. You haven't seen anything yet, in other words. Voting begins in only 54 days on this measure. And so I urge the council to be concerned with Measure AF. That's the Council on Youth Policy, and anyone else in this county who is concerned about the environment or about the quality of life in Mendocino County. And I think that elected officials should also take notice of this, because any efforts that you may have to pursue local control through the processes of the Board of Supervisors, they are futile. If this measure passes, it would supersede any action that you might take. So I urge everyone here to take action now to defeat Measure AF.
I think Laura Welter, followed by Tarney Sheldon.
Good morning. My name is Laura Welter, and I work over at Safe Passage Family Resource Center in Fort Bragg. Occasionally, I come to Ukiah to attend a meeting, and an interesting one that I attended back in April was the Children's Action Committee led by Megan Van Sant. The main topic on the agenda that day was the policy statement on marijuana and youth. The group looked at Megan's draft and had a rich discussion while suggesting changes and additions to what was eventually led to Draft 4, the version that you have before you today. I have shared this proposed policy statement with several groups that I meet with regularly, including the Mendocino Coast Child Abuse Prevention Council, the Family Resource Center Network of Mendocino County, the Drug Free Communities Grantee Meeting, which includes agencies from Ukiah, Laytonville, Wallala, and Fort Bragg. And next week, I will share this document with a Fort Bragg group called CGAP, the Coalition for Gang Awareness and Prevention. All of these groups have in common an interest in the well-being of our county's youth and families. I believe I can say that each of these groups thought that the policy statement, such as the one you're considering today, is a good idea. Personally, I believe that even though the propositions on the November ballot will explicitly state that recreational use of marijuana will only be legal for adults, it is naive of us as decision makers to fail to plan ahead for the impact that this will undoubtedly have on the teenagers in our communities. Let's be smart and proactive and begin to build a framework to keep our youth and families informed about their choices and informed about the risks involved as Mendocino County and our entire state wrangles with this complicated issue of recreational marijuana use. Thank you.
Tarney Sheldon, followed by Sharon Hildebrand.
Hi, my name is Tarney Sheldon, and I come here with my many hats on. My hat as a member of the Children's Health Committee, who helped formulate this policy, and through my work at NCO, and then also with my mom hat, because I can't leave that off. I was going to say that one first. That's always first in my mind. However, I'll talk just a little bit more from the business angle of this, is that I really think that my sense is that you all have the intent, the same intent as what's written in this policy, and that is fabulous if that is the case. However, I really would like to see the policy language written in stone, because I know as a resident of Redwood Valley that when policy language is not written in stone, for instance, the Dollar General store, then you don't get you have some nebulous thing like, oh, the community character, smart growth, and it's not defined, then there's issues later down the road. And so I would recommend that this policy statement be included so that issues down the road don't come up in that same sense. I'm also here as a member of a coalition through IHSS, which is the Community Health Improvement Plan that's happening through the Planning and Prevention Unit there. And just to let you know, they do have one of their 5 groups focusing on different policy areas. One of them is on childhood trauma. And so there is a broad coalition of people working on that through an IHSS initiative to do community health improvement planning. And we're having a meeting on September 15th, if any of you want to attend that and weigh in. And then thirdly, I'd just like to put my mom hat on. I've got 2 kids in middle school. Of course, I talk to them about drugs. I talk to them about advertising. And I think that they would hopefully make good decisions, but anything that we can do to help them navigate the difficult world of, weird little candies that look really yummy but might be laced with medical marijuana, or not medical, but marijuana, or however they do that, I would like help with that. As a parent, I can talk with them about it, and but if there are, good packaging and labeling and marketing standards that would help with my job, that would be much appreciated. Thank you.
Sharon Hildebrand, followed by Norman Duvall.
Good morning. My name is Sharon Hildebrand. I am the director of the Court-Appointed Special Advocate Program, both in Mendocino and Lake counties. I also facilitate the Children's Action Committee, which is another standing committee of your Policy Council on Children and Youth. I also have work with the Lake, Mendocino, Humboldt, and Del Norte counties as a regional coordinator for child abuse prevention. Today, I would like to encourage you to support this policy, but we are in a unique position in that we can be proactive and learn from surrounding states that have legalized marijuana. Specifically, I'll speak to Colorado. And if we are to learn from the past, and that would be taking what Colorado has experienced with youth medical marijuana use, then please let's apply it to our future. So I'm going to be citing from a document. It was a practical guide for law enforcement that Colorado's legalization of marijuana and the impact on public safety. This is specific to youth. And there's a widely cited article in the Lancet Psychiatry Journal that states that studies have shown that marijuana use daily before the age of 17 are 60% less likely to finish high school or college, 7 times more likely to commit suicide, and 8 times more likely to use addictive drugs later in life. Also, Colorado, since their legalization, has seen the greatest percentage of youth marijuana use in 10 years, based on the latest national survey on drug use and health. Youth ages 12 to 17 reported using marijuana in the past month at a rate almost 40% higher than the national average. We are in the unique position of being proactive and learning from lessons of other states. And we ask that you support this policy and make it very firm going forward in your legislative actions in supporting youth and families in our community. As you've already directed many of your departments, as you have heard, that are working on trauma-informed practices, making our community trauma-informed. If we are not proactive and supporting educational opportunities and supporting programs that work with youth, we're going to be trauma weary going forward, which is going to cost this county millions and millions of dollars. I do want to let you know that my board at CASA supports this policy and recommends that you move forward with it, implementing it into all policies that you draft. Thank you.
Norman Duvall, followed by, can't quite read this name here. Condley?
Norman Duvall, good morning. This can set a future policy for Mendocino County that is absolutely as equal, if not more important, than any plan that you can, or change amendment that you can do for the general plan. What's happening here today is going to be the future of this county. If we do not protect our children, who else will, and when will that happen? Already, in the statistics I pulled off the state and other informative sources yesterday, our educational attainment is below state average. Our SAT scores are below, our SAT scores are below the state average, and that's from the LA Times. Our child death rate is above the state average. Our high school dropout rate already is above the state average. I support this policy. In my own opinion, it doesn't go far enough. In my opinion, we should do everything we can to prohibit and not enable children to have access to marijuana. On the news last week, the effects of secondhand smoke of marijuana is dangerous. It's powerful. It has an effect. Relative to Measure AF, I urge that the board and county council look at the definition of the word parcel. There isn't any definition in the list of definitions in the measure. And as we all know, an assessor's parcel does not a planner's parcel make. And there is a much larger number of parcels in the assessor's office than there is in the planning department. Thank you.
This card's from someone from Redwood Community Services. I just can't read the name.
Really?
Oh, it's Camille. Okay.
Yeah, sorry. Good morning. Camille Schrader with Redwood Community Services. Redwood Community Services serves 600 children and youth every year. We have recently, in the last 3 years, been responsible for the crisis and crisis response for Mendocino County children and youth up to age 25, and as of July 1st are now responsible for the adult crisis response. And as we all know, and certainly the public knows, and those of us who have family members and people we care about, the issues around dual diagnosis in the adult population and the struggles with being able to intervene for mental health when you also have a co-occurring drug and alcohol disorder is very, very complicated and difficult. And I argue that mental health services in this initiative could actually also be interpreted towards dual diagnosis services that could affect the effects of marijuana. But for the purpose of this conversation, I really want to focus on children and youth in trauma. And the adults that we see may or may not have been traumatized children and youth. We don't know. We are now trying to help make their lives better and to give them some sense of security and safety and long-term health in the mental health side. But we have a tremendous amount of knowledge around the effects of drugs and alcohol on children and youth. And children in trauma are particularly vulnerable because they have been affected by child abuse and neglect. They've been affected by family violence. They've been affected by significant fight or flight and safety issues that make it difficult for them to learn, difficult for them to trust. Their emotional regulations are off kilter, and their physical concerns are significant because of trauma, because of child abuse, because of violence, because of feeling unsafe in the universe. That makes them at very high risk for trying to find ways to soothe themselves. And adolescence, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, every child is going to experiment, and every child is going to try and find ways to explore. Children in trauma will find a way much more highly to drugs and alcohol, and marijuana has to be dealt with. And it's shocking to me, actually, that this policy went forward and you can't change our county policy to include how we're going to protect, educate, train, and actually do something towards the effects of this initiative on children and youth. It's surprising that, Megan says we came late to the game, late to the party, didn't realize the party was happening. I really hope that we are able to, and I also don't think that 20% is too much to ask. I don't think that 20% of a dedicated funding stream towards the protection, education, and prevention for the youth in our community, who will later be our young adults, they will be our mothers, they will be our fathers, they will be our community leaders, is too much to ask. So thank you very much, and I really, truly hope that we support this policy and that we do anything we can on the statewide level to bring those dollars towards prevention. Thank you.
Do we have any other speakers in this item? Okay, back to the board. We've had some comments already. Does anyone want to make some closing comments or a motion?
Well,
Supervisor Hamburg.
Mr. Chairman, I'm certainly glad to support this. I agree with Supervisor Brown's comments about the 20% and not getting to that level of specificity, but I certainly think that, and also as a member of the PCCY and First Five, I totally agree with with what's being proposed here and of the need to educate our youth. I can't help but point out one thing that always bothers me when we get into this discussion, which is if you looked under Roman numeral 5, youth prevention, the first bullet, if you changed the word marijuana to the word alcohol, you would cause a huge explosion through this county, this state, and this country. If you said marketing and advertising of alcohol to youth must be prohibited in accordance with the same guidelines used to regulate tobacco, then it talks about sporting events that are sponsored by by alcohol companies. You look at television and radio advertisement. So all I'm saying is we're giving, I know this is, everybody knows this, but I can't help but state it. It's a very mixed message to give our kids that they should stay away from marijuana, and yet our society promotes youth alcohol use. And if you don't know what I'm talking about, you need to watch a little more TV, or watch what's on billboards, or watch what's on the radio. I mean, our entire national sports establishment is run to promote alcohol and cars. But that's a part that just always really bothers me, that we're not protecting our youth better from alcohol. And you might have seen the federal government took 2 steps last week that are very contradictory regarding marijuana. They took a step, on the one hand, to leave marijuana as a Schedule I drug, along with heroin and cocaine and, methamphetamine and all that. And on the other hand, they opened up marijuana research to any licensed research institute in the country. So instead of just having marijuana being grown at the University of Mississippi, where it's been grown for the last 40 or 50 years for a select group of researchers and patients, it will now be experimented with across the country by any university or research institute that chooses to do so. So there's a lot of mixed messages out there, but I think as far as trying to keep our youth away from marijuana, I totally agree with that, and I wish we could do a better job of keeping them away from alcohol. Because I think if you looked at which one is more of a scourge to our youth and to the brains of youth and to pregnant mothers and to families, and which is more connected to child abuse and all the different things we talk about in here all the time and that HHSA is dealing with 24/7, it would be hard to pick which one is more dangerous. So I just had to include that in the discussion. But I'm glad to move that we adopt this policy as is before us. And I don't know if there's something else I need to include in the motion.
Second for discussion.
Okay. Go ahead.
Okay, Supervisor McCown.
Well, there's a couple of things aside from the issue of percentage, which is still in there, but I understand you prefer to take that out, and we can get to that. I have some minor things that I think improve it, because this initially was put forth by the Children's Health Committee of the Policy Council on Children and Youth and the Child Abuse Prevention Commission. So, and then was adopted by the larger body. So rather than have it read the Children's Health Committee, I think it would be an improvement to say the Policy Council on Children and Youth / Child Abuse Prevention Commission recognizes. So this statement is coming from them. And then further in that first paragraph where it says the committee recommends, we would say we recommend, consistent with the previous change, so that it's speaking for the PCCY.
Where was that?
In the first paragraph, the first line, we would replace Children's Health Committee with PCCY.
Gotcha.
And then further on in that paragraph where it says the committee recommends, it would say we recommend.
Okay.
And I think that would be consistent. A very minor change down in the third bullet point from the bottom, I think it does provide a little clarity if we strike the S on homes, so that it would say licensed child care center or home, making clear it'd be only a licensed home. And those all seem to be pretty acceptable. On the issue of the last bullet point, where it currently reads a minimum of 20%, and again, I'd be okay with that. You know, there's a huge unmet need here that partly explains the statistics that former Supervisor Duvall cited, and there's probably about 20 more statistics where we either rank higher than we should or lower than we should, affecting children. You know, double the rate statewide of child abuse and neglect. I mean, there's so many things that could be cited, and I see Megan Van Zant nodding her head because you're aware of those negative indicators. So if 20% is too high, could we at least say a minimum of 10%?
All I was suggesting is, and I don't know if County Council wants to chime in, but we didn't set percentages earlier with the advisory that was going on the ballot. And I'd been thinking about this would have been included bullet point of what we're going to support. A minimum of 20%. I think it should say funds of the tax revenue generated.
Can I add?
With a minimum of 20% struck. But, you know, I'm okay with that. I think I have a legacy of support for youth organizations throughout this county. The majority of the funds, small amount of funds that we were able to use as individual supervisors, the vast majority of my funds went to support youth in Mendocino County, especially within my district. So I don't have a problem with it. I hate to tie hands. It may be 50% of the money, but where we didn't allocate or even think about it, and I don't think we could for a ballot measure, or we get into 67% rather than the 50, I think it's only fair that funds of the tax revenue generated be used rather than a minimum of 20%. And I understand that they want to be there, they want to get in it, but I think they need to understand too that we don't want to tie the hands of a future board, and we have to look at that money. We have to be able to cover our costs, or otherwise other programs and services we provide may be impacted from the startup of this ordinance and everything we have to do to meet state law.
And I think there could be a way of just slightly recharacterizing this paragraph to deal with what I think is really the two revenue sources. One is the state revenue source. They're looking at, I think, 15%. They're looking at a higher tax than the county is. Mm-hmm. And then there's the county tax. And so I think a compromise that could work for everybody would say a portion of local and a minimum of 20% of state tax revenue generated, et cetera, et cetera. That way, our position would be, we're saying a portion of the local tax, and we're agreeing that 20% of the state should. And the reason why I'm saying that is because if you look at the revenue that the state's going to collect, what are they likely to fund with this? They are likely to fund youth prevention programs with this. They're not going to fund county roads with the state tax. They are not going to fund fire and emergency services with the tax, and they're not going to fund county mental health with the tax.
I think your suggestion is great. Thank you.
Now we turn to the maker of the motion.
Yeah, I go along with that, and I think that's a good compromise.
So that it would be a portion of local funds and a minimum of 20% of the state tax?
State tax.
Something to that effect.
Chair Jurdy, I believe that staff would like to comment.
I think Megan Vincent has a suggestion just to add to that would further address the intent of the...
Yeah, I don't want to further muddy. It looks like you're coming to a conclusion here, but I did a very brief look at the plans for the state tax if the ballot initiative Prop 64 passes, and there is a portion dedicated to youth prevention. But my understanding from that, and based on my experience watching large pools of money at the state level, is the likelihood of it coming down to a local use and actually being locally available for our family resource centers for some of the programs that we want to happen gives me pause. There's definitely a set aside at the state level for youth prevention activities, but whether that's going to be relevant to our local community with the particular challenges we have in Mendocino County, which are not the same that other counties have, in terms of a cultural acceptance of marijuana in this county, the messaging we may want to use in our community could be very different than what the state comes up with. So I do have a little bit of hesitation about that. I would like to put out as a possibility of considering the language of a goal of 20% of the tax revenue, local tax revenue be set aside for these youth prevention activities, but I'll leave it to your judgment to make.
Well,
If I may, it sounds like you're not confident that the state tax is going to result in additional funding for Mendocino County?
I'm not confident. So I'm speaking a little bit outside of my knowledge level here, but in the reading that I did of the proposition on the ballot right now, I'm not confident that the set aside for youth prevention was meant to be given down to local communities. I'm not confident of that at all. I don't think it was specific. I think it was a large amount of money that would stay at the state level. I've just seen in the past what happens, as you have all, with large amounts of money that are stayed at the state level for an intention that does not always make it down to the local level. We don't know what's going to happen with this transition. We're in kind of a lot of chaos here. So how much money is going to be generated, how it's going to come down, all of those things I think are still unknowns that you've all been struggling with for several months. So the idea of a goal of a minimum set aside for children, I think would make sense. It doesn't tie your hands, and I think it'd be palatable to local voters.
Mr. Chairman, just as maker of the motion, I want to say that I would like to stick with the language that's kind of been suggested by both Supervisor Brown and Chair Jurdy.
And
I don't want to, I said that with respect to the whole advisory measure, that I think it's very difficult for the board to project what kinds of funding emergencies are going to come down the line, and they do seem to keep coming. So I'm just reluctant to tie our hands.
so someone made a motion, I believe.
Yeah,
well,
I did.
there's currently a
I
motion
thought there
on-
was a second.
There was.
And there's a second to the motion. And I think these changes to the first paragraph were both accepted, and the striking the S on homes, and
Right.
maybe this last one is still in play a bit. I hear all the comments. We do have, I'll go along with whatever the majority is willing to support. What we're adopting here is a policy, so it doesn't carve it in stone that at any budget hearing, the board can deviate. But, frankly, given the need that is out there, given the direct link to many of these issues and our, frankly, culture of, drug abuse and alcohol abuse, the same, these funds will benefit children impacted by alcohol or drugs or whatever other traumatic childhood experiences they've suffered, or ideally preventing.
And we have we have many programs. I'm not saying we have enough, but we have many programs in this county that aim to do that. Our much of the work in our family resource centers is around building families, and part of that is discouraging, drug and alcohol abuse. So, this is not the, and I think we all have a tendency, or at least I have a tendency to think whatever issue is before us at the moment is we've already put 4 things in that advisory, and I have no problem with taking this policy and putting it in our legislative manual. I know it's too late to add it to the advisory, but I think the entire board feels like this is really important. But you could make a new motion, and I'll be be in the minority. But I would like this to say that a portion of the tax revenue generated must be earmarked for local prevention activities. Maybe we should take out "and statewide," since the state's going to take care of the statewide.
That would be a good team.
So,
Well, how about this? I think this, we're getting too deep into the weeds here, but I think what may be consistent with what Chair Jurdy had said and would line up with what Supervisor Brown was mentioned, and also you, a portion of local tax revenue and a minimum of 20% of state tax revenue generated from, et cetera.
well, of course, we can say anything we want about the state. We just don't have any
Well,
authority over it.
I'm just trying not to change the statement too much. So instead of a minimum of 20% of the tax, we would say a portion of local tax revenue and a minimum of 20% of state, and all the rest would read the same.
And then that would properly go in our legislative program.
Yeah.
Correct.
In other words, that we would petition the state to spend at least 20% of the revenue they gain from marijuana on youth prevention. And I certainly don't have a problem with that.
So we may have a motion.
Okay. Supervisor Brown?
Thank you, Chair Jurdy, and I would like to make sure, because I keep hearing, I want to see what we have, for sure. And then I also would like staff, so I don't forget, I really want it put together, whatever we decide, so I can take it to the Rural Counties Association tomorrow. I think it's important to share this with all the other rural counties in the state, so thank you.
Do you want to reread the motion?
So I have the amendments as revised. The first paragraph, replace committee with the words Policy Council on Children and Youth. Add we recommend. On the third bullet point, strike the S on homes, so licensed child care center or home. And the last bullet point, the revision, a portion of the local tax revenue generated and a minimum of 20% of state tax generated from blank, blank, blank.
The first change would be Policy Council on Children and Youth / Child Abuse Prevention Commission. It's on the item.
And then, could I thought the suggestion was or home, but to put or licensed child care.
Well, if we strike the S, it's clear it would refer to licensed child care homes.
Okay, so you're not going to add those words, because you had suggested that in the beginning, Supervisor.
If it says licensed child care center or home, I think it's clear that it would be a licensed home.
Okay.
And I think that was the intent.
Mm-hmm. That was the intent.
Okay.
Okay, I think we're clear on the motion, and I think we're all in, sounds like we're all in agreement. So we'll vote by the button.
Motion carries unanimously.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We are a little bit behind on our 10:30 timed item, but maybe we could give ourselves a 5-minute break. 10.
Yes.
Okay, at 60 minutes after 11, we'll start our 10:30 item, which is a discussion and possible acceptance of a report regarding the Mendocino County Animal Shelter.
Good morning, Chair Jurdy and Board, Executive Office. We first have our regular meeting with our shelter dog of the meeting, and this is Toto. He's also featured in our short video, but we wanted to have you see him in person. Toto came to us as a stray. He's been recently available for adoption. He's been up for adoption for about, I want to say 10 days or so. He's ready to go as soon as he's had his neuter surgery. He's a friendly guy. He thinks he's a little tough around big dogs, but most small dogs do. So here he is, and come and get him. Or we'll Thank you. So we'd like to kind of start off our presentation today with a short video. I know it's been difficult for everybody to get down to the shelter, so we'd kind of like to bring the shelter to you. Thanks to Scott and the Executive Office for making this available, so that this is just some of the goings on, as well as a little overview of our recent Clear the Shelter event. So.
Welcome to Mendocino County Animal Care Services, also known as the Shelter. As we enter the public lobby, we have pictures and flyers for sponsored animals whose fees, all or part of, have been paid for by the public or animal rescues and organizations. One of our top priorities is cleanliness, in order to maintain a healthy, safe environment for the animals, public, and employees. This is part of our current upgrades to the physical shelter. An exterior door is being installed into the cat isolation room so humans and animals are routed to the outside instead of through other rooms and areas containing healthy cats. This will help reduce disease transmission between animals. We also have an on-site clinic for community and shelter spay and neuter surgeries, as well as an area for our contract veterinarians and staff technicians to treat shelter animals. Occasionally, we receive visits from other shelters and rescue organizations, such as the Sonoma Humane Society. We transfer suitable animals to these organizations to reduce overcrowding and to help them find forever homes in other areas.
There's Toto.
Every dog that is placed for adoption is evaluated for behavior and then placed with adopters that are best suited them. Some dogs are loners, some don't care for cats, some are timid, and some love everyone. We try to arrange the best matches for the dogs and the adopters. Another way we share our shelter dogs with the public is through social media using photographs of the dogs at play. We have volunteers that are professional photographers that come in and take photos of adoptable pets. This allows the individual animal's unique personality to be shared with the community and beyond via our website and Facebook page.
Aren't you, Judy?
We also participated in the National Clear the Shelter Day, a nationwide promotional event featuring free or low-cost adoptions on July 23rd. It was a huge success, with 45 of our resident animals being adopted. We had help from volunteers and local 4-H so we could assist all of those wonderful folks that showed up to adopt. Here's a look at that.
Okay, Supervisor Brown, you have a comment?
My comment is, I think that video should go to our public TV station.
We'll share it with them, yes.
Okay, great, thank you.
Okay, now for kind of a quick update over and above the...
Excuse me, I'm
yeah.
sorry, Supervisor McCowan, I think.
I'm sorry.
Thank you. Before we go further, although it was rather belated, I did request an organizational chart and copy of job descriptions for those in a supervisorial capacity at the shelter. Assistant CEO Flora, I think, told me that you would be bringing those with you, so I wonder, do we have those, and could they be distributed?
Well, I have, if I may, I have one that was a earlier draft, which I guess is consistent with the current situation. And then, of course, the job descriptions are available on our website, but we can print copies and share them with the board if you would like.
Well, or attach them to the item would be fine.
Okay, we'll have that taken care of as the presentation goes
So they
forward.
could be uploaded onto the website? And what about a few copies for the back of the room, for people who can't log online?
Okay, sorry, I had sent those and electronically. We just had a little bit of difficulty finding some of those. Some of the stuff is older, and we are in the process, when I say we, myself and the executive office, looking at those job descriptions, and a lot of them still refer to animal control instead of animal care, and to processes that we no longer participate in and don't address processes that we do participate in. So those are being updated, and we'll go through that process, hopefully without changing the scope of duties for those particular positions, but to make it more reflective of what's currently being done. So that is part of some of the things that aren't necessarily on the matrix nor on the update, but those are the sort of things that we're still working at as well. So that
So it
is
sounds like
being
you're
done.
making a notation that there's some aspects of this are out of date, but what we're going to see.
There are things in there that, yeah, are no longer current, like I said, either just due to title or due to job descriptions that have been since passed off to through animal control through the sheriff's department. So anyway, I kind of wanted to give you an update of where we are so far in 2016. And when I say so far this year, this intake number is as of July 31st. We've had an intake of 1,298 animals. Our combined live release rate through the end of July is 90%. It's 95% for dogs and 85% for cats. With the large number of cats that we've had come in, there was a few necessary euthanasias due to poor health and that sort of thing, but the intake of cats was over 150. So there's been some, it's dropped somewhat from, the combined was 92%, it's down to 90, and I expect it'll go back up now that the cats are out and getting adopted and with positive results. Of those, we've returned 318 to the owners, and as of yesterday, we had 73 dogs and 124 cats in the shelter. That 124 cat number is not necessarily individual cats. That includes mothers with litters of kittens that are housed together in the condos, as you saw in the video and that sort of thing. So it's actually gone down by about 40 animals since this time last month. So we still have some regularly coming in, but the intake is slowing down. Do you have the caravan services? We're trying to get that out in the community more than what we had, and we're having some success, and we're training additional staff. Shelter staff are being trained to assist in the caravan. As we increase the number of hours and days that's out in the community, we have to provide more staff to assist the RVT. She can no longer do it alone as it becomes more popular. For the first 6 months, the caravan has spayed and neutered 235 cats and 207 dogs, along with a huge number of vaccinations that are given on site between, I believe it's 10 and 12. And we've been to Willits, Covelo, Laytonville, Fort Bragg, and Manchester. Manchester twice. We're in Willits today. I believe Laytonville is set up for next week. We have a day in October scheduled for Fort Bragg, and we're trying to get one between now and October, trying to get one in September. We're trying to encourage veterinarians, to make that long drive, and so we're looking at some ways to compensate them better for that time on the road as well. And our goal by the end of this year is to have the caravan in communities at least 2 days a week, if not more. So again, it depends on veterinary staffing as well as shelter staffing. On our volunteers, we've had 2 meetings since the beginning of the year. We've developed a volunteer handbook. We've got some black and white copies. The nice color slick copies are at our county printers, and we should have those within a few days. We've tried to ramp up our foster program with monthly orientations, and right now we're in the process of putting together a more complete foster handbook, and it'll be available by September. So that's kind of where we're at. Our spay-neuter coordinator, our adoption coordinator is also our volunteer coordinator, and she's trying to lend more time to that. The primary focus in the last few weeks, of course, is always getting dogs out and adopted, dogs and cats. But we're kind of ahead of the curve on that for the moment, so we're shifting to trying to provide more opportunities for volunteers. One of the things that we do use volunteers a lot on is coordination with rescues. And so far, through the end of June, 350 animals have been transferred to other rescues. And this shows a picture of Pilots for Paws taking a couple of dogs up to rescues that we work with in Washington and Canada. We work with local rescues, faraway rescues, breed-specific rescues. These are all choices that sometimes dogs that are not particularly adoptable out to the public that may have behavior or health issues. There are rescues that specifically deal with those dogs, and dogs in particular. We try to reach out to them before other decisions are made regarding that dog's disposal or future. We also have a really successful barn cat program and work with other cat rescues as well, but where people can come and get for not predator, but for vector control for rodents. They can come and get cats at no charge that have been spayed and neutered and introduce them out there at their ranches or more rural places where the cats have a purpose with rodent control especially. As I mentioned before, we've had the new county webpage up and running. It's hard to see our address on this, the blue on the black, but we did get some stats, and we've had almost 7,000 visits and over 57,000 page views since March. So we're pretty excited about that. It's a really useful tool. Every day at the end of the day, we update the adoptable animals on there. So the information is current, and we urge everybody, even when they call looking for animals, to look there and then get back to us on what they see, because it is current. One of the opportunities both for volunteers and staff, and primarily for the dogs in the shelter, is a methodology, a program called Dogs Playing for Life. This was developed specifically to provide good behavior analysis of dogs that were in the kennel, as well as a way for them to continue to socialize with other dogs and people safely and in a way that maximizes the amount of time they get spent with and reduces the actual number of hours if we were doing it one by one dog per one dog. It's used throughout the country at many large and rural shelters, and so we've contacted them and set up a 3-day training. I have tentative dates, but I don't want to announce them yet because I want them firm, but it will be in September. It's 3 days. It'll be a Sunday, Monday, and Tuesday. No, I'm sorry. Saturday, Sunday, Monday. The shelter will be closed that Saturday so that we can focus completely on this. It will be mandatory training for all staff that handle dogs, which is pretty much everybody. And it will be a free training and recommended highly for volunteers as well as other people of the public, providing that they're able to deal with the issues regarding, regarding injury and that sort of thing. We have them sign a waiver so that the county's not held responsible. The training is really, really expensive. It's $7,500 for 3 days, but based on applications that we submitted and that sort of thing, we were provided a complete scholarship with grant funds by corporate sponsors through the Dogs Playing for Life. So other than the fact that we won't be paying staff, obviously, to be there, and we'll probably provide some things for the volunteers that are going to be there, water, that sort of thing. It's going to be held at no cost to the county other than staff costs. So I think this is a direction we really want to look at going as far as providing adequate stimulation for the dogs, adequate opportunities for us to assess their behaviors, and like I said, this is the only methodology and program that I'm aware of that was designed specifically for shelter dogs. And so that's why I'm leaning in that direction, along with its success and adoption by so many shelters nationwide. We've actually finally sat down, well, not sat down, but via email with UCD Correct Shelter Medicine Program that provides the consultations. We're tentatively scheduled for site visits in November and December. We're providing them with additional information. And they say it takes anywhere from 2 to 4 weeks once they make the site visit to provide the written recommendations, at which time we'll bring back the result and the recommendations both to the board and to the public for discussion, implementation, and see where we are and where we need to go. The other thing that I've looked around and haven't been able to find, although there may be one, but I'd like to at least look at it, is a mission statement for the shelter. With public input, obviously with the board's input, and so that we can have that overarching goal in our mind at all times as we develop policy and put programs in place. And based on those consultation recommendations, as well as monetary restraints and budget restrictions, I'd like to develop a 3-year capital improvement plan for further physical improvements to the shelter. I have some ideas of what we need to do, but I don't want to spend great amounts of money or time until that's reflected and along with that consultation and looked at in a programmatic manner so that we can start, take pieces of it, add on to that over the following years. And then the other thing is to continue to provide staff training whenever possible to assist them in doing their jobs and give them more knowledge in all aspects of shelter operations, customer service, behavior analysis of dogs and cats, as well as clinical and animal health issues that we deal with as a shelter, and particularly because we have a clinic with the public coming in there as well. So there's a variety of things that we're trying to focus on. We're doing more in-house trainings. I'm separating out the primary functions, clinic, shelter, and administration. And every week with one of those, we're holding an in-house, at least 1 hour a week, training. And some of those, such as cleanliness and disease transmission, go across the borders of those individual functions, but there are specifics to each function that we want to work on, communicate about, as well as have the same protocols in place and be trained to do it. So that's where we are right now. Lots of things going on, as you saw, hammers going, paintbrushes, working with the dogs, so it's still pretty exciting out there. And you have the matrix. If you have any questions about that, ask me. I won't go through it one by one unless you want me to. for the most part, with the exception of the livestock, the improvement to the livestock holding areas, we're on target with all of the medium-term goals, which were our August goals. And pretty much everything is in progress. Some aren't completed just due to the nature of scheduling consultations and trainings and that sort of thing, but they've all been addressed, and so we're moving forward in the way that this board agreed that was a good way to go, and I think we're making significant progress.
Okay, I think you do have some questions or comments. Supervisor Brown?
Thank you, Chair Jurdy. I wanted to ask, looking at the matrix about create livestock holding areas, I think we used to have an agreement with the fairgrounds.
Actually, we have contracts with several boarding stables, but the problem is when goats, pigs, sheep, those sort of things come in the back of the animal control truck, we need a safe place to place them for...
Until you can get them.
Until we can either move them somewhere else, or in some cases they can stay there until they're adopted. We've done that with a few goats. It worked out well. So we have more options, but I want to make sure that the places that we have are safe, as well as being able to be clean as well. So we do have facilities set up outside of the area, but sometimes they come.
Okay, Supervisor McCowan?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So in the short-term goals, the third item from the bottom is complete dog evaluations within 3 days. And the comment is that's currently being done. And that would be 3 days, not necessarily from when a dog arrives, but when it's been released from any hold that might be on it.
That's correct. 3 days from the end of the hold period.
And is there a hold period for every animal that comes
Yes.
in?
Even owner surrenders, state law requires us to keep them for the day that they come in and 4 business days after that. The first 3 of those business days they're to be held for the owner only to come back in if they change their mind. I don't know why they don't end it at 3 days, but that's the way the state law reads, and that's what we have to abide by. The 10-day hold is a hold where stray animals, if you find a dog running through your neighborhood and you bring it in, or if animal control brings it in with no known owner, it's held for 10 calendar days, plus the day it came in. So the time clock starts the day after they're brought into the shelter. So it varies.
So is this true even if the animal has some obvious injury, or wouldn't we treat the injury?
We always treat it. They're evaluated upon intake. They're not just put back into a kennel and ignored for that whole period. When the animals are brought in, they're assessed. If they need immediate treatment and a veterinarian isn't on site, we ask either animal control if they're bringing it in, or we as staff take it to our contract veterinary hospitals, which at this point in time are Mendocino and Yoqueo. We immediately take them there. If it's something minor, like fleas or that sort of thing, there are veterinary protocols in place, and those things are addressed immediately, and they are treated during their hold. They're just not available for adoption.
So then, once the hold period is up, then our goal is to assess that animal within 3 days, and the comment again is that that's being done. So is that 90% of the time, 100% of the time?
Well, occasionally it will vary when we have a large number of animals come in and, over a weekend or things like that. Sometimes it does go beyond 3 calendar days. I try to look at it as 3 business days. That is the goal that I've given to our shelter supervisor and our adoption coordinator. We've put tickler files on calendars. We tried using various methods to make sure that none of the dogs fall through the cracks, and that we know when their hold is up and that those evaluations are being done and scheduled.
Thank you. And then I did have, the reason I was curious about the organizational chart and job duties is I think, my perception is part of where we got into trouble is that the management and the supervision of the shelter is more than one person can reasonably be expected to do. So we had a shelter supervisor. That person went out on leave. You were brought in as manager, and you initially were in the same position. You're managing and supervising the whole ball of wax pretty much. Now the shelter supervisor is back, and so I'm wondering how duties have been divided in terms of management of the shelter, which I would think is budgeting, scheduling, supervising the work to be done and all that, or helping plan it out, and then supervising. So where's that dividing line?
Well, right now, we're looking at those job descriptions and really how the functionality of what we do breaks out and how best that can be managed. It's something that we're still working with the executive office on. And yes, management theory says span of control should be 5 to 7 people that each person oversees. And I'm at 9, 10 right now. So we're trying to put protocols in place, standard operating procedures so that everybody's on the same page. And that's a lot of what the training is about, so everybody understands. Right now, the division of supervising hasn't completed yet. Like I said, we're still transitioning, coming back with the shelter supervisor coming back, analyzing where her talents are best used, where the biggest holes are, and we're trying to plug those with the dog evaluations was one of the big things that was glaring that we needed to make sure that we had enough staff to do. And then, of course, in my absence or her absence, we need to have that succession or order of I don't want to say command, that I start sounding like an old firefighter then or something, but so that people can be readily given direction as crises arise, which they will each and every day that the shelter doors are open and some days when they're closed. So we're working on that, and that's part of what's taking some time to make sure that we're all on the same page and following policy and communicating.
Thank you. So it sounds like 9 or 10 people report directly to you, and then how many report directly to the shelter supervisor?
Right now, there are none reporting directly to the shelter supervisor, and that's what we're working on is how that breakup is going to occur.
Thank you.
Go ahead.
If I could just follow up on that briefly. So one of the files that was provided, actually, Director Chandler from IHSS was kind enough. They've just been finishing a revised organizational chart, and so what you see here is one portion of that chart that shows the animal shelter, which I believe all of this is reflected accurately. So just to go a little bit deeper on your question, even though you didn't specifically ask about this, where we are right now is Mary Jane is acting as the interim shelter supervisor. Her technical job classification is an extra help deputy CEO, and the recruitment process for animal shelter manager that was in the 16-17 budget and approved by the board is in the final stages right now. I believe that job should be posted for recruitment relatively soon. It will be an open recruitment. Anyone with the minimum qualifications would be available to apply, but that's kind of the situation on where we are now.
So that position is actually vacant at this point?
Correct. She's still in the extra help position that had been established on an interim basis, and that permanent manager position will be out for recruitment relatively soon.
Okay, Supervisor McCown.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And then once the shelter manager position is filled, would we expect that oversight of the shelter would return to the Health and Human Services Agency? Or do we have a timeline for
the
that?
internal discussions that we've had with agency leadership has kind of been a rough target of the end of this year. We'd wanted to try to get through the goals that we had presented and brought to the board, and we felt like that may be a good time to get through most of that work, be able to bring a full-time permanent manager on, and then work with HHSA for the transition from there.
Thank you.
Do we have any other questions?
Mr. Chairman, yeah, has there been any further consideration of opening a shelter in Fort Bragg?
Chair Jurdy,
Matrix.
Supervisor Hamburg.
Oh,
The answer is yes. And on September 19th, when we have our joint meeting with the city of Fort Bragg to discuss the EIR on the Coast Transfer Station, we will have an update on that. But
Okay.
the answer is yes. There's not only, there's absolute discussion on this, and it appears that we may be able to open the shelter that will benefit the coast and here. So,
Okay,
yes.
thank you.
Of course, let me say that what we bring to the board will be the board decision, not my decision, but we're working on it. We're actively working on it, and I'm very hopeful that we'll be able to open that shelter.
Thanks. Supervisor McCown?
And we do have public comment from Casey Kelly on that topic, and she states that many grants are available for just such collaborative community efforts, and she had cited the numerous groups that, you know, are or support animals on the coast. So that, you know, that might be an appropriate avenue to pursue, is what grants are there available out there, and how can we most effectively leverage all of these different groups, and what role could they play? You know, there may be portions of the shelter that they could have direct access to for their operations. You know, we might have some sort of community partnership there to everyone's benefit.
So, Chair Jurdy, Supervisor McCowan, what we're currently looking at right now is, I think you bring up a good point, and the email was a good email. Where we currently are right now is the time and labor that it takes to bring dogs and cats over to Ukiah from the coast. Additionally, then, the owners of their pets have to come over to Ukiah as well. So when you add up the deputy time, the animal control officer, we're really looking at the practicality of opening that shelter to also relieve some of the congestion here at the Ukiah shelter. We have been talking with the Coast Humane Society. Their executive director is very interested. We've given them a proposal. They've given us a proposal. The goal, should this board approve it, is that we would contract with the Coast Humane Society to run that shelter. And then, you know, as far as the other community groups that are there, that certainly is a discussion that could be had either by them or by us. But our intent really is to open that shelter, keep the coast animals on the coast, avoid additional trips of our deputies and our animal control officers, and also avoid more congestion here on this side. So I've kind of given you the update. I hope I'll have more to tell you on September 19th, but we are definitely working on that, not in the manner of having 3 or 4 different groups at the shelter. That will certainly be up to who's ever running that shelter, but really to provide the critical service that we're supposed to provide.
Thank you. That's good report.
I don't know if this is really a time to add anything to the long-term goals, but I'll just put one out there. In a meeting that CEO Angelo and I and Dave Jensen had with the Coast Humane Society, one of the many ideas that we're kicking around was the fact that if we could do something at the front end to prevent animals from having more litters, we would have fewer animals that wind up in the shelters in the first place. And so, as most people here know, there's the Eileen Hawthorne Fund on the coast. I think there's another program on the coast that's maybe dedicated more towards dogs. And then there's a similar program in Anderson Valley here in Ukiah, there are nonprofit groups that are doing this, in addition to, of course, what the shelter provides for animals that make their way to the shelter, which, of course, is not every animal in the county. And in that discussion, it sounded as if there are some grants out there that are more likely to go to counties that have a multi-organizational application. With maybe if all those groups together submitted a joint application, it might be more successful. And so I do think that really, if we could put, at some point, as we get this shelter running as everybody wants it to run, and the co-shelter up and running again, that maybe we could focus on a longer term goal like that, which I think ultimately would put a lot less pressure on the shelter and would resolve a lot of the issues if there were fewer dogs and cats making their way to the shelter in the first place, because there are fewer unwanted pregnancies of those dogs and cats. So also made me think of our discussion earlier today about, a lot of the issues we have really are because there are unwanted pregnancies, and I'd rather see personally some county funds spent on that than responding to crises once those situations arise. Anyway, so anyway, I would think that could be a goal for our long-range goals, is to work with all the groups throughout the county to try to prevent, unwanted litters of cats and dogs.
And actually, part of what we do with our spay-neuter program at the shelter, we do work with SNAP, the Spay-Neuter Assistance Program, Anderson Valley Animal Rescue. We also schedule time, and they're the ones that help pay for the feral and barn cat program. And so we do work with other organizations, as well as the Caravan works directly with them so that they can do things on site for other organizations as well, and they reimburse us through their funds. So we've got to start that direction. So expanding that along with public education are two of the big pieces to reduce the numbers in the shelter over time.
Part of what I'm thinking about those is those groups, those nonprofit groups throughout the county are fundraising constantly, but they can only do so much. And if there was some outside funding that we could bring to all those groups through a united grant application, maybe they could pay not just partially subsidize someone's fees, but just pay 100% of the fees for spay and neutering throughout the county, whether someone goes to the county shelter in Ukiah. As we all know, that's unlikely for someone to take their dog all the way from the coast or all the way from the North County into Ukiah. They're not going to do it. But if these groups, which are scattered throughout the county, had access to those funds, they could, ensure that someone takes their dog or their cat to the local vet in Laytonville or in Fort Bragg or in the South Coast. And I think it would just be more successful.
Yes.
And more productive than some of the other things we've been doing. So would there be any interest in adding that as a goal in our long range?
Of course. Those are all things. I was just kind of focusing on fixing the things that we had talked about, but yes, of course, as well as the mission statement and that sort of thing as well. That would be part of it, I'm sure.
Any other comments? Any public comments on the update on the animal shelter? Oh, we do have a speaker card. Laura Welsh.
Hi, I'm not Laura Welsh, I'm Mariah Montanis. I'm going to go first. So my name is Mariah Montanis, and I'm one of the longest volunteers at the Ukiah Animal Shelter with over 14 years of volunteer service, and I'm currently pursuing my veterinary career. On April 1st, I submitted a document per Supervisor McCowan's request on what needs to be accomplished for the shelter animals, and I just want to mention that I appreciate your concerns today, and as well as your concerns, because the points that you made were spot on what our concerns are. It now has been 138 days with only one of the things on that list that has been accomplished. Since it has been said that the current matrix is easy to follow, we actually created our own animal-centric matrix, which I will give to you after, and I will also be meeting with Mary Jane Montana later today, which I will present to her as well. The executive office's matrix mainly focuses on cosmetic and building changes, whereas we need to be focusing our efforts on improving the quality of the animals' lives. There are things on the executive office's matrix that we have not either personally seen or that have not been accomplished, although stated completed, or were not accomplished to the best of the executive office. Accomplished to the best of the executive office's ability. We haven't seen the updated ACS policy and procedure manual, nor have we really seen those policies and procedures put into effect. Dog evaluations are not being completed within 3 days after the hold period. And the new volunteer handbook does not tell us what we can or cannot do. And it also doesn't give us any information on our rights as volunteers. This only continues to increase our lack of faith in our CEO, Carmela Angelo, and the executive office, and our questions surrounding accountability. We just want improvements for the animals. That is it. You know, we hope you know that we're not here just to trouble you guys, or we enjoy coming to these meetings on Tuesdays. We're simply here for the animals. Once we see the necessary improvements for the animals, we will not have to trouble you any longer. We will be nothing but immensely grateful to see all the animals at the shelter happy and healthy, and the animal shelter thriving to its fullest potential. Please, let's work together on getting true results for the animals. We would be ecstatic to see any of our recommendations accomplished for the animals. We want to enjoy volunteering at the animal shelter. We want to be inspired, and we want to motivate others to get involved in our community and helping the animals. We also want the animals to get the best care possible. Let's use the increased budget to improve daily medical care, improve marketing for the animals, increase spaying, neutering, and obtain advanced training for the staff, which she's already mentioned that she's on board with doing. Let's keep our CEO, Carmela Angelo, and executive office accountable so that we see these results needed for the animals. Let's move forward in working together so we can improve the lives of the animals in all of Mendocino County, which includes our beautiful coast. I see great potential in Mendocino County, so much potential that I hope that the Mendocino County Animal Care Services becomes a model animal shelter for the animal shelters across the nation. I will continue to support the animal shelter and push for improvements for the animals as long as it takes to make this happen. Thank you for listening.
So, any other speakers? Come on up.
Hi, Board of Supervisors. Good afternoon. My name is Laura Welch, and I'm a county resident and live in Ukiah, a homeowner, a small business owner, Chinese language fundamentals as an educator. I'm also a volunteer at the shelter, a really grateful volunteer, as well as a grateful resident of this county and this town. I see overworked staff, and I really am grateful to be able to be there to help hang out with the cats. I am the crazy cat lady at this point because I have been was so inspired by volunteering that I started trapping to bring in the feral cats and have them spayed and released their program. When I'm also, hopefully they'll all be in soon so I don't have to look like I am at the front of my house regularly. The concern I have as a volunteer, what I've seen, just my experiences have made me feel concerned that the animals' health and not having not having a full-time vet there, basically a full-time veterinarian there, would be good for the cat's health. Because I watch cats go in and out. I go weekly that if they get a little sick and they don't get attended to, they go into isolation. And then at the end is the end really is that when I'm sitting in there and people do come in to adopt, the animals are often been so isolated they don't show their true colors, and so I've become an advocate of you know, if you're locked up in your room, you're not going to be the best kid when you open the door to bring them out. They're not going to be their best, and I don't mind helping with that at all. And if there was a vet there to maybe get them before they're sick, or I don't know. Full-time veterinarian would be a great place to start if it's going to be an animal-centric care. So I would advocate for that as a taxpayer and homeowner, and as well as putting as well as the prevention being more important, the spay and neuter program, even in the shelter. So, you know, as sort of an educator, I sort of take over where I am, and people think that I'm an authority, which I'm not, but I try to use, when I'm sitting in the cat room, I try to answer the questions to the best of my ability, and when they're not fixed, but they're out to be available, they're not already fixed, it sort of also impedes, I think, a quick choice to adopt a cat. So if there's any money for that kind of thing, for spay and neuter right away at the shelter and having medical services for the highly populated shelter, that's my thoughts. Thanks for letting me share, and thanks for listening.
Any other comments?
Good afternoon. My name is Shanna Phillips. Some of the improvements that have been done at the Mendocino County Animal Services facility are very pleasing, and I would like to thank Mary Jane Montana for her efforts and hard work in planning and overseeing the improvements made to the building. I believe that CEO Carmel Angelo and the Executive Office need to provide Mendocino County Animal Services with additional experienced staffing in order to assist in getting the evaluations of the dogs and the cats done in a timely manner. One of the most recent, I have additional concerns regarding the evaluation times, because one of the most recent evaluations that were done is one of a dog named Samson. Samson came into the shelter on July 14th and was evaluated August 13th. That is 30 consecutive days in a kennel. The stray hold period is 5 days. Even if Samson was owned, it's only a 10 consecutive day holding period. Again, that was 30 days. Abby is another example. She entered the shelter on June 24th and was not evaluated until July 24th. That is 34 consecutive days in a kennel. Again, with the general rule that it is 5 days for a stray and 10 consecutive days for an owned animal. At this time, there is a female tan pit bull terrier mix that has been at the shelter since June 8th. That is over 60 days in a kennel with no walks, no fresh air, again, no time off of the concrete or the bed that was provided in not a very large space. How can it be okay to leave an animal in a shelter, in a kennel, for 2 months and not do an evaluation on it? Is it a staffing issue? Is it a behavioral issue? And if it is, what is the plan for the dog? I would like to know what CEO Carmel Angelo and the Executive Office's plan is to do regarding this ongoing issue. Yes, the improvements look nice, but what about the mental and physical health of the pets being housed there? If the evaluation times were done in a maximum of 3 days after the stray hold was up, more pets would have the ability to be adopted. Within 3 days is what is stated in the 2016 project plan matrix. 3 days past the hold period is what was promised, and it is what should be delivered. It is also stated, like I said, in the project plan matrix as currently being done, and it is yet to be delivered. How is this? Regarding the foster program, there are discrepancies regarding the location of the proposed foster home. We were told here in the Board of Supervisors chambers that anyone pending approval in Mendocino County could foster, and people are continuously being denied due to living on the coast or north of Willits. This is another question for CEO Carmel Angelo in the Executive Office. We need clarification regarding the foster program and the foster to adopt program. There would also be more volunteers here from the Ukiah Animal Shelter to speak. However, having their fear of their volunteer privileges revoked is keeping them silent. They are being silenced. This being another reason that silencing volunteers takes away their right to free speech and their ability to speak up when they see something questionable. I believe that this is exactly what CEO Carmel Angelo and the Executive Office intended with the termination of Rebecca Edwards, to silence the volunteers at the Ukiah Animal Shelter. Thank you for listening.
Any other public comments?
Good
afternoon. My name is Monica Fuchs, and I'm a volunteer at the animal shelter, also currently a foster mother. And I had written down some things I wanted to say, and I'm going to just touch on them very briefly. There's so much one could say. I think the shelter needs a marketing program. That is so important. The animals are not being marketed to the community. The foster meeting that is held at the shelter once a month now to generate more foster families is really only advertised on the Mendo animal sites. It's basically preaching to the choir. I mean, the people that go regularly to the animal-related websites and Facebook pages are already somehow involved or interested. We're not reaching out to the general community in the county. There's no marketing plan, there's no community outreach. Nothing is really happening on a regular basis to bring the community, the animals to the community, or to bring the community to the animals. And I was inspired by the woman that spoke earlier as a fetus in a room that had enjoyed marijuana. And I thought I'd try that and talk like an animal. My name is Achilles, and I'm 10 years old. I may cry. I've been at the Ukiah Animal Shelter for over 120 days. I have been in my kennel most of the time. Unfortunately, I do not get along with other dogs very well, so I'm kept by myself and never let out in any kind of group play. I'm in the shelter for this long time. I'm in a kennel all by myself. I sit with my feces and my urine all day long. And maybe if I get lucky, once in a while, I get out for 10 or 15 minutes, but not even every day. I don't particularly like the food. It's the same all the time. And I'm overweight, and now I get even less to eat. I am also I'm depressed, I'm sad, I'm lonely, and nobody cares about me. That's how I feel. And my name is Achilles, and I'm 10 years old. I'm a senior dog, and I deserve so much better. Thank you.
Any other public comment?
Sorry, Monica.
Didn't want to cry today. Thanks, Monica. Good morning, Chair Jurdy, Vice Chair McGowan, Supervisors Brown, Hamburg, and Woodhouse. My name is Rebecca Edwards. On March 9th, I was called to a meeting with the now resigned Director of Health and Human Services, Stacy Cryer. During this meeting, I was terminated without warning from volunteering not just at the Ukiah Animal Shelter, but at all Mendocino County departments. It's been almost 5 months now. I've done everything asked of me, and I've been very patient, but I still have not received my due process. I sought out help from Mary Jane Montana, Supervisors McGowan and Brown. Thank you for speaking with me. And North Coast Opportunities Administrators of County Volunteer Services, Rebecca Enberg, yet no one seems to be able to help me. How is this possible? Because of my termination, volunteers at the animal shelter are scared and afraid. Losing the ability to help the animals you love is something no volunteer ever wants. It's hard not to feel that this was the goal of CEO Carmel Angelo and the executive office, so that others would not speak up for the animals at the Ukiah Animal Shelter. Although I'm very discouraged at this point, I'm here today to let you all know that I will never give up. I will always be willing to do whatever it takes to help the animals at the Ukiah Animal Shelter. All I am asking for is due process, another chance, and clear guidelines for all current and future volunteers so this does not have to happen again. I also wanted to say that I think it's really great that Amy Sadler is coming to do another Dogs Playing for Life presentation. I'm really excited. I hope I can participate as a member of the public. Dog play groups are desperately needed. We have over 70 dogs at the Ukiah shelter, and that's a huge undertaking for the volunteers to get them out one by one. Play groups allow them to get them all out. We used to be able to do 2 to 4 play groups. We've already had this presentation at the shelter, so it'd be great if we could get this going again. I know they have Anwar, who's very experienced in this, and he could get it going if he had the full support. A play group allows for 10 to 20 dogs instead of one person walking one dog, 15 minutes. It takes forever. Volunteers know this. So I really hope to be able to see that, and I hope that I can help one day in the future with this as I have helped before. Thank you for your time.
Okay. Not seeing any more comments. So do we have a motion to accept the report?
We have a motion and a second on the floor?
No.
No.
Oh, okay, I'll make a motion before I do that, though, Mary Jane, I want to thank you very much for getting the caravan to Manchester. People are very, very happy about it. And I know it's taken a while to get that program back up and running, but I think it's very popular. And I will make a motion to accept the report.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
Okay. I'm not seeing any comment on the motion, so we'll vote by the button.
Motion carries unanimously.
Okay, thanks.
You know, I'll make a comment after the motion. I do appreciate all the work that's been done. Obviously, we focused a lot of attention and a lot of resources on improving conditions at the shelter, both the physical plant and conditions for the animals. But, you know, it's still very apparent we still have quite a ways to go, and I think everyone acknowledges that. But, you know, and I like the idea of developing a mission statement that will clearly lay out, here's why we're doing any of this at all. Thank you.
Okay, so I think we do want to announce we're going to closed session during lunch.
Yes, we have 4 items on the closed session. The first 9A is taken off. 9B is conference with legal counsel, initiation of litigation, 1 case. 9C is conference with legal counsel, existing litigation, County of Mendocino versus Solid Waste Systems. 9D is public employee performance evaluation regarding county counsel. 9E is conference with legal counsel, existing litigation, James Neuroth and Joan Nygren versus Mendocino County.
Okay, Supervisor McCowan?
So I believe you said 9A was being taken off, labor?
There's nothing.
Well, I would respectfully request we leave that on for the purpose of being able to ask one question.
Chair Jurdy, we could do that. That's an item that comes from Human Resources in the Executive Office, and I had told Council Elliott that we didn't have anything, but we could certainly leave that on for discussion in closed session today.
Yeah, just one question
Absolutely.
I'd like to raise.
Sure, we
that's
can
no
do
problem.
that first.
Thank you.
Okay, well, thanks, and we'll, although we'll still be meeting, but we'll re-adjourn in public at 1:30.
Tu
7. We're going to reconvene the Mendocino County Board of Supervisors into open session, and we're going to report out of closed session that direction was given to staff regarding items 9A, which was direction on labor negotiations, item 9B, which was conference legal counsel initiation of litigation one case, 9C, which was County of Mendocino versus Solid Waste of Willits, 9D, which was 9E, which was existing litigation, James Neuroth versus Mendocino County, and we did not have time to get to the county council evaluation. And if we are through with our open session items, I'm going to say by 4:30 we'll get to that today. Otherwise, we'll just do the county council evaluation at a meeting in September. And that's all there is to report out of closed session. So now we're ready for our first item of the afternoon, which is notice public hearing, discussion of possible adoption of an extension of the urgency ordinance establishing interim restrictions on establishment of formula businesses pending the study and consideration of zoning and other land use issues. And I believe Matthew from County Council's office is going to present this.
Good afternoon, Board of Supervisors. What we're bringing back before you today is a second extension of the existing interim moratorium on formula businesses. Just kind of a brief review of what's happened so far. On September 22nd, the original moratorium was adopted for a period of 45 days. It created new prohibitions on formula businesses in the unincorporated area of the county as they were defined on the ordinance, along with certain exceptions in an exclusion area that is defined by a map. The ordinance was extended on November 3rd for a period of 10 months and 15 days. From that time, planning and building staff worked with a consultant to prepare alternative options for how the county could consider a final ordinance that would address formula businesses in the county. On April 19th of this year, planning and building came back to the board for direction. And based on that direction, they prepared a draft ordinance and presented that to the Planning Commission on June 16th. The Planning Commission took public comment on the item and continued it, requesting a couple of changes, but also based on some of the testimony from MAC members from various MACs in the county, they wanted additional time to review the document. So the Planning Department did some additional revisions, sent that back out to the MACs, and the item was continued to this Thursday's meeting on August 18th. Government Code Section 65858 allows for up to 2 extensions of the interim emergency ordinance, and staff is recommending extension of the ordinance for up to 1 additional year. The ordinance currently would expire in the middle of September on September 18th. That would be the 15 days and 10 months from November 3rd. That being said, we don't think we'll need the entire year to finish the ordinance. We'll see what happens this Thursday at Planning Commission, and we'll work to bring it to the board in the coming months. We can answer some questions about the form of the ordinance if desired, and Andy Gustafson, our chief planner, is here for that as well. But the primary issue at the moment is the extension of the prohibition provisions for one additional 12-month period.
So just for clarification, you said it'll be at the Planning Commission on this Wednesday or
this Thursday.
This Thursday, and so if they were to recommend approval with its latest iteration, when would you anticipate it would go to the Board of Supervisors?
I think our general routing time frame is about 2 months, probably between a meeting in October.
In October, and then would it require like a first and a second reading and all that?
Yes, it would.
So it would might possibly be in effect when, like, December? Okay. Okay, well, that's helpful. Any questions of staff?
I have one additional point I'd like to make. In reviewing the item for today and looking at section 65858, it does require that 10 days prior to the expiration of an urgency ordinance or any extension of the ordinance, the legislative body to issue a written report describing the measures taken to alleviate the condition which led to the adoption of the ordinance. So right now, there's nothing prepared for the board that's a formal report in that manner. That being said, I think given where we stand, the board could today amend its, add to its recommended motion that it would adopt the agenda summary as that report. Alternatively, the board could come back at a subsequent meeting with a slightly more formal version of that, but it would say essentially the same things, describing what has happened to this point, that the department continues to work on it, and that the Planning Commission will be hearing it on August 18th, and it'll come to the board at a later date.
Okay, thanks. Any questions for staff? Not seeing any. Any public comments on this? Does anyone want to make a motion?
No, make your comment.
I said at the time when we approved this that I wouldn't be approving an extension, thinking it couldn't possibly take a year to do this, but I know everything takes longer than I think. I'm certainly not going to support voting to extend it for a year. I'd consider something shorter, or you can just vote around me as the board, but it's just too long a time period. We'll fill whatever time we give, and I'm not trying to be a bother. I just don't believe in this and won't be supporting it unless we get the time period down quite a bit. Thank you.
So for clarification, we would be extending it by a few months for a total of 1 year, or we'd be extending it for an additional year?
It would be extending it by an additional year, and just noting in response to the supervisor's comment, things do take longer than anticipated. Here, the primary reason for the extension was providing for additional comment periods requested by the Planning Commission and the MACs. If there were shorter time periods for that, we may actually have met the deadline by September. But given the statute allows for periods of up to the first 45 days, 10 months and 15 days, or a total of 2 years. So I would prefer to stick with the time periods of the statute and extend for a regular 12-month period. And obviously, the urgency ordinance will expire at the time of the final ordinance's adoption.
Okay, Supervisor Brown?
I'm prepared to make a motion, Chair Jurdy, unless there's further comment. I see Supervisor Okay, I'd like to move to adopt urgency ordinance establishing interim restrictions on the establishment of formula businesses pending the study and consideration of zoning and other land use regulations pertaining to such businesses. Case SA 2015-0006, extending the moratorium provisions for 12 months, including the agenda summary as the report, and authorize the chair to sign the same.
Second.
Okay, motion a second. Any comment on the, go ahead.
Well, the comment is,
Go ahead. No, I'm sorry.
the comment
I have a
is just
question.
simply maintains the status quo, and we're approving it for up to a year. That would be less if we actually adopt the permanent ordinance sooner.
That's the way I understand it, yes.
I just have one question about the motion. Andy, we had one person I remember who came to a board meeting and raised objections to this ordinance. Have we had any actual instances over the time this ordinance has been in effect where someone has not been able to establish a business that you're aware of?
I'm not aware that we've received application for a business that would qualify as a formula business in this
Over
time
the
frame.
12 months, is that?
Correct.
Oh, well, 11 months. Is that what it's been?
Yes, that's
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chairman.
So Chair Jurdy, excuse me. So I think my deputy has another thing to respond to
And this
before we go forward.
And this I apologize for. The ordinance as posted on the agenda did not include the map of the exclusion area, which would have remained the same from the prior versions of the ordinance. But without it having been there, I'd actually like to continue the formal actual adoption of the ordinance until September 13th. That's well within the time frame.
Okay, so you're,
So you're saying we need to put this motion off?
Just to make sure that we have the map as part of the packet. I'm sure people know about the exclusion area. It's referred to in the ordinance and has been part of the ordinance online. But I think it's more appropriate to continue it until we have that map posted.
okay. So the exclusion area, for those people watching at home, is basically the Ukiah area just outside Ukiah city limits. For example, where In-N-Out Burger is going is in the exclusion area.
Correct. It's along North State Street, generally bounded by Highway 101, and includes the Brush Street Triangle.
Well, it's the same area that is currently covered, so can't the motion simply specify that?
The motion could be amended to add the map as was part of the interim ordinance adopted on November 3rd.
I think you can just add that.
Okay,
Right.
then I'll amend my motion to add the map as originally adopted.
That's fine.
And is that stated in sufficient legal terms, or should you elaborate on the map we're talking about?
The map that was attached as either Exhibit or Attachment A to the ordinance is adopted on October 22nd, no, September 22nd, 2015.
That's acceptable to
Yes,
make it a
that's the
second?
language it should read for the amended motion, and if the second will agree.
Yes.
And then I would like one more comment. In response to Supervisor Hamburg, there has been at least rumors that there was a small box store looking in a couple of areas of our county with landowners unwilling to sign a confidentiality agreement or anything else. And the sign that was posted in Laytonville that said future home to blah, 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 there was over 100 people that turned out to really hear what was going on for their MAC meeting in Laytonville. It was a huge turnout.
Wow.
But they basically invited everyone using a trick.
Okay, thank you.
That was clever.
So Carla, do you feel you have the motion? Okay.
Carla?
I don't know, would county council like to hear the clerk repeat the motion?
Probably that would be safe to hear it again.
So the motion stands as adopt urgency ordinance establishing interim restrictions on the establishment of formula businesses pending the study and consideration of zoning and other land use regulations pertaining to such businesses, case SA_2015-006, extending the moratorium provisions for 12 months. Adopt agenda summary as the formal report and adding the map attached as Exhibit A, which was attached to ordinance adopted on September 22nd, 2016, and authorize chair to sign same. Thank you.
Okay.
That sounds fine, thank you.
Okay. We've already had public comment on the this, so vote by the button.
Motion carries with Supervisor Woodhouse dissenting.
Okay, Andy, you're already here, so maybe, is there an update on the Mendocino Town Plan?
Yes, Andy Gustafson, Chief Planner. I wanted to provide a brief update on the Mendocino Town Plan. It continues to be reviewed by Coastal Commission staff. Earlier today, I did speak with their district office manager, Mr. Bob Merrill, and we spoke about their schedule. I emailed the ad hoc members earlier today that we're still on course for the commission to have their first hearing October 4th, 5th, and 6th, and they will be meeting here in Ukiah. I'm not certain as to the location yet, but that will be a hearing where obviously we'll have a lot of opportunity for public comment. The meeting will be the first time that we'll hear, and the commission will hear the recommended modifications. The change in the schedule that's occurred as a result, however, is the PBS staff and the ad hoc committee will not see the modifications at the end of August. internal review by their legal staff will take more time, so we're not going to get that document probably until about September 23rd, and it'll be accompanied by a staff report with their analysis describing their justification for the changes. We'll probably get to peek at those, but the concern is that without the supporting staff report analysis, it's really somewhat premature for it to be even released as an admin version. We then can expect not to have so much time to advise the board as to the character or the extent of those modifications. We will be presenting a summary of those modifications to the ad hoc committee and to the board on October 4th. That's just one day before the Coastal Commission will have their public hearing to hear public comments on that. And then I'm going to recommend to the ad hoc committee that the board in October hear a full report and a recommendation about accepting or not the modifications that are being considered by the Coastal Commission. That would mean we would probably be coming back to the Coastal Commission in December and not November as was originally planned. That additional month is necessary in order for the Coastal Commission to incorporate the board's comments and provide maximum opportunity for the board's comments to be considered. So the change to the schedule is effectively taking that second hearing from November to December. That hearing in December is scheduled to be in Ventura. That's, I understand, was typical in years past, but I asked about the location. So Ventura would be the December meeting. If we desired to meet in a more a closer location or venue, in January they will be meeting in Santa Cruz. So at the board's election, you could request the January meeting to have a meeting closer. But the commission is committed to bringing this forward to a decision as soon as possible.
About the meeting location, have they confirmed UCI? Because I heard that they had contacted the Casper Community Center.
Yeah, their meeting staff, event coordinator, I guess, has been trolling the coast for an appropriately sized venue, and Casper Community Center, I guess, was a place where they've held a meeting in the past. Also, they contacted, I think, City of Fort Bragg has a facility, a venue that might qualify. Part of the mix is that Marin County is going through a LCP update, and they are scheduled on this October date, and they would like to have a locale that would be more accessible to them. So it seems like Ukiah wins because it's easier for Marin County participants to come here than it would be to go all the way out to the coast, in addition to the challenge of finding a place large enough on the coast to accommodate everybody. Their show is a pretty significant traveling retinue, but yeah.
They have a pretty big entourage.
Yep.
So, Mr. Chairman, so are we talking about October 5th, having the Coastal Commission here?
Correct.
October 5th, not 5th, 6th, but 5th.
Oh, I'm sorry. Their meetings are 3 consecutive days, and the first day would be October 5th. When Mendocino
Do you know which
County,
day
I
they will
don't
be
know.
considering the town plan?
Traditionally, the North Coast office projects, such as ours, are the last day, so it may be Friday the 7th.
Oh, so it might be Friday the 7th?
Yeah.
Okay.
And I'll
I have
ask
to be
for
in
a
Santa Rosa
confirmation.
on the 6th, so, or at least part of the day, so just trying to figure that out.
Okay, thanks for the update.
Okay. Any questions?
Do you have a date when you want the ad hoc committee to meet?
Soon. So I'll send out an
Would you send
email,
out a
see
notice to us?
what your schedule works
Okay.
best.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, so we're going to go on to item number 5E, which is discussion and possible adoption of a resolution designating the Arts Council of Mendocino County as the County of Mendocino's authorize partner for the 2016-17 California Arts Council's State Local Partnership Program.
Good afternoon, Chair Jury, Board of Supervisors, Sarah Duquette, Executive Office. Since 2000, the board has adopted a resolution to establish a state-local partnership with Arts Council, in addition to providing funding, and our contract for this year is $22,200. And those dollars and resolution assist the Art Council in moving forward with state funding. So I just want to bring up the Executive Director to give you a brief update on the state funding and what's going on at the Arts Council.
Thank you, Sarah. Alyssa Muir, Executive Director of the Arts Council of Mendocino County. So this designation allows us to apply for the California Arts Council State Local Partner Program funding, which we apply for through an annual process. The funded amount last year was $25,407. This year, due to increased state funding for the arts, the recommended application amount is $30,000. And the final granted amount is based on the applicant's ranking. So I'm happy to report that our ranking has been steadily rising over the past 8 years, from a 3 out of 10 in 2008-9 to an 8 in 2005-6. So that is a really strong indication that we're doing well locally. The grant provides crucial operating support and allows us to leverage local funds. So as part of our state local partner application, a new element of it is that they've been asking us for letters of support from the community. So just to quote from a couple of those that we just received, this is from Katie Gibbs at the Community Foundation of Mendocino County. The Arts Council of Mendocino County is exemplary in encouraging creativity in a rural community. We certainly encourage other funders to support this dynamic organization. This is from Holly Madrigal with the Willett Center for the Arts. She's the manager up there. Having a partner in the Arts Council of Mendocino has aided us a great deal. We have been impressed with the quality of arts advocacy provided by the Arts Council. The Arts Council of Mendocino County has been an asset for our organization. I am certain that we will work together extensively in the future as we increase local access to the arts. And this is from Kara Starkweather on the coast with the Mendocino Dance Project. The Arts Council is one of the saving organizations in this county, bringing art and opportunity to people of all ages in all disciplines. It provides support and resources to individual artists and organizations, enabling growth in the arts, which in turn leads to a stronger sense of place and community. In addition to providing fiscal sponsorship, the Arts Council has given me advice and support in my plights to find work and funding for upcoming projects. It is a valuable resource that provides artists with work opportunities and the necessary components in achieving success. It is a relief to have an established, knowledgeable organization that I can call at any time with the willingness and desire to help in any way that it can. And I'll attach those full letters and pass them on to you. So just some recent accomplishments, in addition to our rising ranking with the California Arts Council. After a couple of years of advocacy and reviewing drafts, and no small amount of patience as it worked its way through risk management and the Planning Commission, we now have an approved public art policy with the City of Ukiah that was approved by the Ukiah City Council in July. This does not equate to funding for public art, but it does provide artists and arts organizations with an avenue to reach approval from the city for proposed projects. We are also soon to launch a new website at artsmendocino.org. The new website will have a restored arts directory, so that's artists and arts organizations, which will be open to everyone, not just members of the Arts Council. We're opening that up to everyone. It will also be easier for community members to add their events to our online calendar. There won't be a password required anymore, so that is going to streamline that. The arts continue to be one of our strongest assets when it comes to economic diversity and resilience in Mendocino County. We're currently moving our online curriculum resource library with 9 model integrated arts projects over to the new website. That's a really heavy document-rich resource. So as soon as that's done and our online renewal process is working the way we need it to, we'll launch that site. We also have a new guide to the arts. And this school year marks the 12th year of funding for our Get Arts in the Schools program, through which we send professional artists into K-12 classrooms throughout Mendocino County for arts enrichment. And the artist application will be online soon. So we ask artists to check our website towards the end of this month for that. We're also currently inviting members of the community to submit nominations for the upcoming recognition of the Mendocino County Art Champion Awards in October, which is National Arts and Humanities Month. So we have a way to nominate on our website and a link to a SurveyMonkey form. Thank you.
Any questions?
Yeah.
Not seeing any questions, I think.
Okay.
I see someone ready to make a motion, I think. Okay. Any other public comments? Supervisor McCowan.
I'll move approval of the recommended action, which is adoption of the resolution.
For a second?
Second.
Okay, motion and a second. Any comments on the motion? We'll vote by the button.
Motion carries unanimously.
Thanks.
Thanks, Alyssa.
Okay, so the next item is item 6C, which is discussion and possible action regarding acceptance of offer of real property, vacant land for use by the county library in Fort Bragg. And I'm hoping the county librarian can largely, we're on at 6C.
Yes, so first of all, I would like to apologize for not being here at 9 o'clock in the morning. I assumed we were going to be later, so there was some confusion. I'm glad that you guys were able to hear Janet Barnes, Vice President of the Friends of the Fort Bragg Library. It has been her passion and dedication to purchase the property. It's adjacent to the Fort Bragg Library, and it's a lot that has become available, and the owner has expressed an interest to sell it to the Friends of the Fort Bragg Library. And their goal is to purchase the property and then expand the library and give it to the county. And so I fully support their desire to do this. As anyone who's ever been to the Fort Bragg Library, it is a very small space. The Fort Bragg Library is second in terms of circulation, programming, and visitors to the library. And I believe it probably will be far exceed its numbers now if we have a bigger space, because that is really a limiting factor. All our shelves are full. Our spaces, computers, we have standing room only there at the library most of the time. So any help in expansion is greatly needed. So.
And Karen, although we all know your name, could you state your name for the record?
I'm sorry. I'm Karen Horner, County Library Director.
Okay, thank you. Any questions? And just one other thing I would add is that, as you mentioned, the physical space of the property is fairly tight. I mean, this is a former mortuary building which was purchased with insurance proceeds and donations from the Friends, originally renovated, then more recently renovated to maximize the efficiency of the space that's there. But it's on on a single city lot, 75 feet by 150 feet, and the parcel to the north would double the parcel size to 150 feet by 150 feet, which would make it adequate, you might say.
Yes, greatly adequate. Yeah, and the renovation, of course, made it a usable library, but it still is not adequate for the needs. The Fort Bragg Library is, I think, really the community center of the coastal area, and we get so many people, not just within Fort Bragg, but we serve Mendocino, Elk, Westport, Manchester, all up and down the coast. We get people coming to the library to use the computers for programming, assistant services, and actually this morning listening to the discussion about the use, the crisis, and the library serves that purpose too. We're there to help as kids who have some place to hang out, but we don't have the space for that. So I think increasing the library space is going to be fill a huge need in the coastal area to have a bigger library that people and the community can use for community space.
Okay, Supervisor Brown.
Thank you, Chair Judy. And actually, my comment has to do with more detail, but I'm absolutely thrilled for the Fort Bragg community that this is happening. And I realize this is an action just to start the process, but I was kind of taken back because we really don't have detail. And one thing I've learned being on this board of supervisors, and I think there's other supervisors that have learned the same thing, maybe this will take 5 years or more for this process to go through, but then you have to go back because knowledge is lost unless you have detailed documents to go along with it. And the, for instance, is the lovely woman that came all the way from Fort Bragg and spoke this morning during public expression. She talked about the land and then getting it cleared, and then they were going to pick the architect and, you know, blah, blah, blah. But I think we have a certain liability here as a county. And I'll just cite the Tony Trust and going back and finding what the detail was, what actions were taken, what did the legal documents actually say with the trust. And so I'm just really big on getting the details down at the time the action is taken. So if it's going to, maybe it won't take more than 5 years and we all have knowledge, but I worry about liability for the county. You know, the architectural drawing, is it a joint committee that is set up between the Friends and the county library system? And I don't want a librarian 7 or 10 years down the road then all of a sudden put in a lot of stress, or a county supervisor that's going back and looking for the detail, and guess what? There was none other than this action. So I'm not against it, I'm all for it, but I just feel we need to get some details down so it's well understood what that process is, how it's going to operate. Because certainly after Friends of the Library, Fort Bragg Library, doing all that work and all that fundraising, I don't want to get it cross purposes or anything, or have the county do that. So that's my input.
Well, so Karen, you've probably spoken to them more than I have, but my conversations with them, at this point, they just want a commitment that if they buy the land, clear it of any buildings, so that would not be a county responsibility to deal with. There's a dilapidated old home that's not unoccupied. There's a smaller second residence that's occupied, but in, you know,
but
they would deal with all that prior to donating it to the county, so the county would not.
So they'll hold land ownership.
Well, they would deal with the buildings so that the site would be cleared. The county would not deal with the complexities of a tenant or a, you know, all those issues would be not an issue for the county.
But the Friends have created 3 phases, and they have kept me fully in the loop. So be able to feel comfortable sharing what I know. They have 3 phases, and the first phase is that they want to fundraise and they want to purchase a property. And circumstances has caused that to speed up to where it's available to purchase, and they need to purchase it like right now. And once they purchase it, the Friends are going to clear it, take care of everything to clear it. They were going to turn it into a parking lot, kind of a gravel parking lot, for the library to use, since parking is made, there is no parking at the library. And so that would fill that need, then that gives them time to create the MOU with the county, to merge and work with the city to merge the 2, the property lines together. And then once that goes into the second phase, they merge the property lines, and then with the MOU, create the ability with an architect to do the expansion, with the Friends paying for everything, basically.
But any design would be done with the county.
Yeah, again, that
the
would
county
be
would be leading the design process.
MOU, yes, with an MOU in terms of the cost, and that's something where, So
So-
right now, their goal is basically to get the county's approval to start the process of the fundraising and to purchase the property, to start that first phase.
They want a partner for the future is what they're saying. So the county would not hold title
Not
at the
until-
beginning until the 3rd phase.
Yeah, again, like, it's, you know, it's from what they've told me, and again, I'm trying not to speak for them, but their goal, I think, is to, like I said, create a parking lot and then to turn it over and let the county use it as a parking lot. And then, and then merging the property lines.
I think their primary interest, though, is they don't want to proceed, buy the property, clear the property,
And the
create the
county
parking
not
lot,
take it.
and then the county
Exactly.
either doesn't take it or takes it,
Then
but
they're
does,
landowners,
but doesn't commit to keeping it for the purpose of the library.
Yes.
Their intention is if they donate to the county, it's for the purpose of the library, not for the county to sell it and then use the proceeds for something unrelated.
Yes, exactly. They want it to, to be able to know in the future that that will be the library expansion space and not to be, given to the county to be used for something else. That's their fear, So, that's what they're asking is for that ability to purchase the prices, property with the intention that the county will accept it when they purchase
In
it
the
for the
future.
library, yes.
Supervisor McCown?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So the recommended action is actually a little incorrect, I think, because it says, accept offer of real property, vacant land for use by the county library in Fort Bragg. But if you look at the plan for the expansion, what they're really asking for is conceptual approval. And so I really think that's why we're here today, because currently the Friends don't own the land.
No.
It's not vacant. I think the intent is if the county is supportive of the concept of accepting the land for the library expansion, they would move forward with fundraising, seek to acquire the property. They would demolish the existing structures, and then they would actually gravel the property so that it would be acceptable for use by parking. And probably at that time, the county and Friends would enter into an MOU spelling out just exactly how things are going to work going forward. Does that sound accurate?
That sounds accurate, yes.
So, I don't have an issue as a board saying that we conceptually approve of their plan to acquire the land, clear it of buildings, prepare it for parking, and enter into an MOU for the county to eventually take ownership to accommodate the library expansion.
And that
That
was
could
what,
be a motion.
they have the ability to purchase the property. Like I said, it's come up sooner than later. So they have the ability
Well,
to
it could
purchase
be.
it kind of immediately, and
That's
they
why
didn't
we
want to
have
do
to.
it until the board had given their
I
approval.
think
Okay.
Supervisor Hamburg and
Yeah.
our CEO
Yeah.
both want to
Okay.
speak.
No, I just, I was going to kind of say the same thing that Supervisor McCowan said, that, it was clear that the suggested motion was not really where we were today. And maybe we just need to basically accept their three-phase expansion plan, in concept, because that's what was just described in this motion, And it is in phase 3 that we finally get down to an actual agreement whereby the county takes on some liability, right? I would think that comes with the MOU phase.
Yes, from my
Yeah.
understanding.
Right? Or is there, I think.
Because when the purchasing of the property, the clearing of the property, the Friends are taking that on.
Yeah.
So until it's cleared and turned into a parking
Yeah,
lot.
I
and
just
then-
don't know where an approval in concept, even if we said we're approving in concept the 3 phases of expansion, that's not a contract. That's just saying, we like where you're going.
Yeah.
I encourage you to keep going there, but we're not signing anything until we know more.
Yes. And I think, like I said, I think was a process that they had, when I started there last year, they were talking about, and circumstances with the property and the owner, it has sped it up to where it's now.
Right.
type
So
of thing.
I guess I'd like to find out from county council, what is the proper motion when you're approving something in concept? Isn't that what we're doing?
Mm-hmm.
Got you.
At least that's the word I think it would be used.
We have at least 3 votes up here.
I think we have
But
5
maybe our
votes, but
CEO
we
could
wanna
come
do
up
it
with.
correctly.
I don't have the legal answer, but I have a question. But if County Council Elliott can answer your question
Why don't
first.
you propose to me what your motion would look like?
Well, we have one of the accompanying documents is their 3-phase plan, and we're really at the first level of phase 1. They've come here to get approval in concept for this plan. And, I think Supervisor McCowan just kind of described what is in those 3 phases of expansion, and I don't know if we need to name each one of those, but it's just, to me, the difference between approving something in concept and saying, yes, in 16 months, we will enter into an MOU with you and we will take over the liability for this piece of land.
So my question in return is, if you improve it in concept and
Approve it in concept.
right, and it moves forward, do you believe that funds will be spent in anticipation of your ultimately joining into an MOU?
Funds will be spent by the Friends of the Fort Bragg Library.
Right.
But at some point, the county will take on some liability.
And just by doing an action where other people are spending money in anticipation, and in many ways, that's more than an approval in concept. I'm just trying to...
Well, then I get back to what Supervisor Brown said, which is that we don't have any documents, and I mean, we don't have a lot of the detail in front of us. So.
Well, let's let CEO Angelos.
Supervisor McCown, thank you. I guess I just had two comments and actual concerns, really. One is that county doing construction is always more costly if it's a county-owned property, as you know. And so I would question phase 3 of this project, that the property will be used as a parking lot is fine, but at the point that you're going to expand the library, my hope would be that the Friends would continue to own the property, do the fundraising, and do the expansion. And I'm not certain legally that that's what you can do, but once that property becomes the county's, the cost of building that building is much higher. And then I would also respectfully ask that as you move forward with any type of agreement, whether it's conceptually or a legal agreement on this, that there be some indication that general fund doesn't go into this, because then you would be again obligating general fund for something 3 to 5 years or so down the line, and you don't know what general fund you'll have at that point. And if you recall, there was a time when general fund went into the library budget. Now, obviously, they have a lot of sales tax revenue at this point. We also don't know the future of sales tax over the next 3 to 5 to 7 years. So I just have to say this, that I would be very concerned about the county taking the property and building the building. It would seem that if the Friends could do that, that might be much better. And then also that there is some agreement that this will be library funds and not general funds, either for the construction or for the staffing. Thank you.
So I had a pretty good conversation with the Friends group about this, and they have no expectation that the county is going to pay to expand the library.
They have full expectation to pay for it all themselves.
Yeah, they're, and I just want to clarify that I think their expectation is, although there was a reference to an architect, I think that was more like the royal we in terms of hiring an architect. I think they may recognize it's probably the county, through their funds, would be running the designing of it. And my understanding is, in the past, when the renovations have taken place at the Fort Bragg Library, the Friends have contributed the lion's share of the funds for the 2 renovations that have taken place there. And they knew that would trigger prevailing wage. And so I don't see how, even if they held title to the property and worked with the county to design an addition, I don't see how they could do that without paying prevailing wage anyway, just because you'd be attaching it to an existing county building. So I think it's going to get triggered either way. And so again, their expectation is not that the county's going to pay for the addition. That's more of a speculative farther, project at some later point. I think at this point, the urgency has to do with a property owner who's owned this property for many, many years. They've been in consultation with this property owner for many, many years, and suddenly something has changed. I don't know, his health, some issue has changed that they are concerned this property needs to be purchased fairly soon, and they're prepared to do it.
Yeah, and that was my understanding, that they would take on the cost of the expansion. And I think in talking with the Friends, they're seeing it just as as an actual expansion where it's an extra, 20 feet or something, add it to the library. You know, that I think was in their thought process to do something like that.
And then the other option could be like we've done in the past with Covelo, where possibly we lease it, they still own it. So, I mean, I think Supervisor McCowan said it as far as the prematurity of taking some action, because you just don't know, except you do know that you would gladly have them purchase the property, gravel it, and have a parking lot, if nothing
And
else.
expand the library. All sounds great.
And I think part of this, of them doing this in terms of conversations with them when they were discussing this, you know, they were going to purchase the property, just purchase themselves and start the process. And I know myself and a couple of people said, no, you need to, you know, go to the Board of Supervisors, talk to the county first to find out if this is even a possibility. So, yeah, so it's just, that's to start the process, is really what they're asking for the approval of.
Okay, Supervisor McCowan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Well, I think we can complicate this a lot more than it warrants. You know, we have previous models of the Covelo and Point Arena Library where the community took on the projects themselves. They raised the funds. They essentially completed the projects, I believe, and then handed them over to the county.
I believe Covelo is on a lease.
Yeah,
Okay,
Covelo
well,
leases and
nevertheless, they
Point Arena
made all
still
the
owns it, yeah.
improvements at their expense. And I guess Point Arena, the community may still own the building.
Yes,
But
they do.
they made the improvements. They're looking at raising the funds to repair the roof and so
Mhm.
forth. This is a little different in that it would eventually be attached to a county-owned building, but I think all they're looking for is a green light that if they raise the funds and buy the property and clear the property and raise the funds for the expansion, we would cooperate with that, and it'll all be contingent on an eventual MOU. So, you know, I'm going to try what I think might be a very simple and acceptable motion, that we approve in concept the expansion of the Fort Bragg Library, including the future acceptance of the adjoining property, providing an MOU is completed and that no county funds are obligated.
Second.
Okay.
Or do you want a second?
No, let's go ahead. No, any comments on the motion?
Are you good with that?
I think that was well stated, so.
Great, good job, Tom.
Okay. Thank you. Any public comment? Not seeing any? Okay. We'll vote by the button.
All right.
Motion carries unanimously.
Right, thanks.
Thank you, guys. Do you want to clarify the? Okay. What's that? Carrie, second it? Okay, so now we're on to item 6B, which is discussion and possible adoption of an allocation formula for fire departments and assigning of ongoing work with fire departments to one of the Board of Supervisors standing committees. And this is being brought forward by our Fire and EMS Ad Hoc Committee, which is Supervisor Hamburg and myself. This is, as you know, the board's already approved in the budget the dollar amount that is will be allocated by the county to the fire departments and EMS. And this is, the intent here is to follow up with the board's approval of an allocation formula. Supervisor Hamburg, do you want to?
No, I think that's about it. The only other part of this motion is that the fire departments have requested that that matters that are of concern to them be referred to one of the board's standing committees, and we're suggesting that that be be a newly named Public Safety Committee. Public Safety Committee coming directly out of the Criminal Justice Committee, just changing the name a little bit. But I think the main issue that we haven't really consensed on or voted on is the issue of the allocation formula. And there's the allocation formula that is in our packets, and that was arrived at largely through the work of the Mendocino County Association of Fire Districts, and their checking with the boards of directors of the 22 departments. And I believe that 20 of them, roughly, agreed to the allocation formula as it's presented with this agenda item. So the committee is recommending that we move forward with that for this year only, but that in future years, at budget time, the board would have the option to change the allocation formula. And that could be brought to us by the Fire District Association or just come from the board. Alan Flora, who may not be in here, he prepared a memo, which is also in our packet, regarding the possibility of insurance pooling. And I think that memo concluded that that would not necessarily be something that could be done at this time.
Well, I think it's saying that the county would need additional information to know whether or not savings could be obtained.
Right. So that memo was in your packets.
And there were a few outstanding questions that were asked by the board members of county council, and I don't remember now if we captured that in our memo or not. That had to do with eligibility of the funds to be, as you know, one of the questions had to do with the fact that the Fire District Association is proposing that the funds go to the 22 departments that are recognized by LAVCO as providing coverage to service areas. And two of those are fire nonprofit companies and not fire districts. And so one of the questions that the board had from county staff was, is that legal? And so I don't know if we captured that in our memo, but.
So just to clarify, again, just looking at the few other counties that do this in terms of the fact that there is the Attorney General's opinion in terms of whether the fire districts themselves can receive funds. There's the opinion that they can. The question then extends to these other, basically two other facilities that are providing fire service to the county residents. So the big issue is, the county cannot make a gift of county funds, but providing services to county citizens, such as fire service, would not be, as long as the county is providing for the county's good, the citizens' own good and safety, this would not, I don't see that this would present any problem at all.
And there may be some reference to it in our memo, but county staff has had I guess you obtained copies of agreements that other counties have used with fire departments, maybe it was Humboldt, and so the intent would be that staff would follow up with agreements between each of the fire departments and the county, and then those would come back for approval, like on our consent calendar.
Correct. And so in looking again at what other counties have done, I mean, unlike giving to your normal county agencies, this is not a county agency, any of the fire districts. So the question is, in terms of being a county, is you have to provide your citizens or anyone that asks with understanding of what those funds are being used for. So the MOUs or agreements that are reached with the various agencies, and there would have to be 22 separate ones, would be, again, this basically accountability and proof of basically where the funding is going. And so I gave several examples of that. I forwarded those to Assistant CEO Flora for him to take a look at, and I think we can use what other counties have done to create that, and as you said, bring those to the consent item. Those items, that agreement also has to be voted on by each of the fire districts and the agencies we're contracting with as well.
And Mr. Chairman, just so we can get the ad hocs view out. I realize that Supervisor Brown and Supervisor McCowan want to comment, but just backing up what Kit just said, there's one line in the summary of requests which says that each fire department will need to provide an annual signed agreement approved by their board to utilize the funds for the purpose of local fire protection services. That sentence actually came from the auditor, who has also reviewed this proposal.
Okay, Supervisor Brown?
Supervisor.
Oh, McCown.
I'll defer.
Okay. What I was thinking of was your allocation table. Did we have the correct one?
Apparently, I distributed, in my haste, an earlier version that was prepared by the Fire District Association, and earlier today, half hour ago or so, we were given the most recent version that's therefore more accurate. And so we have hard copies in the back of the room, and
Did we get a copy?
If you refresh your iPad, you'll have it.
so
If you what?
If you refresh your page.
It's so helpful when people tell us.
So how do
these
you
things.
refresh it?
Hit refresh.
You know, I'm going to request hard copies because they come up sideways
John.
on my screen.
It's
6. Okay, 6. What?
So then we only have one sheet rather than the 3 that were initially in the packet?
If you look closely at the sheet, though, that I sent, actually included discussion on a sales tax formula, and since we're not discussing a sales tax for fire.
Well, I saw that and I wondered.
I said it was distributed in haste.
Oh, it turns the other way. Yeah, turns the other way. I'm going to have to stand on my head.
But this is the latest version here. And would it be helpful if we had public comment first?
Well, I'd like to ask a couple of questions first. And one of them, we keep referring to 22 districts, and we have 22 listed, but it does not appear that we're funding 22, and I may understand the reason why, but City of Ukiah and City of Fort Bragg, although they're referenced in the 2% distribution running all the way across the page, in the green bar, that allocation doesn't show up in the total. So what is the explanation for that? And what is the intention?
So the intention is to fund all 22 based on the 2% off the top, but not to fund any of the districts based on their city population on the population formula allocation. So it is the intent to fund each of the departments based.
So Ukiah and Fort Bragg would each get the 2% allocation.
And the reason for that has to do with their allocation of Prop 172 funds, right?
Which they get a pittance.
Well, but they
If
get
it-
something,
A pittance.
10%.
So then, I believe I hear the ad hoc saying that this is basically a one-time allocation. There is no guarantee that the same allocation would be be made next year or by the same formula?
Well, I believe the board's already, well, budgets can always change, but I believe the board's vote was to adopt a formula for distributing Prop 172 funds, which includes fire and EMS, and absent the board changing its position, that formula would presumably carry forward year to year. I think what Supervisor Hamburg was talking about is there may be better ideas that emerge over time or other funding sources that come in that may prompt either the Fire District Association or the supervisors to want to revisit this allocation formula. But we weren't suggesting revisiting the budget formula that was setting aside 172, a portion of 172 funds for fire. We were simply saying that there may be some reason that either they or we would want to modify in some way the allocation formula, but we're supporting this allocation formula for this year.
Right, exactly.
Well, you know, I can support the whole package for this year, but I think we need to always keep in mind, and this is not in any way intended to detract from the service that the fire districts provide, but by law and by reality, we're talking about allocating county funds for a non-county responsibility, because providing fire service is not something that the county of Mendocino historically does or currently does. So we are, I'm not saying it's not an essential public service. It hasn't been in our bailiwick. So we are allocating county funds to non-county entities. And when we have the funding, I have no concern with that. But if we were to experience another economic upheaval like we did a few years ago, and the question comes, what do you cut? Frankly, I would start with non-county mandates. So, you know, I think this is something that probably should be reviewed every year as part of the budget. I think there probably is room to revisit the formula, certainly. And I'm not expecting to come back next year and say, gee, I don't want to allocate this money. I'm just saying we need to keep in mind that it's fine to make the money available as long as we're sure we have it. If we don't, I would like it to be understood there is not an ongoing commitment that we're going to be doing this no matter what. I don't know where the rest of the board is on that. The other quibble that I do have, and I'm not going to make a huge deal about it, but Whale Gulch and Westport are not in the same category as the other fire districts. It's true that they have been discussed in LAFCO in print. There have been no MSRs for them. I don't believe there's been any formal sphere of influence. The fire EMSR, which was approved on April 4th of this year for multi-district fire protection services, included 15 of the fire organizations. 13 of them had an MSR. The minimum pages devoted was 14 up to 19. Westport merited 2 pages and Whale Gulch 1. And Whale Gulch in particular, they are affiliated with the Coast Headwaters Association, the fire company overseen by a self-appointed 5-member board of directors. They're dispatched from CAL FIRE Humboldt Del Norte unit. They have mutual aid agreements with nearby Shelter Cove and Whitethorn Fire Protection District, both in Humboldt County. They train with Humboldt County Fire Departments. So I like the idea of having the individual agreements. I think that's essential. And in the case of Whale Gulch and Westport, and Westport is at least a 501c3, it says with an elected board. But especially with those 2 districts, I would like to clearly specify, here's what we're paying for with the funds that they are to receive, to, you know, provide a reasonable assurance that the funds are being spent the way they should be. The others, based on how they are organized, I don't have the same level of concern.
So just a quick question to that. So would an example of their specifying, would that be, for example, maybe say insurance or something that's tangible like that?
Yeah, in fact, perhaps for those 2, they would, you know, we would pay them the amount of that bill, right? Exactly.
Well, I was trying to give an example. But.
Yeah, or fire apparatus that they're,
okay.
That's exactly what I had in mind.
Okay. Sorry. Supervisor Brown.
Thank you, Chair Jurdy. Supervisor McCowan, I just have to somewhat disagree a little bit with you. It's very true, we do not have a responsibility for fire, but we do for EMS. And as far as I know, it's usually the departments that respond and are first on the scene. They're the first responders. So for EMS, you know, I think that is justification with the funding. I also would just like to put something out there to the ad hoc. When you looked at the zip codes, did you take into consideration that, for instance, a 95482 may go all the way into Potter Valley? Because zip codes are based on the postal service deliveries. So you may have a 95482, which we associate with Ukiah Valley, that may go, it goes almost to Hopland, and then on the Potter Valley Road going in, they're all 95482s. And also, once you get out on Highway 20 going all the way to the Lake County line, I believe they're 95482s. So next time when you look at these, I don't know how you can ferret out, but I'm sure the departments would know, because many times they're already receiving property taxes from individuals within their specific service area, within their boundaries. I just wanted to throw that out because I learned the hard way being on a school board a number of years ago, and how the schools were allocated, each district was allocated funds. And Potter Valley was just a new district and didn't realize with the zip codes and the area they had to serve. So I just wanted to throw that out.
And I'm hoping that when we get a comment from the Fire District Association, they can maybe explain how they came up with this. Okay, Supervisor Woodhouse?
Thank you. I just wanted to thank the ad hoc for their work on this and having this money that we can provide, and thank you Supervisor Brown for pointing out about the 85% of it is emergency response by the people. So it is a county responsibility. I'm ready to vote, hear from the public, and hear a motion and vote yes and support this.
Thank you.
Okay.
I want to point out one other thing before we get to that. I'm totally in support of renaming the Criminal Justice Committee Public Safety. I think that's probably long overdue, but I think that would require a future agenda item.
Chair Jurdy, yeah, that I believe that would, we were also talking about possibly when we come back in January with the rules of procedure of changing the criminal justice to public safety at that time. So we would be talking, this is August already, so we would come back in January as part of the rules of procedure and make that change. So then come January of 17, then you would be including the fire districts. Would that be okay?
So for now, the referral would be to criminal justice, understanding it would change.
I think that would be fine.
Yeah.
Right, thank you.
That would be fine.
Okay. So you've heard a fair amount of public board comment. Is there any, if nothing else, it would be maybe helpful for clarification on the point about how the population estimates were made for each of the departments? Yeah. So, and Ben, if you could state your name for the record.
My name is Ben McMillan, and I'm with the Association of Fire Districts, and I'm here to help you understand some of the formula as well as some other items. So you asked questions, Supervisor McGowan, about the formula and how it was derived, and you also asked, let's see, Supervisor Brown, you asked questions about the use of zip codes, and maybe I'll start with the zip codes first. The determination of population is a very difficult one. It would seem very simple, but as you've learned, it's not. The MSRs, which were developed for all of the county fire agencies, listed, or each agency listed their estimated population served. And if you went through all the MSRs for Mendocino County, you come up with a population that exceeded the total population of the county by some 5,000 to 10,000, round numbers. And so we needed to find a way where we could come up with a number that most closely approximated the 87 to 88,000 in the county. The zip code analysis, which was available on a particular website using U.S. Census data, produced numbers which were consistent with the total estimated county population. We then took those numbers and then they almost overlay the fire districts, but not exactly. So there are discussions between districts to negotiate those compromise values. So that's what's on here. And at the bottom of the page that you have, it shows how the allocations were, how they weren't strictly on a zip code basis, but there were shifts in numbers between zip codes, and those are shown at the bottom of the page. I hope that helps with that understanding.
I just wondered if it was taken into consideration.
Oh, yes, yeah. And this is an ongoing, because there are issues with Redwood Valley and Ukiah Valley that are still not quite resolved, but they've said, let's go with them for this year, and then we can talk and refine those even further in the future.
Great.
The process for Mr. McGowan, wondering about why the cities were not included, and you mentioned that Prop 172 funds had been distributed to cities for, yes, they have, they were a pittance, but they've been a pittance for 20-plus years, and nothing has gone to the fire districts. So the association collectively decided that the population allocation should not include the cities for that reason. There can be a catch-up at some point in the future in changing the formula to adjust, but for the time being, that's why the determination would be that the cities didn't get it.
Supervisor McCall.
Well, and I don't think we want to slow the train down now and recalculate it, but the population of the county is officially a little under 90,000, I believe. Mm-hmm. And you've come up with about 88,000
Mm-hmm.
that you're using for your distribution formula.
Correct.
Well, there's probably 25 to 30,000 people live in the cities, which would mean that the population for the districts would be approximately 65,000 tops, not 88,000. So I suspect some of these city residents may have slopped over into one district or another. Again, I don't want to, in fact, if you hadn't mentioned the 88, I probably wouldn't have mentioned it today, but it's just a fact. It underscores the fact we need to do a lot more work on refining the population data, and even census blocks, which were often used for the MSRs, were found to be a very imprecise method of determining population of any given area, because the lines, whether it's for that or for zip codes, don't match up with district and city boundaries.
But it's also true, Supervisor, that the Census Bureau does not work with the U.S. Postal System. And when they send out their census forms to do the count every 10 years, they make them road addresses. So you've got all these P.O. boxes where people come in, and because the Postal Service and the Census Bureau don't work together to make it match P.O. boxes with road numbers and where delivery service isn't, I think the unincorporated area is very undercounted.
I have no
So
doubt.
I bet this figure is right on.
To go to your point, Mr. McCowan, the Districts Association would love to have the county provide really accurate numbers to us, because it's a difficult task to go through. And the numbers that you're referring to is an estimate. That's a 90,000 estimate. The only fixed numbers that exist go back to the 2010 census. So everything after that time is an estimate. So the only numbers that we could replicate in terms of having anyone as an average citizen going and finding anywhere were on a particular website using U.S. Census data, and those were actually 2013 numbers. But anyone can validate those numbers, and that's what's on here. So this allocation is going to be not 100% accurate, up to date, but it's as close as we can come. So.
Well, it's only off by 25 or 30,000 people, but I'm not going to quibble.
This allocation formula shows that we have an estimate of 28,398 in the cities. So they're accounted for in this formula. They're just not used in the allocation formula for population distribution, because the city's populations were excluded. in terms of the allocation.
So Ben, I hear that, but in the latest version that we have here today, though,
Mm-hmm.
it looks like those city residents are showing up not in the city district, but they look like they're showing up in, for example, Fort Bragg Rural Fire Department or Ukiah Valley, and the city population should not be showing up in those too.
The city, if you look at the very first line,
Yeah,
city population is identified on the left-hand side as 28,398.
yeah.
Okay, for the city is moving across the page for the city of Fort Bragg.
What they're talking about.
Which one?
See down here, 14,000 going to
You're correct.
rural fire. There aren't 14,000 people who live in that area.
In
Fort Bragg outside the city. Same over here. So there is an error there.
Oh, I'll have to look at that. Okay, I'm not. You've raised a question that I didn't see. So this is an interesting one. I'll have to look at it. Get back to you.
So, I think this wasn't in an earlier version, because I'm pretty sure that you guys did.
This should be exactly the same as the one that you distributed on 5. The only difference was the heading across the top. Because it didn't change, the numbers didn't change from May until.
Well, we have two options. One, we could either make the change, or we could agree that we're going to make the change between now and next year.
I'm willing to call it a work in progress.
Thank you.
Work in progress means accepting it this way, then adjusting it next year. I think that's the way to go.
Okay, thank you. If we don't have more questions for Ben, well, Dave Roderick, we have your.
I did have one more comment,
Okay.
and that was the question, the point that was arisen, that the district fires, the district agencies are not county functions, and we have to justify the receipt of funds. But Arts Council was up here earlier, and they're not a county agency either, at least to my knowledge. And I just find it unusual that we as districts have to justify receipt of funds when the Arts Council didn't seem to have to. I don't know that. But it just seems like an odd juxtaposition, so, thank you.
David Roderick, Hopland Fire Protection District and Fire Association. I just want to say thank you for the work of the ad hoc committee on getting this developed to this point. I know it's a work in progress still, and there are many things in play to come up in the next year that I hope will benefit fire and EMS in our county. To speak to the concern about the fire companies, Well Gulch and Westport. If that is I'm a little confused by the discussion, if that was an ongoing concern or not. What needs to be remembered is that if they're a fire company or a district, they're a group of local individuals taking responsibility to provide fire and EMS services in very underserved areas of our county, and no one else is stepping forward to do it. And so whatever support we can give them needs to be given to them. If they train with Humboldt County, I'm just thankful that they have someone to train with. And so I'm not sure if that's a large issue or not for the board, but I do want that to be considered, that they're doing the best they can for the public good. It seems the county is always very willing to step forward for EMS, and thank you, Supervisor Woodhouse, for bringing that to attention. Fire is EMS, and Supervisor Brown, fire is EMS in Mendocino County. And it's frustrating that we have to keep reminding people of that. But beyond that, I do want to thank the ad hoc group, the board, Chairman Jurdy. It's very much appreciated, and we look forward to more progress in the future. Thank you.
Thanks, Dave.
Any other public comment?
Ben McMillan from the Association of Fire Districts again. I believe in one of our ad hoc meetings, a question arose about the eligibility for use of Service Area 3 funding to be dispersed to fire, and potentially language had to be changed in some previous ordinance. I'm asking the question.
And I think Alan right behind you is ready
Alan
to speak
is
to
right
that
here.
issue.
So then I'll step down then. Thank you.
He must have seen you come in and knew what you were going to ask.
Good afternoon, Alan Floor, Assistant CEO. So I did want to address the issue around County Service Area 3. So our understanding throughout this entire process and what we've communicated to the board and to the public is that the property tax revenue in the EMS budget unit was attached to County Service Area 3, which was set up a number of years ago, went through a number of revisions, but had restrictions to use that funding for emergency medical services. So County Counsel Elliott did some research, and I found out yesterday in discussions with County Counsel Elliott and the county auditor, who did a significant amount of research in tracking funding back from their side. And what we were told yesterday is that there actually is no real connection between that property tax revenue and County Service Area number 3. There's no revenue currently associated with County Service Area number 3 anymore. This is a sort of line item of our property tax allocation that has carried through many years, and without getting into all the complexities of it, there is no restrictions on the use of the funding. It is completely discretionary by the board. It does not need to be used for emergency medical services. In fact, there were some other similar line item distinctions in property tax that after the ERAF shift were rolled up into our primary property tax and is treated as revenue in Budget Unit 1000. The auditor's understanding is the reason that didn't happen with this designation was simply because it had been associated with a separate budget unit, which at that time was associated with a fire warden. But historically, that revenue has been used and dedicated by the board through the budget process for fire and EMS type use through the CAL FIRE dispatch contract. So I wanted to make sure your board was aware of that. That was new information to me yesterday. It doesn't necessarily change, I don't think, the board's options in doing what the board has directed us to do and that we have included in the budget for this year, but there is no requirement that the board use that funding for EMS services.
Supervisor McCowan.
So I think based on the previous belief that there were potentially some restrictions on the County Service Area 3 funds, we jumped through a couple of hoops, and so now we know that the hoop jumping wasn't really necessary.
Yes.
Okay. Which would have made it a lot simpler.
Yes, it would have.
Knowing then what we know now, but it,
Do
but
we ever
also
make things simple?
the net effect is no different.
Correct.
Right.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, just one other follow-up comment on the discussion about the population. When I received this, I used the spreadsheet that I had produced for the board earlier based on the information that I had available at the time. I used the population numbers that were provided by the district association. I believe that the formula is correct. I believe that the way it's presented to you is a little bit muddled and it confuses the population numbers. But I believe that the allocations on population are correct based on what they've said that they intended to do on the unincorporated population, and it doesn't exclude the cities, because I ran into a snag in trying to get our numbers to correlate, and so I double-checked that, and it's my belief at this time that while it's a little confusing on this spreadsheet, their intention is accurate with these numbers.
Okay. Supervisor McCowan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And one more thing I wanted to add is next year, after Measure AI, the marijuana tax passes based on the board's commitment that we hope the voters will support through the advisory measure. That will be a new source of funding for fire and EMS as well as other vital county services. So this should be a lot, hopefully this should be a lot easier discussion next year. We'll be talking about how much to increase the amount of funding, hopefully.
Okay. Oh, go ahead.
I'm Michael Schaefer from the Competency Community Services District, and I've worked with the ad hoc committee for several months now, and I want to extend my thanks to them and to the entire board for their consideration. A year ago, before we started the district association, there were so many questions about what was possible, what was viable, and we've come a long way together, I think, in the past year in terms of being more transparent and being more understanding about the needs of our districts. So I want to thank you, and we can all, I think, take pride in what we've done over the last year.
Thanks,
Thank you.
Michael.
Okay. Any more comments?
Motion.
Oh, I don't care if I make it. Maybe one of those guys would make it.
Would someone like to make a motion?
Feel like making a motion down there?
Well, I will actually.
I'm sorry, I could.
You want to do it?
No.
I will move the recommended action, which is with one modification at the end. So authorize county staff to execute agreements with the fire departments and then distribute funds to the departments as identified in the fiscal year 2016-17 county budget. The allocation formula provides funding to the 22 departments recognized as providing primary fire service by the local agency formation commission, unless any of the departments fail to fulfill the terms of the agreements, or county council determines any of the departments are ineligible for these funds. Further, the board assigns its ongoing work with the fire departments to the Criminal Justice Standing Committee.
Second?
Right.
Okay. Let's vote by the button.
Motion carries unanimously.
Thank you all. In the interest of time, I would like us to take a 5-minute break, but then come back to items 6D and 6E, which are the issues relating to our ballot statements.
So maybe take 6E first, because that's the one you participate in.
We'll deal, yeah, fine, we'll deal with those
Okay.
first. Okay, at 3:15, we're going to resume the Mendocino County Board of Supervisors meeting, and we're going to go directly to item 6E, which is discussion and possible direction regarding a submittal of a ballot statement in support of Measure AH, which is shall an ordinance be adopted containing specific enactment language that will allow for the collection of taxes pursuant to the initiative to add a half-cent sales tax to fund facilities in Mendocino County to assist in the diagnosis and treatment of mental health and drug dependency, appearing on the November ballot. And Supervisor McCown and I are sponsoring this. As the board has put as an urgency item, this ballot measure on basically is an enacting clause for a voter initiative, but it would have ideally been in the voter initiative itself, but it wasn't. So we've got this on the ballot. And so there's an opportunity for the board to author its own, well, to author the ballot argument in favor of this. And so Supervisor McCown and I have worked up a draft argument in favor and bring it for the board with the hope that maybe the whole board would be willing to sign this. Supervisor McCown, do you want to add any more to that?
Well, I would simply add that we also gave the sheriff an opportunity to review this, and he's very supportive of it. You know, frankly, I think it's to the advantage of everyone for the county to have a united front in support of Measure AG and AH, which is the enacting clause, and let the voters speak. But, you know, publicly, I'm completely willing to be behind this and support it. And so Chair Jurdy and I are asking that if the board supports this argument and supports this approach, that all 5 of us be willing to sign.
Okay, Supervisor Hamburg?
Well, Mr. Chairman, when I was reading the agenda summary, I was really surprised to learn that the Board of Supervisors had determined to be proponents of this measure.
Well, that was an error in the summary of the request. The board is actually an official proponent of Measure AH, the enacting clause, which we unanimously voted to support. And AH is necessary to actually implement AG should it pass.
So we are proponents of Measure AH.
Correct.
Well, the ballot argument we've crafted.
I didn't understand that we were proponents. I thought the proponents were the people who signed the notice of intent.
Well, in this case, I believe we're putting Measure AH on by ordinance, or it is an ordinance. Maybe County Council can clarify.
That's correct. Just to remind you, we have the initiative measure AG, which was brought forward by the people, which included Sheriff Allman. And so it's a people's initiative, but it's a sales tax. And so in order for, if that were to pass, it would not be able to be enacted because it lacked the enacting language that's required by the BOE, which can only come from the Board of Supervisors.
And for clarification, BOE is
BOE
the
is
State
Bureau-
Board of Equalization that actually collects the sales tax.
Correct. So so this board did vote unanimously to for Measure AH
Well,
to create the enacting clause.
Well, I supported Measure AH, and I think I seconded the motion.
Yes.
Because I wanted the voters of Mendocino County to, since 4,000 of them signed this petition, to have an opportunity to vote on this measure and have it be meaningful. But that wasn't a vote in favor of the of this sales tax to fund facilities in Mendocino County. I was supporting enabling that if the voters so decide.
And what this board did was exactly what you just said. It wasn't, the board did not take a position
So the statement
at that
you-
time.
that you and Supervisor Jurdy Supervisor McCown and Supervisor Jurdy have come up with is in favor of giving the voters the opportunity to have this money go through for mental health facilities if they vote for AG, if they vote for the, I guess I'm just.
So
not real
maybe
clear.
Supervisor McCowan can elaborate a little more on
Well,
our thought process.
when we voted, and I believe I made the motion and you did
Yeah,
second the
second.
motion to place Measure AH on the ballot, and I guess that was August 2nd. So when we took that action, I felt exactly the way you did. We were only taking the action necessary to implement Measure AG should it pass.
Should it pass,
Rather
right.
than have it pass and then it's kind of in limbo.
Right.
Because of a technical error of not having the enacting clause.
Right.
Since that time, just reflecting on all of the issues involved and realizing that we did have an opportunity, having put AH on the ballot to write an argument in support of it, I actually had the revelation that it would be the best move forward for the board to publicly support both Measure AG and AH. And certainly if AG passes, the board is going to have to work with the community to implement it. So, but it is asking the board members to publicly take a position endorsing AG and AH. That is what this measure says. I frankly think it's a fairly strong statement in support of it, and I think it's a positive move for the board, and it certainly makes clear that we share everyone else's concern for enhanced mental health services, and we're committed. If this passes, we're going to do everything we can to make it work. So I know it's, you know, I had my revelation privately, and you're being asked to have it publicly, perhaps, but I'm hopeful we'll be able to all put our names to this.
Supervisor Woodhouse?
Just wanted to give Supervisor Hamburg a chance to think, because I can understand what you're saying. I believe, too, in putting up things and letting the public decide. That doesn't mean I'm supporting every single one of those things. This particular one I do, so I'm comfortable with the way you put it together. I wonder if Supervisor Hamburg doesn't feel like he can, if there's an alternative way we could possibly do this, if necessary, that might be helpful.
I think it says you can have up to 5 signatures on it, so 4 of you can sign it. If that's what you want to do. But I just, you know, it is kind of a shock to me, given the fact that, you know, just a few meetings ago, we were going through the report prepared by our executive office, which concludes with a sentence saying that it hopes that the funding streams from SB 82 and the 1115 waiver will make this initiative fiscally possible. And I interpreted that as a pretty weak endorsement. To use the verb hope as opposed to believes or has confidence that. I'm not used to making, $40 million decisions based on someone's hope. I mean, I think we all hope that things work out. It's pretty clear to me sitting here that there's 4 board members who are ready to endorse Measure AG as well as Measure AH, but I'm just not. And I could go through it. Over the weekend, I had occasion to reread the Beacon report, which actually came from the executive office, and I don't think we've begun to answer those questions. I mean, that was a $5 million shortfall, and I know the sheriff said that it was the worst case scenario, and I think I answered that in my own statement by saying that it's our job to look at the worst case scenario. It's not our job to have rose-colored glasses on. It's our job to look at the things that might come down the pike that would adversely affect the county budget, and certainly the report that we asked for, and I'm sure it took a lot of money to prepare, raised a lot of questions in my mind. And I have other questions too, and again, they're laid out in the report. The report talks a lot about the finances, but it also talks a lot about the fact that this is a one-page initiative that talks about spending $40 million of taxpayer money. I don't think we've resolved a lot of the issues that are presented by this initiative. And, so, I've got a whole list of things that I wrote down as I was going through that report again over the weekend, and I don't want to take everybody's time going through them again. We've gone through them before, but I just don't understand where this thing is going well enough to say that I'm a proponent of it.
Okay, Supervisor Brown?
Thank you, Chair Jurdy, and I am very sympathetic to what Supervisor Hamburg is saying.
Yes.
Our future, because when I came on in 2009, I think Supervisor McCowan talked about it earlier, and we had the downturn, and we had X amount of million to make up by June 30th, and we were in March, just barely, I think, at the time that we got the news. We had no reserve, we had no contingency fund, we were in big trouble. And this kind of goes back to another item earlier today that we had. And it's not that you don't support all these things. It's just I'm very worried for our future. We're also looking at the possibility of having a new wing for a jail. And we are on record as having to match those funds. And I can't remember exactly what the staffing level was, but I believe it was 1.2 million, something like that, on a yearly basis. Yeah, I'm worried too about our financial future. But I believe, like Supervisor Woodhouse, let the people vote. And we're going to just have to make those decisions of what we can do and what we can't do, given on money circumstances as we move into the future.
Okay, Supervisor Woodhouse.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I'll be brief. I think it is healthy, and there'll be a debate during the whole campaign, and we'll see how the election comes out. And the requirement that they need 2/3 vote is going to take a lot of thinking, and it'll raise the awareness about all the problems, and that's not a bad thing. That's how it works. So it is a leap of faith. It's not walking into here's a guarantee of your future. It's a first step, and we really have to start somewhere. But I never want to be forced into doing anything until I'm ready to do it. So I totally respect your caution, Supervisor Hamburg, and I'm ready to support this and support your right to not support it. Thank you.
Supervisor McCown.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The initiative, of course, it's limited to 300 words, and we had a few words left over here as well. But part of what this says is we're committed to working with the proponents of Measure AG, the Measure AG Oversight Committee, and other community stakeholders to really figure out how this is going to work. And it doesn't describe it in the initiative. This argument acknowledges that Measure AG simply raises funds to develop facilities, doesn't provide a detailed description of the facilities or the services that will be provided. But those are all things that are going to be determined before any facilities are actually developed. And it was very helpful to me to have a couple of conversations with Camille Schrader, who I believe has a vision of how this can all work, not merely developing the facilities. The money raised by the tax is going to be sufficient to develop the needed facilities, and the challenge, as you indicate, is staffing them and operating them going forward. But I think we have some very knowledgeable people in this county, and I certainly include Camille Schrader among them, who have insight into how this can all work. And I think it might help to invite her to come forward, as well as Sheriff Allman, to speak to this issue.
Okay, but I do have one speaker card, so I want to call the speaker card first, and that's from Sarah Reith.
Thanks for taking my question. My name's Sarah Reith, and I'm with the Willits News, and I'm also a resident of Ukiah. And please forgive me if I've not quite got the protocol down, but I read the Heritage Initiative, and we're here discussing ballot measures to make it possible to collect the tax to fund Sheriff Allman's facility. And I'm wondering if, in the event that the Heritage Initiative passes, is there a process in place? Is there language? And I read it, but I don't have a legal mind, so I'm not sure if it was there and I didn't see it, but is there language in the Heritage Initiative to collect taxes if that one passes and the county ordinance does not meet with voter approval? So whom would I pose that question to, and is it a violation of protocol to use the comment period to do that?
Yeah, so County Council, did you look at the enacting clause in that?
So I can answer that. It is a bit off topic, but through the chair, I would be glad to answer that.
Thank you.
So the big difference, and I'm actually was going to make another comment, and that is I would ask to strike the last line in the first paragraph that says due to a drafting error, an enacting clause was inadvertently omitted. I don't think you need that, for one, and I think it's a misstatement. So the difference between the two initiatives, they're both people's initiatives, the Heritage Initiative and the Mental Health Initiative. The Mental Health Initiative involves a sales tax, whereas the Heritage Initiative involves a business tax.
And the difference there is the county has its own business license tax, collects the business license tax. The State Board of Equalization, which is not the county, collects sales tax.
Correct. So just as a further comment, however, our own tax that's proposed by this board in terms of a business tax does have the correct enacting language for our own county to collect that taxes. The Heritage Initiative does not. So depending on what happens in the election, it may be something that we want somehow to attach, basically, and that will go through, I assume, a court of law. But because there isn't any specifics with the Heritage Initiative. The reason why I asked to strike the sentence is the people could have put an enacting clause in the Heritage Initiative and did not, but the people could not have put an enacting clause in the Mental Health Initiative because of the fact that it's a sales tax. And because of that, according to the Bureau of BOE, economic equalization, thank you, it's getting late. Because of their own requirements, the only one that could have done that enacting clause is the Board of Supervisors. That could not have come from the people, which is why we have this unusual situation of we have the people bringing a sales tax, but the only people that can enact that sales tax is the Board of Supervisors. Does that make sense?
Well, except
but this was only discovered on virtually the last day to remedy it?
So again, because this was a people's initiative, I looked only at the issue of whether it was legal or not. It was actually through Mr. Flores' good work of checking on our other tax ordinances of whether there was anything that needed to be done, that the BOE was then informed us that we needed this enacting language. And at that point, we put it together so we could bring it before this board to make sure that if this initiative passes, that we can in fact collect those taxes.
But we could amend that sentence to say something to the effect, but an enacting clause is necessary to implement Measure AG.
Absolutely.
Okay, maybe Camille Schrader first, and then Chair Fallman.
Good afternoon. Camille Schrader with Redwood Community Services. Your life is very complicated. So, first, I thought what we were talking about at this point was the very point County Council is making, which is if the people vote for the initiative, then you want to have approved this so that you can actually receive the funding for the initiative. So it seems like they're two separate issues, and I'm sure you already are aware of that. I just wanted to be clear. And it sounded like you said the Heritage Initiative we couldn't gather those dollars, but I'm seriously not going to touch that. In terms of the Mental Health Initiative, so it is complex, and I really appreciate Supervisor Brown and Supervisor Hamburg's worry about committing so many dollars to funds and activities that you are not mandated to do. I completely understand that. And however, I think that we are already providing the majority of the services that are written into the Mental Health Initiative. The Mental Health Initiative is for bricks and mortar, so facilities. I've come up here for literally a month solid since the end of June saying our biggest problem in implementing the adult mental health services contracts are facilities. Literally, we continue to have a significant issue with crisis, finding a co-location for crisis and crisis residential, finding a safe place for coastal facility expansion, which is desperately needed. We have the outpatient dollars, we have the match dollars, we have the ability to sort of move that on the outpatient side, and we do not have the facilities. So I think it's an appropriate initiative and can go a long way to support what we need to do. Furthermore, once we have it built, it feels that there are 4 in the matrix that Sheriff Allman had, unofficial matrix. He's talking about outpatient. Outpatient services are going to be and can be facilitated with the current funding that we have, based on the ACA, based on EPSDT funding, based on what we at RQMC and the adult service providers and the children's service providers have already done. We intend to hope to have built the continuum on the outpatient side that will really be able to support this. The second piece is the psychiatric facility and the drug and alcohol facility and the crisis residential. Crisis residential has SB 82 as the executive office's report pointed to. No, it may not be a complete and absolute enough dollars to do it, but it goes a long way. It's a $500,000 building fund that has to be enacted by June 30th of 2017 anyway. So in terms of the services and supports, there may be a slight additional dollars that RQMC and our mental health providers have to come up with for crisis res, but I'm actually not convinced of that on the crisis residential side. So outpatient crisis res, not a terrible leverage. You look at psychiatric. If we're using public-private partnership, so I absolutely agree that if this is a county-run program, any of these programs are county-run programs, it will probably break the bank. And I'm not suggesting that there won't be some dollars that have to be invested, at least in the short run, even if it's a public-private partnership program, as I said to Supervisor McCowan. It's not $6 million. Secondly, the hospital, the psychiatric hospital, there are several conversations happening right now. There are multiple things being explored with or without this initiative that you hope to be able to do. This initiative makes it far more possible that we will find a third-party entity who will support a PUF in our county, and that PUF, there are 200 clients a month at St. Helena get turned away. So there are multiple counties who would support this. We would probably have to buy anywhere between 4 and 7 beds out of the 16 beds. So you're not committing to paying for all 16 beds in a PUF, depending upon how this gets arranged in terms of the services and the supports. So those are dollars there. We're already spending, we would be spending them in our county. We'd be supporting our own community's ability to bring clients home faster and to support family involvement. So that's the third thing. The fourth thing, alcohol and drug. That's probably the most questionable thing in my mind. And this is just the world of Camille Schrader. In my mind, that's the most questionable. And it's questionable because we haven't dealt with the 1115 waiver. So we don't really know what the rates are going to look like, and we don't know how those rates are going to be financed. If the rates are financed in a bundled rate, then the idea of Partnership Health Plan taking their dollars and then leveraging their dollars to support this kind of an entity would be tremendously helpful. If they're not, and we're going to use federal match, then a county-run system based on building some sort of container it would probably be the way. That's for alcohol and drugs and the new benefits. Wait till last to implement the alcohol and drug section of this until the 1115 waiver, which you're going to be facing in the fall anyway, gets kind of figured out and the rates get looked at, and the state's dollars under Prop 30 have to come to support some of this, whether they admit it or not. And then you can explore where those options are. They're a mandate anyway. They have to be provided, and we don't have the facilities here now. So I really understand the anxiety, and I know that the report was accurate if it were run as a public system. I don't think that it's the reality if it's a public-private partnership, and I hope that we all can work together to lay it out. At least in our terms, we have actually looked at the continuum. 2 out of 3 of them have to be done anyway, and the other 2, the PUF is a third-party entity. This is a wonderful business opportunity, and it is also a great piece of a continuum of care locally if we can figure out a way to support in one-time dollars, i.e. a facility, somebody else being willing to provide that kind of a service. Again, this is the world of Camille Schrader and her opinion. So any questions?
Supervisor Hamburg, do you have a question?
Oh, well, actually, I didn't, but let me, since my pen was up. In terms of the PUF unit, you're saying that part of the continuum would need to be contracted out?
Oh, I don't think there's any other way you could do it.
There's no other way to do it?
Oh, absolutely. I mean,
okay.
Because if it's a county-run facility, county-run has to figure out.
The other parts of this facility could be staffed by county workers?
With all due respect, I don't think any piece of this continuum can
You
be
don't think
staffed by
there's
county
any
workers.
county jobs in this?
Oh, no.
No, yeah.
But jobs for county residents.
County residents,
Yeah,
and
but not in the
and
county
in
system.
conjunction with, so for the waiver is my one question mark. And you have an alcohol and drug county run program, so I really want to say we don't know, and frankly, we're all going to be having this conversation when the 1115 waiver comes forward, and there are more questions than there are answers right now. Hopefully, we'll have some understanding of how the rate structure and the fiscal models got picked in the first 3 phases, so we'll be informed in terms of what you as the board and staff have to decide. And Supervisor Hamburg, that might make a difference on that component, but the residential component of AOD, anything 24/7, it's going to cost less on a private sector, and the private sector can bring in there will be other clients who need that service. So making it 100% dependent on Mendocino County is never a good idea.
Right, so we're going to be
So we get priority.
We're going to take clients in from other counties.
But if you take clients into a residential program that actually go in their little car back to their counties when they're done with the residential program, it's a win-win.
Okay, but getting back to the acute psychiatric, why hasn't Humboldt been able to make a go of it?
I don't know. Supervisor McCowan asked that too. I can't tell you who we've been talking to, but we've been talking to
They have a larger population base than we do.
Orange County's having a hard time with their 11-bed.
I mean,
Is it county
and
run?
also, we had one
Yeah,
here.
it's county run.
That we couldn't make a go of.
We don't have pensions. We don't have retirement. We don't have the kinds of obligations. I love my county colleagues, love them dearly. I think it's really, really tough to run a 24/7 facility in a public
employees,
system.
yeah.
Any 24-hour facility. I think that's why the jail is so difficult. Any 24-hour facility is very, very
Right.
difficult.
And as we all know, staffing is a huge problem up here.
Workforce development will be absolutely difficult. It's already difficult for clinicians. It's already difficult for county social workers. We have
Right.
tons of jobs that are mid-wage jobs. It's already difficult for special ed. It's already difficult for
Right.
teachers. You could solve that through helping us with housing.
Okay. Wait for my supervisor's report.
I'm not saying that there won't be some additional cost. I can't imagine it's going to be $6 million. I hope that by the time this initiative passes and we get into the weeds, because it will pass, and if we don't pass this initiative, we won't be able to gather the taxes. And then when we can't gather the taxes, we'll be stuck having to do it anyway. But I'm hoping by that time we will have proven a few things and ease a little bit of your anxiety, at least on the mental health side. I'm glad you guys are serving, and I know that it's really hard.
Okay, Supervisor McCowan?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I believe you've indicated with the alcohol and drug treatment that once the 1115 drug Medi-Cal waiver all gets sorted out, we may well have additional mandates, although they're carefully not.
We will have additional mandates.
Yeah, they're not calling it a mandate, so we will be paying for it, but we will have to be providing additional service one way or the other.
You're not going to want to you're not going to want to opt out of the 1115 waiver, and if you opt into the 1115 waiver, you have to provide the benefit.
And because you're opting in, they say it's not a mandate, but.
As soon as you opt in, it's a mandate.
Sure. The other question I wanted to ask for you and/or Sheriff Allman is that by building these facilities or developing them and having the funding to do it, part of the advantage is they can be developed in the way that provides for the most efficient operation and staffing. All the equipment can be modern and up to date, so it operates most effectively and at the lowest cost. And I believe that the initial funding can also be used to completely furnish the structures with all of the necessary equipment, diagnostic equipment, whatever testing or other equipment that we need, will also be eligible for use of the facility development funds. And I see Sheriff Allman and Camille Schrader both shaking their heads yes. So I think that's another positive. But yeah, it's a huge challenge. No one can pretend that it isn't. But
But I thought that the report, and I've heard lots of community people talk about the report, the executive office report, and I felt like it was, first of all, a realistic approach, but it also left, the last two paragraphs were what was important about that report, which is there are multiple ways that we can try to address this issue. The issue's here. We have the issue. We have to solve it. We have to solve the mental health continuum, and we have to figure out alcohol and drug. And the 1115 waiver is going to make us do it anyway. This is actually a win-win if we can handle it in such a way that doesn't say it has to be all county or all contractor. And I think that the lessons we've learned in the last 3 years around oversight and accountability and real public-private partnership are going to be able to make it much more feasible than you think, and I appreciated that the article left it that way.
Okay, thank you. Sheriff Almond?
Good afternoon, and thank you. And most of my comments are going to be directed towards Supervisor Hamburg because I certainly appreciate his concern, his valid concerns. And I think that answers to some questions are necessary. However, we would all agree that our crystal balls are in a shop. They're not here, and we can't predict. 17 years ago when we closed the PUF, we, as in nobody in this room, was responsible for closing the PUF. The decision was made on some of the things you brought up, Supervisor Hamburg, of staffing.
Please address the chair, Tom.
Okay, I'll address the chair.
But you can use my name.
Okay. It's the same name, so, Dan. When we closed the PUF as a county, decisions were made on staffing, decisions were made on money. The decision was made because there had been several transfers from the jail to the PUF unit where suicides had occurred. And it was a short-sighted mistake, but I can't blame the people who made that decision because I wasn't aware of all the facts. I was happily a lieutenant in the north part of the county, and I was doing my own thing. I wasn't involved, and no one asked me what I thought about closing a PUF. But now we have the benefit of history. We have the benefit of looking back for 17 years and say, all right, for 17 years, was the decision made that was correct, or was it a hastily made decision? And I'm going to find myself in the corner of it was a hastily made decision of penny wise and pound foolish. While some people may say this county historically has made colossal mistakes, I don't agree with that. I think that we make our decisions based on the knowledge we have, and on this situation, we have the benefit of history in our corner. We have the benefit of saying a question that I ask myself every day when I make decisions. Is this going to improve public safety, or is this going to diminish public safety? Is this going to improve the quality of life, or is this going to diminish the quality of life in Mendocino County? And those questions we as elected people have to ask ourselves. You spend $250 million a year as members of the Board of Supervisors. I'm merely responsible for $23 million. But I ask that question on a regular basis. Is this going to make Mendocino County better if and then fill in the blank, if I get this vendor for the jail or if I buy this patrol car? So while Supervisor Hamburg has asked a very important question regarding public employees staffing this, I want to remind the board that during the discussion of Proposition 172, the county has been reminded very clearly that the Board of Supervisors for Mendocino County is the legislative body of Mendocino County. And I'm merely part of the executive branch, you're part of the legislative branch. And you decide if it's going to be staffed by public employees or if it's going to be contracted out. And we also have the benefit of that, of the history with this one, because Ortner is a four-letter word in this room. Ortner is somebody, a corporation, that we learned a lesson from. Other counties don't have the benefit of this. So we're learning lessons, and if we don't remember history, we're bound to repeat it. You know that. I know that. And so now we're in a situation where we have no PUF, We have families who are distraught because they have no idea where their loved one is taken, whether it's Yuba County, Solano County, Sonoma County. And we have 4,383 citizens who have signed a petition to say, will you give us an opportunity to tax ourselves so we can have mental health, basic mental health services provided back in Mendocino County. So we're not asking for extravagant services. We're asking for basic mental health services. And my employees are the ones who see the mother's tears when they say, we've been calling and we aren't getting the services we need, or they took him somewhere, we don't know where he is. Can you imagine that as a parent? Can you imagine having your child taken and you don't know where they are? They're just under the control of government? I can't. I really can't. But that's where we are right now. And I'm not trying to diminish the quality work that we're getting from the current county employees and the quality work that we're getting from Redwood Quality Management. I'm not diminishing that at all, but what we have isn't working. And we have a situation where the citizens have put an initiative on the ballot to say, we think we can do better and we want to tax ourselves. Well, who are we to say we don't approve of that because it might cost us more money? I don't think we're in that position. I don't think you're in that position because you are driving the boat. You get to decide who staffs it. You know, I'm going to clearly say to all 5 of you that I can specifically talk about your supervisors' districts. And I could name names of problem people who are consistently, and if we could use the word recidivism as easily as we use the word recidivism in criminal element, let's talk about mental health recidivism. I could name the 3 frequent flyers in all 5 of your districts that are costing us $1 million a year. And that would be 15 people. I think it's fair to say that. We have to be smarter than this problem. We can't forget why we're doing the job we're doing. And if you forget why you're doing the job you're doing, then maybe we could have a one-on-one conversation. Because I'll remind you, I know what all 5 of you ran on. I know your platforms. And nobody said, I want to get elected as a member of the Board of Supervisors to make mental health worse. Nobody said that. We're all in this together. So let's give it to the voters, 4 supervisors, 5 supervisors, no supervisors. Let's give it to the citizens, and let's allow them to make a decision, but don't predict the wrong things that are going to happen when you're in charge of making those decisions, because you're basically subliminally telling people that you think you're going to make the wrong decision. I have trust in you. If I didn't have trust in all 5 of you, I would not be sheriff of this county. I'm working for 4% of my salary right now, but I'm going to keep doing it because I love my job. But if you can't see this as improving the quality of life of mental health, I need you to tell your constituents that. I do. But if you see this as something, as a good alternative of improving the quality of life and improving public safety in Mendocino County, you really need to step forward with either a better idea or your support for this initiative. Thank you.
Supervisor McCown, I think you have a question.
Sheriff Allman, obviously you're very passionate on this topic and no one questions that, but I believe, to me, your comments taken together with those of Camille Schrader, I think you're both anticipating there will be a very broad-based community decision of how to move forward in spending the funds, developing the facilities, and coming up with a sustainable plan for staffing and operating them. And I don't hear you saying in any way that you are expecting that the board will be financially irresponsible. We're not going to break the bank. Yes, staffing and operating these facilities will cost money. no doubt there will be a commitment of general fund money, but you don't expect the county to spend itself into the poorhouse to get this job done. I think you have the same confidence that Camille Schrader does, that we will examine every opportunity and every option, and we'll make it work.
Well, Supervisor, thank you for that statement. There wasn't a question there, but thank you for the statement. But let me respond.
Well, I guess I'm asking, do you more or less agree with that point of view?
I've been called a lot of things in my career. I don't think anybody's ever specifically called me an idiot. Okay? They might have behind my back, but I don't remember that. This podium and I have something in common. At budget time, my hands are here, and I'm arguing for general fund dollars. If anybody on this board thinks that I'm dumb enough to put a proposition on the ballot that's going to be competing against the general fund dollars that I'm trying to get, then I'm not the one who's an idiot. Because I'm not going to allow my sheriff's office to be unfunded for something I put on the ballot. I'm smart enough to predict the future on some of this stuff. And we have to look at John Dickerson. We have to look at some of these other public employee pension people who are spending lots of time, of their own time, and coming up with really good decisions or good facts to say, maybe what we've been doing in the past isn't the smartest thing, but if we make decisions in the future, how can we incorporate this new knowledge and still succeed? And that's where we are. But no, I'm not going to compete against something else. When I have deputy sheriffs I need to put on the street. Thank you for the statement.
Thank you.
But, Mr. Chairman, just one comment. Of course, we do know that we have a, very finite number of dollars. And we do know that, if this initiative passes, and Sheriff Hallman, I am all for the 4,000 plus people who signed this initiative being able to go to the voting booth and cast their ballot, and the people of the county, you and the people who support this initiative have worked hard to get those signatures, and you've followed all the processes, and there's going to be a vote, and the people of the county are going to decide if they want to be taxed this additional amount for the next 5 years. I'm not a big fan of the sales tax. It's regressive. It's rich people and poor people just the same. But, it's the mechanism of choice. You feel that this 11-member panel that, the board is going to help to choose, along with this Board of Supervisors, is going to make wise decisions about how to spend mental health dollars in Mendocino County for the next, whatever it is, 30 years, 40 years, building this facility and all. What really concerns me is a lack of a coordinated and well-distributed body of expertise in mental health systems, planning, organization, and budgeting. I don't see that. I don't necessarily see it that will be what this 11-member panel will come up with, because they're basically political choices by this board, and I don't see it on this board. I don't think the 5 of us, not a single one of us, are a mental health professional. And when I'm looking at, again, I think the people deserve to vote, and of course the people will vote, but I'm being asked on the basis of a one-page initiative to be a proponent of a $40 million expenditure that very well might cause the expenditure of general fund dollars, but at the very least will cause a diminishment of the possibilities of a sales tax to fund other things that are very close to my heart. There were 2 things I wanted on the ballot this year. I wanted a road tax on the ballot. I wanted a fire tax to help the fire departments on the ballot. If your initiative passes, and it well might, it's going to be that much harder to raise money for other things, because people, we're in a poor county. That half cent, will mean something to most people in this county. We were able to get a library tax through with a big vote, but that was 1/8 of a cent. This is, this is a significant tax, and, I just don't see it. And, and when I read that Beacon report again over the weekend, just over and over and over again, I think it's on pages 5 to 7, it says, there is no specific information in this initiative, but we are making this assumption. I mean, it's repeated over and over and over again. So I feel like I'm being asked to, the proverbial expression is buy a pig in a poke. Because I don't see the level of detail for something as big as this in front of me.
And if I may, can I respond to you then, Supervisor Hamburg, since you asked the question?
Go ahead.
Simplicity was part of the planning here. If you'll notice, the word develop is in there and not construct. There's many words in there that we wanted to allow this board to have the creativity.
This board is not a single mental health expert on this board, Tom.
And Supervisor Hamburg, why does it take 17 years for the citizens to say a decision that was made in 1999 is a wrong decision? Why isn't somebody on this board saying, let's correct it, instead of having the sheriff do it?
I personally do not know if it was a wrong decision.
So I just want to correct or comment on a couple things, Supervisor. Okay. A sales tax was decided because a parcel tax, as we know, is a very common tax in this county. Please keep in mind that in the summertime, our deputy sheriffs are dealing with tourists and visitors of this county on a regular basis with mental health issues. I don't think they're paying parcel tax, but they're certainly buying restaurant food and buying gasoline and buying t-shirts, and their taxes are going to be collected to hopefully pay for their portion of what they're utilizing. In 50 years from now, I will guarantee you I'm not going to be alive, but whatever we develop, I hope we're going to have a mental health facility still alive in 50 years. If we need a road tax, if we need a fire tax, hooray, hooray, I'll support them. And remember, that's the reason we put a sunset on this. So other basic infrastructure, which Proposition 13 doesn't allow us to build right now, can be developed. We can't do everything at once, but the truth is we were doing nothing at the same time. We were doing nothing. I didn't see anybody saying, let's collect signatures for this or this board. I know there was discussion of road tax, discussion of fire. I didn't see any action, and that's why this group of citizens and I said, then we're going to do the action. So
well,
the whole...
you guys went first, and you created momentum. And Tom, congratulations. I'm not putting the effort down.
We're not. We don't need to. If you don't want to support, I'm fine with it.
Okay. Thank you, Supervisor Woodhouse. I think we might actually be pretty close to making a motion. CEO Angela, I'd like to comment.
Thank you, Chair Jurdy. I just want to make a couple comments. It's been a robust discussion, and I think that, in spite of where it seems like we're miles apart, I think we all want the same thing. So I appreciate everybody's comments. I want to make a comment because the report that you all have been talking about came out of my office. It was the board's direction for this report, and we brought it forward. I believe the report was a good piece of work. Though I will say that the dollars in the report that we talked about as far as the 4.8 million is dealing with, one, county operated, but also the full build out of everything we've talked about. I can also say the sheriff and I met repeatedly. I think the first time the sheriff talked about the mental health initiative, we'd met and we talked about county staff versus having an operation outside of basically a contractor and doing a public-private partnership. So I do think that should the initiative pass and we begin to look at building out, that the first thing we will need, and the sheriff knows all this, we've talked about it, the commission will be convened, but what we will really need will be that expertise. I agree wholeheartedly with Supervisor Hamburg. We don't have the expertise within our county system, whether it's my office, anywhere else, and I know that Tammy left, but I think Tammy would say the same thing. We will need assistance. We will need consultants. We'll need project management. We'll need consultants on how we get licensed. I mean, there's a lot of things that we'll need, but the one thing we'll have will be the money to build a psychiatric facility. The last comment I want to make, though, because I think this is really important, we've kind of tossed around 17 years ago what happened and whatever, and we've talked a lot about the money, and we know the money is important because county dollars are limited, and county staff costs money. But I believe, I wasn't here 17 years ago either, but I believe that what happened with the psychiatric unit could have been money, could have been whatever, but you know what it was? The number one issue, the reason they closed that PUF was patient safety. That's what it was, patient safety. And I believe that what Humboldt County is dealing with right now is patient safety. Because if you're a government facility and you're running, basically, you're doing direct service, you're doing clinical services, you're running a hospital, you have a lot of hoops to go through to get good staff, to keep good staff, to try to get rid of bad staff. And you're talking life and death situations. So the sheriff and I have talked about this, and we're both on the same page on this. There's nothing that we want to develop that is going to create a patient safety issue. And so I just have to bring that up, because whether it was a mistake what happened with the PUF, I believe it had to do with patient safety. And in that regard, if we were providing an unsafe environment, whether it was a mental health client, cardiac, whatever, we would never want to do that. And so I don't believe that what we're talking about today would create a patient safety issue. I also think that when we talked about, and Camille it really articulated the whole report nicely in about 90 seconds, but the alcohol and drug services, a lot of the different services that we talked about in that report is what could create a general fund cost. But other than that, I think that the public-private partnership is probably where we are. But I want to remind everybody, I believe it was patient safety. That was the issue. It wasn't that the county just wanted to close the PUF. So, thank you.
Supervisor McCown.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. All of the steps that CEO Angelo that you have outlined do need to be done. The sheriff, I believe, on the second spoke to the issue of having a needs assessment. We're going to need to have all of that and more. And I do believe by the terms of the initiative that all of those planning measures can be paid for out of the funds that are raised. So we will have the funds necessary to come up with the best plan forward to build the right facilities in the right sequence and come up with a plan of operations. There are certainly unknowns. Sheriff Allman's acknowledged that, but I'm willing for us to put our best foot forward. So the recommended action is to authorize Chair Jurdy and myself to finalize the argument and submit it to the elections office and collect signatures. And I am hopeful that as many of the board members here as possible will be willing to sign the argument. If there are other things that need to be changed, and it's been pointed out, the phrase "the Board of Supervisors unanimously" probably will not be accurate. But if there's any material thing in here that any of you would like changed, please speak up, because I would, and I apologize, I was hopeful this would be a united front. It may not be, but I think there's still a benefit if as many of us as possible are willing to sign this ballot argument.
Okay. Supervisor Brown?
Thank you. Yes, it's on. I would very much like to bring this to conclusion and get a motion on the floor. There was a suggestion, first paragraph, last sentence, due to a drafting error, an enacting clause was inadvertently omitted. County Council suggests that be struck. I'd like to address what we have before us and go forward.
Certainly. I suggested that we could say alternately, but an enacting clause is needed to implement Measure AG. The third paragraph, which is a single line, would say, "We unanimously urge a yes vote," and the "we" would be the signers.
Actually, you could drop the word unanimous. You could just say, you could drop the word unanimous. You could
Yeah,
say we.
just say,
because-
"We urge,"
A yes vote.
yeah.
And it would be
Or it might say, "We strongly encourage a yes vote."
Well, because the "we" then would be referring to the signers, whoever those signers are.
Correct. So we're correct. We're dropping the Board of Supervisors unanimously, and instead of "we urge," it might say, "We strongly encourage."
Then we need to look at the two following paragraphs.
And those, I would actually argue, could remain the same, because I believe regardless of what, even if one or two supervisors don't want to sign this, I think it's fair to say that the Board of Supervisors is committed to working with the proponents of Measure AG.
Okay.
And same, we would be equally committed to exploring all available funding options. I mean, obviously we would.
And then we will need to get the correct website address to add on, and then people can go there for more information. And I'm assuming, if it doesn't already, that it will include information on both AG and AH. Because people need to know that if they want AG to work, they need to vote for AH also.
Am I hearing that that's complete and the clerk has it? And if we do, let's get on with the motion.
You want to make that in the form of a motion?
Well, or if Supervisor Brown would
think she's
like
ready
to
to- she's ready.
move approval based on
The suggested changes?
yes.
I'll make the motion.
I'll be glad to second that.
Okay. So a vote in favor is a vote in favor for authorizing this ballot statement, and then it's still up to each supervisor to decide whether or not they want to sign it or not. Like,
Correct.
okay.
And I'm not sure of the timing of, well, frankly, I'm anticipating there will be no argument against, therefore there will not need to be a rebuttal, but if,
Well, I'm looking at the actual motion as stated, the actual action. So do we want to go with that motion?
well, you could, and then we could do any last-minute wordsmithing, but I think we've done it. I don't expect this to change, but yeah, the proposed motion would certainly work.
But you need to finalize it.
Correct, but,
Print one out this afternoon.
Okay, but
and it
that,
has to be on the right, it has to have the title on it, I believe. I believe there's a form that we would put this on.
yes.
That's correct, and I believe the website could be provided by the elections office.
So we could have this printed out this afternoon, and anyone could sign it this afternoon if they wanted to sign it.
Oh, okay,
Well,
that's,
yeah,
we better get it done.
sooner the better, if we could, yeah.
Okay, so is that consistent? Your motion then is the recommended motion, but recognizing these changes?
Yes.
Okay.
And that's okay with the second.
Okay. Okay, well, let's vote by the button on the motion.
Motion carries with Supervisor Hamburg dissenting.
Okay.
Ask staff to get it ready.
Yeah, so John will hand this out, and then if we can get hard copy by, so I want to, thank you guys. I want to go to, we have a few reports, and maybe we could go to the executive CO's report.
Great, thank you, Chair Jurdy. Hopefully the board has a hard copy of the CEO report in front of them. Looks like
We
they're
will in a
coming.
second.
All right. There should be some in the back. If not, you could get them at the executive office, and the CEO report is online for the public. I'll go ahead and start as you get them. The first item is the off-site meeting in Fort Bragg. We are planning on having a combined Board of Supervisors, City Council meeting on, it's actually our Monday meeting, on Monday, September 19th. This is a joint public hearing to certify and provide direction regarding the environmental impact report for the Coast Transfer Station. We'll provide more information as we get it. The meeting will start at 10 a.m. in the morning, so this will be like a regular off-site meeting, and again, we'll start at 10 a.m. in the morning. After lunch, we will reconvene, and we're anticipating that by 2 o'clock, we will be able to just do board business. So that's the schedule so far, the draft schedule for that meeting on September 19th. Water agency news, there's a lot of news, and I don't know if Supervisor Brown will be discussing this, so I think I will just not go through it, and if there are any questions, I'll answer them, but it may be that Supervisor Brown has already or will be speaking to some of those items in there. Also attached to the report is the grand jury report on Policy 22. This was the last grand jury report that we received. We did submit our response, my response actually from my office on August 11th. We did make some recommendations, which you'll see, because attached to this is our response. And we did look at the report and really try to take a look at what the recommendations were from the grand jury and see what we could implement. One thing that did happen with this report, which was different than certainly any report that I've received in the 9 years that I've been sitting here, is that the report that the grand jury released to us was different than the report that they actually released as final. And that was the first that I had ever seen that. So I did ask the grand jury if they could please respond as to what they did, what was the rationale for giving us a report and then releasing a report that was different. So the next item is the property tax system, which we've all been hearing about. I think in the interest of time, I'll just keep going. On the next page, page 3, you'll see an item about county takes preventive measures following Ukiah high pest problems. We've been getting a lot of calls. You've been getting a lot of calls. Certainly a lot of concern at the school board regarding Ukiah High School and the cockroaches. So what we've done, the Facilities Division of the Executive Office is conducting an investigation and an assessment of all county facilities on Low Gap Road for possible sightings of the Turkestan cockroach specifically. We did receive reports from 2 departments about possible cockroach sightings. We know we have cockroaches, but we're talking a huge cockroach problem at the high school, not just 1 or 2 cockroaches. So, we are checking our buildings. I mean, it's right across the street. To date, no live cockroaches have been observed by facilities. However, we did find 1 dead Turkestan cockroach, and I wanted to bring that in to show the board, but somehow I didn't get it here.
We
so.
had a whole jar at
That's
our last
right.
meeting.
But weren't they alive still? I'm not sure.
I don't know.
Oh, yeah, they were jumping around.
Anyway, just long story short, we're doing everything we can. We're checking out the facilities. We're doing extermination, doing everything we can. So just wanted to make sure the board knew that. The next item is a business license review, and I don't know if the board has received any complaints or concerns from citizens. I know that I have. There was a question about, was the county actually following county code?
I did receive.
Yeah, so just so you know, due to those concerns, I have met with some of the department heads and issued a very strong clarification about the fact that in county code, that any individual organization doing business within the boundaries of Mendocino County must have a valid business license. And the departments all agree on that. There's no pushback, no issue. And so you will see that anyone that walks in, whether it's planning and building, Department of Transportation for an encroachment permit, or my office hiring a consultant, that anyone doing business with the county will be required to have a county business license. So I'm not sure what the unintended consequences of that will be, if there are any, but it seems everything we do, there are unintended consequences. So as that unfolds, certainly I'll let this board know. But The legislative update, I'll go ahead and just pass on that unless there are any questions. The Okeo Social Services Facility, on August 13th, we did have a flood. I think the board is aware of that at this point because of the emergency declaration, so we'll go ahead and leave that one alone. The museum update, just so the board knows that the remediation work does continue at the Mendocino County Museum. The main gallery and the education wing do remain closed as of today, but it is anticipated that the classrooms and the restroom facilities will be reopened by this Friday. The ductwork repair in the main gallery is progressing. We hope to have an estimated reopening date in the near future. We don't have that right now. And we are working closely with the museum at this point. I was up there last week also and took a tour, and it's a tremendous amount. If you haven't been up there, it is a tremendous amount of work that is being done at the museum. So they're making a lot of progress, but there is a lot of work being done. The North Coast Broadband Consortium, I believe Supervisor Hamburg may be talking about this in his report, so maybe I'll just leave that. And then the upcoming board meetings, you can see what we have coming up. And then attached to this is Assemblymember Wood's legislative report. That was part of our ledge report, so we attached it. But also for this board, I have my grand jury response to the Policy 22 report. Along with that, what you have, along with my response, is you have the Policy 22 report from the grand jury, and this is actually a document that compares the grand jury report that was released to my office on June 15th and then the final report that was released on June 17th. And if you look at that, you could see the red line version there, and what you see is the red lines, that writing or deletions is what the grand jury actually released. And it's quite lengthy. Certainly, they added up to and including an additional recommendation after they had released the final report to me. The other document that you have is you have the document that is the comparison between the 2003 board-adopted version of Policy 22 and the 2010 draft revisions. And the importance of this document is because the grand jury does speak to this document, and they do say that the revised policy was given from General Services to the Executive Office, but it did not get any further. And the clarification I'm making to this board is the revision, the draft that the grand jury had was not the final draft that we had. And in the report, you can see that I was given that, and I was advised, I don't have to go into it now, you could read it, but I was advised not to move on anything at that point in time. The last thing I'd say about this is that the changes that are in this draft policy really have nothing to do with the findings and the recommendations that the grand jury actually make in their report. So I think it's maybe it's a document that they included. I don't see the relevance of this document with the recommendations that they've made. I have to say, as far as the grand jury report, that we are trying to implement the recommendations that we think are relevant to the overall county. So that is my report. There is no ledge report today, Chair Jurdy, and certainly if there are any questions.
I think we have a question from Supervisor McCown.
Sure.
Yeah, I just wanted to clarify. So what we have is a red line version showing the changes in the grand jury report from when it was first issued, I think it may have said on June 15th.
Just a few days.
To when it was revised on June 17th, apparently.
Right. The process that's my understanding for many years, and it's been what I've seen, the process from the grand jury is when they finalize their report, they send it to the judge, send it to county council, and they send it to the department head. So if this was a report around planning and building, it would have gotten to Steve Dunnicliff. He would have had it a day or two before they actually released the report to the public or to the Board of Supervisors. What happened in this case is the report that the grand jury released to me as the department head, that was the final report.
But they released it publicly simultaneously. Is that?
They released it to myself, I believe they
I'm
released it.
trying to understand why there's two versions.
Well, that's a question for the grand jury, but what I can tell you is you
So
have
is our
two
CEO.
versions here, because they released one version as the final, and then 2 days later released another version as the final. So what you have in front of you is the red line version, which is the two reports, one being the June
Correct,
15th
but
and the June 17th.
After they released the first final, did you or anyone else in county admin, to your knowledge, provide them with corrections, or did they just make
No.
those changes on their own, as far as we know?
Supervisor McCowan, I can't speak to why the grand jury released a second report. What I can tell you is I have the same question you're asking, and I've asked the grand jury if they could please respond as to why they released a June 15th final and then a June 17th final. I did not make any comments to them, except that I questioned why they released this report on Policy 22, not only to me, but to the sheriff and the district attorney. I had no other questions for them. But if you look at the report, and you could read it at your leisure, certainly not now, you can see that there are a lot of edits that they made between June 15th and June 17th. And so that's why I'm questioning it.
Sure. So then we have two red line versions of Policy 22.
Right, and the reason you have that policy is because in their report, they speak to the policy and that.
Well, I understand.
You got that,
And so
okay.
there was an adopted policy in 2003. They reference a 2010 draft policy that they say was provided to the CEO but did not come forward to the board. So the first red line version is intended to show, is this based on, well, I'll let you explain, because what is this first red line version supposed to show?
The red line version is.
Well, we have two red line versions.
Right, and what they are is, one is the original policy, and the red line version being the policy that the grand jury was given as the revised policy that came to my office that I did not share with the board. The second one is the policy that we actually had in my office. So basically what you have is the policy that the revision that the grand jury had is not the revision that I had.
Okay,
That's
so
all
then
that says.
the first one shows what the 2010 draft actually was, in
Right.
contrast to what the grand jury said it was.
Yes.
And then the
Actually, with the draft that the grand jury was given.
Correct.
See what I'm
And then the
saying?
second one in sequence is a comparison. This is very confusing.
But you're-
The second
you're-
one is
you
supposed to
have
be a
it.
comparison between the 2009 draft version utilized by the grand jury and the 2010 draft.
That I had.
So that
That's
shows the two drafts.
That's right.
And the first one, I'm sorry, the first one is the 2003 actual policy, and it says the 2010 draft revisions.
Right, which is what I had.
Okay.
Supervisor Brown
You,
has a.
you did very well with that, Supervisor McCowan. You actually walked through it nicely. That is exactly what you have there.
So the
Thank you
grand
for
jury
that.
didn't do very good research.
Well, I'm not going to say that. What I'm going to say is they were given information, and that's the information they had. And what I wanted to do in my response was I wanted to be very clear as to what I saw as the facts. And so that's what you have. So thank you for your patience. I realize this probably took 10 minutes just going through this.
You know, earlier this afternoon, we were ahead of schedule. Somehow it's now 4:30. Okay.
I'm done, though.
Alan, do you have something essential? No? Okay, good. So we have the Department of Transportation Director's report. It's a fairly short report this month. I guess we can always talk to Howard, email him if we have more comments. So then maybe we could go on to supervisor reports, and we still have one final action item, but, so Supervisor Brown, you want to go?
Sure. I would like to start off. I don't know, there's been a lot of different meetings going on. I'd like to report, I met with the Ukiah Valley Group regarding current issues. This group of business people, among several issues discussed, was the need to continue the tax sharing agreement with the city of Ukiah ad hoc, and that was at the top of their list, along with their need for adequate housing, not only for current existing, expanding businesses, but also new businesses coming in. They feel it's a deterrent by not having the housing stock. Also met with an interested developer who's looking to build some single and multi-family housing in Ukiah Valley. So don't know how that's going to come out. And then I've been checking out the progress of the In-N-Out Burger. And I'm going to be there. I just have to be there when the Fjords goes down. You have to realize that was 1964 when we were still in high school, John, here.
Have they committed to telling you when the wrecking ball is going to swing?
I heard it was in September, early September, so we'll see. Because they're getting it out, and they have lots of problems with the roof, and I forget what all the other considerations are, but I sure want to be there when it goes down. Then also, there's an initiative by Sonoma County Supervisor James Gore. It's called the Confluence Initiative, and from what is to what could be, and it's on the whole Russian River watershed, and I do have information on it. Both Supervisor Hamburg and I are participating, and we'll bring back, an agenda item because Supervisor Gore, Sonoma County, is asking our county to be a sponsor of this initiative, and we'll just bring back something that then we can really talk about, or maybe want to assign oversight to the Public Resource Standing Committee as well. But Supervisor Hamburg and I are engaged in that.
Did you mention the event on the 24th?
I didn't. So
Do
why
you want
don't you
to?
address that, and then I'll go, because you were going to talk with him on the
Yeah,
phone.
I haven't talked to him yet. I just know
Okay.
that on the 24th of August.
It's a kickoff event with the press.
It's a kickoff
And
event.
they were looking at Lake Mendocino, and now they're looking at actually the Ridge. Highway 101, I guess it would be Ridgewood Ranch that they would hold it. That's still sketchy. We haven't received the final detail, but soon will. So the 24th is the kickoff, and they have 3 days where they're going to be doing walking legs, or in kayaks of the Russian River. And then September, they'll have another stretch, and they're calling that the middle stretch. And then October, they'll do the bottom stretch at the confluence of the Russian River with the ocean. So
Right, they're calling it the Russian River Main Stem Descent, paddling and camping besides the Russian River from Lake Mendocino to the mouth of the river at Jenner.
correct.
And it's the 24th through the 27th. And then the middle reach is September 7th through the 9th, and then it goes on. If anybody's interested in this, though, we can send you the whole schedule.
Exactly, and his initiative is to teach people more about the watershed, and then they will have a much bigger event in May of next year, but he is also was excited to learn about the Russian River cleanup that we do in Mendocino County every single year. And he wants to make sure that that's a whole event down the river. So he's got a lot of plans. At IWPC and Land, Water, and Power Commission last Thursday, We approved a letter for intervenor status on the PG&E variance recently filed with FERC. Several others have also filed letters for intervenor status, and I'm sure there's going to be more to come. I do have copies of some of those letters if anyone is interested in reading them. Also, I've been engaged with discussion with the Lake Pillsbury Homeowners Association on conditions of lake levels, along with Lake County Supervisor Jim Steele, and that's actually in his district. And it's not last, but I do certainly want to say something and reflect on the tragedy, once again, of wildfire in Lake County. It just breaks my heart, and I don't know if there's anything we can do to help. Certainly, and to hear the news last night, they have arrested someone for starting the fires, but hearing about it and hearing the people is certainly a horrible thing. Then I am going to Rural Counties Association as soon as we get out of here tonight. There are just a few items for action on their agenda. Most are legislative updates, but we also will hold the Golden State Finance Authority meeting, and there is action on that as well, and that is to approve a residential consumer protection and its policies, and this has to do with Y-Green and the PACE program, so the consumers are protected and what the policies are for Golden State Finance Authority. And it's all here, and I think it's also up on the website. Then we will be having a Sigma meeting that will be coming up on Thursday that our CEO talked about. And I think you remember that I reported at the last meeting a work group was appointed. Because we have a couple of options that the main group is looking at with our facilitator. One is whether the GSA will be under the county with an MOU for the governing board, from the governing board, to allow decisions to be made by the steering committee or the stakeholders and what those seats would look like, because they're actually the ones that represent the ratepayers and the different water districts and the city as well. And that would be through an MOU, I would imagine. So that's going to be discussed. And the second will be to look at a separate entity joined through a JPA of all the stakeholders and the seats to be decided on. And so that'll be the discussion. It begins at 1 o'clock at the Ag Building. Also, you know, we did receive $200,000 in grant funding to work towards the GSP, the Plan for Sustainable Groundwater. And Sarah Duquette's going to explain that all to the group tomorrow. But we're being asked to participate in a much bigger study, which will be of the entire watershed by USGS. It would be a four-year commitment, very expensive, at least what I would say for us. And so this is different. Our $200,000, our scope of work, and the timelines won't fit into this. But I think all the entities, at least in Mendocino County, that are in the Russian River watershed will be discussing this with their boards. But USGS in this 4-year period has committed to $254,700. Sonoma County Water Agency is committed to $489,500. The State Water Board will be giving $689,500. And what we're being asked to give in a 4-year period would be $200,000. And basically, the study is regional. It'll be over 4 years, so those costs will be spread out. The study will give Ukiah Valley the tools it needs to comply with SIGMA further. And the GSP regulations require extensive analysis of water budgets, surface water, groundwater interactions, and assessment of interconnected surface water. So those are kind of the key issues. That's what the study's going to be. They're really serious about it getting done, and the State Water Resources Control Board is a significant funder of the study, so you can see they really want to get this done in this valley. So we will be bringing back an item for this board to consider if we have funding to be a part of it.
Yeah, so just have one question on that. Would the city of Ukiah or any of the other water districts here be contributing towards that $200,000?
City of Ukiah has already contributed $40,000 at UC Davis for information they needed, basically a study to move like their Purple project forward. And I don't know exactly what that study was doing for the city of Ukiah. I'm just assuming, that it is that connection. But all entities, I'm sure, will help in the process. The only problem I see with the costs involved is if miraculously the Corps of Engineers comes up with funding to continue the feasibility study of raising Coyote Valley Dam, it kind of puts us all behind an 8 ball to afford all of this. So anyway, it'll be discussed tomorrow, I believe, as well. And then I think that is it. Thank you.
Tom?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It's been a busy few weeks. I will just tell you a few things. I went up on Friday with the task force up north of Potter Valley, and they swooped up 6,000 plants in the morning and went up in the helicopter, and they tried to scare me a lot. It was fun. We flew over the northern Potter Valley, and you'll be shocked to learn that there are lots of 25 plant grows that look very pretty, very uniform, like little orchards, and we have a strong economy around here, but it really makes you realize it's something we're never going to put back in the bottle, and what we're doing on our ordinance and tax is very intelligent, and the market's expanding rapidly in my district as well. But it's very informative, and the task force, we spent a couple hours talking and working together, and Comet is now out of money as of that day. They were doing a combo Lake and Mendo project, and I want to look forward to trying to get stronger funding for them next year. The helicopter time is so important to get into the remote areas. They can't hike in, cut down the pot, then there's no way to chip it or do anything. So if they helicopter in, they buzz the place for a few minutes, then leave and come back in a half hour. They really don't want to capture these illegal trespass growers. There's nothing in it for anybody, and then they wouldn't be able to get the work done. So it's like doing firewood. They touch it a number of times already as it is, and it's a hard job that they all do. But they have great attitudes, and they're proud of what they do and feel like they keep us from tipping over the edge with rougher growers that other counties are allowing in, and will be ahead of the game because of these brave people. So I'm going to continue to ask for helicopter time, and that's why, because it just expands their ability to hit hard, make a big difference, and get out. And they have no time for a 25, 50 plant grow. They wouldn't waste the time with that. That doesn't make sense. So they're doing what I believe we believe in, is protecting the environment and not violating just common people's rights to grow their little amounts. That was a privilege, and then I went and got a rare thing from Planning and Building, so I'll be in big trouble soon. This is a permit to tear off your roof, and it costs $105, and they were very kind. $105.
Okay.
So I've been tearing off the roof in the morning and the evenings and putting on a new roof and having more fun. It's cleared my mind. I'm going to just go into the roofing business, and it helps me. I'll be much more effective. But now I have to have an inspection. They come onto your property and ask if you have other buildings and check the area out probably. And so I'll be in deep trouble real soon, but I'll have something specific to talk about next time. But they're very kind, and I'm concerned and talked to the people in the building department about their pressure they're under. And I had an idea for training. That's why I was asking about the classes today, that if we would think about, I took some conflict classes from CSAC that were very productive, and we could have some of these teachers come up who are really exciting and keep your attention, train our staff, and I think elevate them, no matter what their age, into a more positive relationship. Because when you're pounded on in these jobs that we have people in the front lines, they're under a lot of pressure and they get yelled at a lot, and it's simply ridiculous for the amount of money they get paid. But it's certainly helped me have a different attitude about conflict, and then if they can change me at my age, I think some of our younger employees would really benefit from some quality training that wouldn't be too expensive. So I'll work with our CEO and talk to you about that later. Thank you.
I just wanted to quickly mention that as a follow-up to our action by the board to adopt Sonoma Clean Power for the unincorporated areas of Mendocino County, I had a chance to meet one-on-one with Fort Bragg Councilmember Lindy Peters, the Vice Mayor. As you know, Dave Turner, the Mayor, had already written us supporting our taking the step of joining Sonoma Clean Power. I'm certain that Dave would support Fort Bragg, and so Vice Mayor Lindy Peters said that he's a member of the Public Works Committee, as is Dave Turner, and so he plans on getting this on their Public Works Committee agenda, which is a way for them to bring it to the full City Council. So I expect in October that it'll be on the Public Works agenda, and most likely I think they're going to recommend that the council adopt it for Fort Bragg. So, and I've talked to Chris Shaper about this, so he's coordinating things with them. Any other reports?
John, you want to go first?
Well, mine's very short.
Mine's short,
North
too.
Coast Railroad Association did meet, and among other things, approved a listing agreement for the depot property that has not been purchased by the state for the new courthouse. So there's, I believe, 5 lots available remaining on the depot property. There is also property north of Perkins on Mason. So those properties are going to be marketed, and it may be prudent for the board to consider the possibility of purchasing one of those parcels, because it's pretty clear that the new courthouse will be built on the depot property. It's going to be very inefficient to have our public defender, district attorney, probation officers shuttling back and forth and circling the block looking for parking, instead of being able to walk across the parking lot. So even whether we think we have the funds available to construct a building right now, it might make sense to consider acquiring land. So I've talked very briefly with the executive office about this, but I don't think there's a particular urgency, but I think, in the not too distant future, it might make sense to have an agenda item to consider where the board is on this issue.
Just quickly, a couple of agencies that I'm assigned to work with have hired new general managers or executive directors. Rosanna Barra was hired by our committee to step in for Ann Molgard, who, as we all know, is now with IHSS. And Roseanne most recently was working for Jared Huffman.
Has her law degree?
Has her law degree, and we're very excited about the leadership that she offers to First Five going forward. And MSWA, also Jim Brown of the former probation officer, city councilman, and I did the interviews for the replacement for Mike Sweeney, and we had some really excellent candidates. One was so good that Mike and I turned over his information to Carmel, because we thought this is somebody we'd like to work for the county, not one of the people that was in our top tier, but somebody who just really showed a lot of promise for as a future employee of the county, perhaps. But anyway, we did offer the job to someone. I haven't heard back yet as to whether that person actually accepted the job, so I'm not going to give you that name. But we did zero in on a person that all 5 of us on MSWA consensused around. Carmel mentioned this North Coast Broadband Consortium. We would like to get back to the other counties by September 15th. We have a meeting, I think, on September 13th. So maybe we could have a little more discussion of it at that point. The question is whether we want to enter a more formal agreement with Napa, Marin, and Sonoma and form an actual JPA. And as far as I can tell, the best reason for doing that is funding opportunities that could come along, particularly for this middle mile, this backbone that we've talked about, ad nauseum for many years, but have not been able to secure the funding to build it. Tom West, who has been our pro bono sort of manager for the consortium, and the consortium has been funded through CASF, the California Advanced Services Fund. He is, I wouldn't say he's pushing this, but he would like to see a more formal organization than this loose consortium we've had in order to move this project forward. So Sonoma County is currently looking at it. They were the fiscal agent for the consortium, and they're looking at the costs that would be involved in forming a JPA and staffing a JPA. And I'm sort of waiting to hear back from Steve Sharp and Efren to see what they've come up with. But I don't think there's anything yet that we can act on, because we just don't have enough specifics. It's pretty clear that Napa County is very much in favor of this idea. I think they have a lot of broadband needs, and they've been getting a lot out of being part of the consortium. So they don't want to see the relationship die. I don't really know where Steve Kinsey and Marin are at this point, but anyway, it'll come back to us, and we don't need to decide anything final, but we do need to tell them, are we a county that is interested in being in this kind of a JPA? And some of you may know more about JPAs, or maybe I need to talk to Kit, because I don't know all the ins and outs of JPAs, and I don't want us to get involved in something that down the line is not in our best interest, but it seems like maybe this would be. And then the only other thing I wanted to mention, let me see, what was the other thing? The other thing is I spent Saturday, or a week ago Saturday, in Point Arena. They had a really wonderful kind of Discover the Coast Day that was included the field station. We had over 100 visitors came to the field station. It was just a gorgeous day. A lot of people on the Tornado Lands and the lighthouse and downtown, but it was very very nice day.
I would have loved to have been there, because San Antonio was hot and humid.
Yeah. Well, the coast that day was absolutely perfect, and there were a lot of people in town and a lot of visitors. Good day for the South Coast.
Okay, CEO Carmelo.
Chair Judy,
Yeah.
Supervisor Hamburg, what I wanted to do was to go ahead and just send something in writing to the consortium, letting them know that we were interested in some type of JPA or alternative model based on what, the analysis and any type of funding requirements. So I was thinking that we could go ahead and do that. If this board wants a full discussion, we could go ahead and schedule that for September 13th. But all we would be doing is saying that we're interested. We're interested in partnering and interested in working with them.
Yeah.
So I was hoping that
if
we
that
could just go
is,
ahead and
if the
do
board
that.
is, it's pretty easy for us to be interested, so we can be interested.
It's
Okay.
it's
But we want to see the
non-committal.
numbers.
Okay, Supervisor Bragg.
Right.
I could agree with that as well, and
Okay.
with Supervisor McCowan bringing up about the courthouse and potentials of property within the area. I have also brought to the attention of the CEO another possibility.
And-
So I agree. I think we could certainly send a letter of interest without
Okay.
agendizing that. I think.
Great.
Okay.
And we did receive notice from CSAC and from the court executive that the second part of they're going to complete the second half of the acquisition, as Supervisor McCowan said, but then the project is on hold. So I'm not sure, Supervisor McCowan, if you have that information. We received it from
Well, no,
CSAC and
they've
from Chris Rule.
absolutely have acquired the property,
Right.
and construction improvements, I think, will be moving forward, but the actual construction of the courthouse, there's no
Right.
funding for that.
Right, yeah.
Okay. Well, we still have one more action.
Okay, and I'm going to excuse myself.
So
Or
before,
recuse myself.
so before Supervisor Hamburg leaves, we also had the closed session item that we continued to this afternoon. I
Yeah, and
I
so
assume it will
I-
be continued
Yeah,
to
so when we came out
another.
of, when we adjourned after lunch, I said if we are not able to conclude by 4:30, we will
Right.
instead do your evaluation at our next meeting.
Right, which I appreciate.
So we won't be doing that today.
Okay, so are we on item 6D?
That's our last item, is item 6D. So this one's actually fairly straightforward and simple, I think.
The titles are not, but,
Because there are no handouts, it's just the title.
yeah.
You know, my question is, even though maybe it's not, so this is going to be the ballot statement.
Ballot statements in support of Measure AI, the cannabis tax, marijuana tax, and Measure AG, the advisory measure.
And maybe we could lead into this a little more at first, then maybe we could state a little more. So whereas in the previous ballot measure discussion that we were, because we were thinking there was a possibility of all 5 supervisors signing it, because it was sort of news breaking in a way for us, all 5 or 4 or 3 to sign that. Since this is a tax being proposed by the county, by the board, it's not really our collective recommendation that really all 5 supervisors or 4 need to necessarily sign this one. What we were thinking instead is we're looking for authorization for Supervisor McCown to draft a ballot statement in favor of this tax, but then if it was okay with the board, that we would only have maybe he as vice chair, I as the chair, sign it, and then get 3 other community members representing other community stakeholders to sign, make up those 5 signatures. So we had sort of a different strategy on this one than we had on the other.
So if we still have an opportunity to do that, my question is, why couldn't we have added children services?
Well, this is the difference. We've finalized the ballot measures, so the ballot measure states what it does. This is the argument in support of the measure.
But
So we can't change the language of the advisory measure, which currently does not include children's services.
Right.
But we can still address that at budget time. That'll be our decision.
Because I'm thinking maybe a line should go in there, but if we can't, because I thought what I heard was it's too late.
It's too late to change the wording of the advisory measure that will be on the ballot. But I think part of the argument, both for the tax itself and for the advisory measure, is that these funds are needed for essential county services. In the advisory measure, we specifically say what 4 of those are. You know, there's nothing to preclude spending some of that money also for, you know, children.
I understand
Yeah.
that. I'm just wondering why if we can print a statement in favor of it, and, oh, it does have a different deadline?
Yeah.
Okay.
So
Darn. Okay.
we've passed the deadline. I think August 12th was the deadline to submit ballot measures, and the 22nd will be our deadline to submit an argument. But county council may have something to expand on that.
No, but just, you know, again, an ordinance or initiative that goes forward is specifically worded, and once it's submitted, it's in
Done.
stone. Then the next process is the proponents or others can submit an argument in favor of a ballot, a measure. And so that's what this is, and it's just, we've got
Understand.
2 separate measures. So, and that deadline is August 22nd, and then there's, they can receive arguments against by that same date, and then after that date, there's 10 days to provide a rebuttal if there's arguments against.
And as to the signatures, as Chair Jurdy indicated, we're thinking that we would not all sign each of these, but perhaps 2 of us would sign the argument in favor of the tax measure, and perhaps 2 of us would sign the argument in favor of the advisory measure, and then we would seek to gain signatures from other people in the community that could appeal to certain constituencies. So certainly law enforcement, fire chief, the youth advocates that we had here today. So that's part of the task, is to identify those people who could most appropriately sign.
Okay, Supervisor Woodhouse?
I'm definitely supportive of that idea. I think that's great, and I'll help any way I can.
And then one other item, the reason not to have something available for everyone to see today is because then the opposition would also see it and would essentially get 2 bites at the apple in making their arguments against ours. So, but I think you can anticipate a lot of the arguments that we would see, and certainly when it comes time to lend your name to it, if there's something that you know, simply don't support, you wouldn't, of course, be obligated to sign.
So opponents, they would have so many days after we get this submitted by August 22nd.
Correct. And
Okay.
they have 10 days to file an opposition argument, and then we would have the opportunity to respond. No,
Sorry, no,
They file the
they-
opposition, and we could also, what?
So the answer is that the opposition and the arguments in favor and the arguments against arrive on the same date, which is August 22nd. Then there's 10 days after that date to rebut any, you know, if you're arguing
Okay,
for, you
yeah,
can
got
rebut
it.
the argument
Okay.
against. If you're arguing against, you can rebut. So both parties basically don't see each other's when they form their arguments. And that's
Right,
the way
and-
it's set up.
And then each side has the opportunity, has 10 days to file an answer. So there will be a second bite at the apple there.
Okay, Supervisor Brown?
Thank you. Do we want to hear public comment? I'm ready to make a motion.
Okay. Do we have any public comment?
Would you like to comment? Everybody else is gone. So I'd like to move the recommended action, and that's a motion. I'm not going to read it all. That's very long. It's been a long day. But it's the recommended motion.
I'll be glad to second that.
Maybe just to clarify before we vote, so we have a a pretty thorough draft of the argument in favor of the tax. We don't really have a draft at this point for the advisory yet, although it should be fairly simple. I think at this point, we're thinking you and I would sign the argument in favor of the tax, and I'm not going to be around, I think, by the time we finalize the other one. So
perhaps we have one ad hoc for the tax and a separate ad hoc for the advisory, is that?
Yeah, because I'm not going to be here, so.
Yeah. So, I'm okay with that, and as long as Supervisor Jurdy and I were only to talk about the ballot argument for Measure AI, then would it be permissible to be on a separate ad hoc with another supervisor to discuss only the advisory argument?
Or alternately, can I be on the ad hoc for both and communicate on both, but I just won't be physically present to sign the other?
Might be cleaner.
So again, this is a measure that's, it's an argument in favor that goes in front of the entire public. So what the election code does is provides for, it can be either the whole board, it could be individual board members, or it could be other members of the community.
We're talking about the ad hoc composition now.
Right, I understand that. So in terms of the Brown Act, so you have two people that are drafting the argument in favor, and can someone else sign on that, one of the members of the board? I
Probably not.
No, there's a form, you can have certain people be authors, and then you can have certain people be signers. There may be a form that has to be signed.
I think there is.
Right, and I think that somebody else could sign it. I just don't think there could be a discussion across the lines about it.
Well, certainly there's an authorization for another person to sign a rebuttal argument.
Correct.
So are we calling for the motion?
So could I be on the ad hoc for both, or should we have two ad hocs?
It's not really, it's just two supervisors working on something, and it's not particularly an ad hoc. But so the answer is, if you wanted to write both of them, I think that it would be permissible for one of the board members to sign it once it's a finalized document and there's no further discussion about it, is basically what. Because it's going to go to the elections department as a final document. So again, if you weren't discussing what the contents were, but just signing on it.
So for clarification, we're actually not even appointing an ad hoc. We're just authorizing Supervisor McCown and myself to draft this.
Well, that'd be an alteration to the motion, which I think called for an I guess it doesn't call for an ad hoc by its wording. We're just being delegated, basically. Oh, no, it does say to an ad hoc.
So if we strike the reference to ad hoc, are we okay?
Yeah. If
I'll
that's
amend my
acceptable.
motion.
And I'll amend the second.
Okay, all right. Ready to vote on the motion?
One more thing I would like to say, we are all aware there is a competing measure that has a tax measure. If it receives more votes than our tax measure, it would have the effect of invalidating ours. I'm going to throw out the idea that either the tax argument or the advisory measure may also encourage people to vote no on the competing measure, which would be logical since we want ours to be the one that goes into effect. Would anyone conceptually have a problem with that? If you support ours, logically you would vote no on the competing measure simply on the basis it would invalidate ours.
Well, earlier we just heard that apparently the other competing measure lacks an, earlier today we heard that the competing measure lacks an implementation measure. So it may not even be a real tax.
Well, it just doesn't give the language of how that's to happen. Because again, it's a local, it doesn't need the same kind of language that the Board of Equalization requires. But again, when they both come together, depending on what happens, it may be.
They don't both come together.
So when you have two competing measures, one wins and the other loses, depending on if they were both voted in, depending on the number of votes. But what I anticipate is the next thing, when one gets knocked out, is that it would go to the court to determine what part of the language could remain, because both of them have severability clauses. So it could be, for example, if the Heritage Initiative were to pass and ours was not, but we have some language that would aid and assist in how those taxes are gathered, and we have some minimums in ours that they don't have. It could be that a court decided that those could stand together. That's for a court to decide. I wouldn't make that determination, but that's how I envision this would occur.
But it could get messy.
It's a lot easier to just vote for ours and vote against the other one.
Yeah. Okay. Okay, so we got, okay, vote by the button.
Motion carries 4-1 with Supervisor Hamburg recused, absent.
All right. Well, at 11 minutes after 5, we'll adjourn our meeting.
Good job, Carla.
So, Carrie,